And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time to find out which player has the biggest paunch. So today is going to be a very similar format to the Ever Chosen. We have 8 players. It's going to be all best of 3s with a best of 5 final. So that probably is going to be a 5 or 6 hour stream. So make sure you guys are comfy. You have your snacks from Grom's Pauldron ready to go. Pauldron? Cauldron. Not a pauldron. Pauldron is like his shoulder pad. But nonetheless, let us go ahead and take a look at the players for today. We have Flying Taco, Falcon, Vicious Satsuma, Anticity, Zyphos, Talaxilin, Soothsayer, Hadries, and Aerocrastic. So a combination of greenskin mains, top tier players. Certainly going to be quite a bit of fun. Also some high health players up in there as well. Now if we look at the bracket for today, we're going to head on over to the tournament bracket. We have Anticity versus Aerocrastic in our first match of the day, followed up by Talaxilin, Soothsayer versus Flying Taco, a rematch of a recent tournament in which Flying Taco was actually able to defeat Talaxilin, Soothsayer. We then have Zyphos versus Vicious Satsuma and Falcon versus Hadries to close out the first round of competition. Here we go indeed. It's going to be quite a bit of fun. Apparently, I think in our first game, we might get a Sigvald versus Grimgor game. Not sure. There's going to be a lot of good matches today. I'm very, very excited. So thank you all for joining. We also do have a prize pool today. Tournament is sponsored by our good pal, Cody. Hopefully you're here in chat, man. But he's put up a prize pool for the players. Should be quite a bit of fun. Yeah, there's no bots today, actually. So a couple of the mods in chat actually saying that they're ready to slay the Slanesh bots, but they don't come anymore. I think YouTube had a solution and finally took care of these Slanesh bots. So yeah, it's pretty much, it pretty much is like Ever Chosen. Yeah, it's going to be the same format, same, quality of players. So hopefully you guys are ready. I am. So let's go ahead and pull this up, get into the first match, Flash Tourney Battle Scorecards. Here we go. You can see that lovely, scary Photoshop. Okay, so for our first match of the day, it is going to be Anticity on the Greenskins facing off against Aerocrastic on the Vampire Counts. So this used to be a matchup that I considered very, very difficult for the Greenskins. I think that the Vampire Counts had a lot of good tools. Greenskins had a couple cool builds, like using like the Double Giant build, but using a Black Orc line is always pretty solid as well, just getting immune to psych units. But now you have some really cool characters. Skarsnik, for example, can rampage things. You have Mither on the River Troll Hag to slow down targets. Greenskins now have a lot more tools to fight back against like gooning and sniping, which has been something they've had to deal with pretty much forever. So start when ready. Let the players know we're all good to go. Again, welcome to the stream. Very excited to see you guys all here. Let's get this party started. Got some fun stuff to share with you guys today as well. Lady Turin has a bunch of awesome art she's created for this tournament, which is going up on sale, and we'll show you guys the links and all the details in between matches. So Greenskins versus Vampire Counts. I predict that we're going to see Skarsnik, maybe a Wild Rogue Idol. The Rogue Idol is pretty cool because obviously it's a big powerful monster, it can fight back against Vampire Count monsters, but where the Rogue Idol really shines is crowd clearing. So Graveguard, Zombie, Skeletons, like each of its attacks has so much splash and kind of AoE damage that it'll rack up so many kills when it's fighting against hordes. Yeah, it's really, really good, guys, for sure. Not in every matchup. I don't like the Rogue Idol in matchups against faster factions. Occasionally bringing the ROR one against Wood Elves I think is pretty strong because it is a Cygor and can kind of force them in. But nonetheless, I have had some decent success with that bad boy. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of the screen blocker here in this first game of the day. This is it. This is the fate of Middle Earth here, guys. Yes, the cursed image indeed. We're going to be on Pillar of Bone, which is a very iconic greenskin map here. You can see there's some giant, I think there's some greenskin kind of effigies around the map. Yeah, you can see there's a pillar over there, a bone. The idol of Gork and Mork. Who would have known that in game 1 we were being teased about the Rogue Idol. You can see the mask of the Rogue Idols and Gork and Mork right there, which is quite cool. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the armies. So for the Greenskins and Anticity, he does have a couple Black Orcs. Black Orcs, of course, immune to psychology, pretty good combat stats, heavy armor. I think they're a very solid frontline choice against vampires that are not going to break quickly. So he's got Black Orcs mixed in with Savage Orc Biggins. Oh, this is awesome. Savage Orc Biggins, of course, anti-large. Not the best AP values, but a really good lawnmower unit, and also not bad against like Crypt Horrors, Vargulfs, monsters like that. On top of that, Anticity is coming in with the Biggin. So the ROR Rogue Idol is here. And this thing certainly hits like an absolute truck. You can see here 600 weapon strength. It does also have its Cygor boulder, which is going to put some pressure on the vampires to kind of push in very, very quickly. In the back, Anticity does also have the 8-peak loonies, and the reason he has these guys is because their Fanatic ability is so damn good. Basically, it can be aimed now, and it does really good damage against Graveguard, Zombies, Skeletons, you name it. So he's got Skarsnik, plus he does also have the River Troll Hag. River Troll Hag, I don't know what magic she has. Let's find out here. Spirit Leech, pretty common stuff, and also Mither as well to slow things down. Skarsnik with the Rampage ability and Spite at a Bad Moon. And Skarsnik is actually, I think, one of the best Greenskin Lords in multiplayer now. Spite at a Bad Moon is so good. It gives bonus first large to all nearby troops. So for example, you could give this to your Rogue Idol when it's fighting like a Terrorgeist or a Vargulf, and you're really going to prosper. That's pretty much it. Not too many other new units. Aside from the Rogue Idol, he does have the Force Goblin Spider Riders for a little bit of skirmish to force the vampires to come in and, give them something to worry about. And that is pretty much it for this glorious Greenskin army. Now for the vampire counts, let's go ahead and take a look. Cryptors with a Mortis Engine, Corpse Cart, and a Graveguard front line. Double Banshee is always a very good choice. And honestly, the River Troll Hag does have Spirit Leeches, so most of those Spirit Leeches will have to be used here on top of the Banshees. Wow, look at that. Do you guys see the damage? Normally those type of boulders don't do a lot against like multi-entity kind of a monstrous infantry, but that actually did some good bursts there against the Cryptors from Dabiggin, throwing pieces of himself at these Cryptors. I wonder if he's going to go after them. Let's see. Looks like Anticity did switch targets there at the last second as the Greenskin Skirmishers do come forward and start poking in to the advancing vampire counts. I'm really excited to see how this Rogue Idol actually does in sustained combat here. Black Orc's going to be really tricky to break down for sure. Here comes another boulder. Nice shot right there, cleaving through 9 Graveguard. Now, what I've noticed about Dabiggin, it doesn't do as much like kind of like AoE or width of damage. Like the splash isn't as big as the, the Cygor, but it seems to do more damage on its point of impact. So if it's like hitting something like Demogryph Knights or something, it'll take out more models. In my experience, just anecdotal. Wow, another shot right there, doing a bunch of burst damage against the Cryptors. Those guys getting worn down and actually losing a full model right there. Now you can see Anticity is being hunted by Aerocrastics, bats, and dogs. Probably going to be forced back here. So the Giant Wolf Rider Archers, Goblin Wolf Rider Archers are going to be falling back now. Sorry, I just woke up like 30 minutes ago. Usually the first round of games, it takes me some time to wake up here. So Spirit Leech is being used on the Banshee. I think the Banshees and the Mortis Engine are going to be the most tricky aspects of this vampire count army to deal with, and it concerns me a little bit for the Greenskins. They don't have anything that can really chase it down. The Rogue Idol can be kited pretty easily and also pinned in by the Cryptors, so that Mortis Engine is more or less going to get free range. So there you have it, guys. Dabiggin getting another nice shot here into the Zombie Nation, into the Cryptors as well. Oh, and look at the Fanatics. They've been loosed, and they're cutting through the Graveguard, bringing a fair amount of those guys down, going into the zombies as well. They do have a bit of an unpredictable arc, so I think Anticity didn't want to throw them right up the middle just in case they crump his own Black Orcs, which is something I'm sure he does not want. So right now it looks like the scroll item is going to be used from the River Troll Hag. It's a bombardment. It's pretty much the same ability that the Prophetess from Bretonnia has, so there should be a shower of rocks coming down. Really nice one right there. Hits all the zombies, hits the Graveguard, the Cryptors, the entire front line. The Black Orcs are holding pretty well, but you can see they're starting to get worn down. There's a lot of AP here. There's double Banshee, there's Cryptors, there's a lot of stopping power. And you can see the giant River Troll Hag just gets punted by the Vargulf here on the far side. The Vargulf getting in and now going after the Goblin Big Boss, who probably is going to want to pull back, and this is actually a really good engagement for the Savage Orc Biggins to come over here and start attacking these guys. Another Spirit Leech going down from the Hag. And I wonder when Anticity is going to be sending the big boy into melee combat. I think sending the Rogue Idol into this main engagement would be super cost effective. Granted, it is getting some pretty good splash damage while the Black Orcs hold everything in place. A little bit of a swing and a miss right there, but nonetheless, not the worst thing in the world. So in the back here, Aerocrastic with his Dire Wolves going to be looking to get onto the Wolf Rider Archers and or just chase things off. When these Black Orcs do eventually break to the pressure here from the middle, being able to chase them off with the Dire Wolves could be very strong. But now the Wa is active and the Greenskins are going to be surging forward. Here comes the Rogue Idol to begin preparing the WWE Atomic Body Slam. Come on, do it. Give it to us. Give it to us. It's probably just going to go after this. Oh, look, it's trying to grab the... oh, there's the Body Slam! Right on top of the center mass of the Vampire Count army. As far as kills go, the Rogue Idol is up to 62. Spied a Bad Moon is giving this bad boy anti-large. And Aerocrastic with a beautiful catch over here on the far side. Dire Wolves and Felbats are able to pin in the mobile assets of this army. Some of them might get away, but I don't know. It looks like he might be able to break one of those. But now that the Rogue Idol is in the front line, it's going to be a lot of work for the Vampires to bring that BC down. But Heinrich Himmler is here for the Vampires and can summon Krell. Krell is going to be a great, invaluable anti-large tool here against Dabiggin. It looks like Dabiggin is kind of smashing some of these Graveguard down. Stern's been very, very low here in this battle. And you can also see Skarsnik and his heroic blob are fighting with the unbreakable goblins here. Savage Orc Biggins are engaged in combat, but the double Banshees, of course, are going to be a huge issue to deal with. And, that's kind of why maybe you want to bring like a Fist of Gork. Spirit Leech is good and all, but is it going to be enough? So here we do have the Giant River Troll Hag. Oh, and she's got her meat sack, and she's going after Heinrich Himmler. The Goblin Big Boss debuff, they need stabbing, is activated. And you can see that Heinrich Himmler is being taken to the club a little bit, 50 Cent style here, but so far he's been able to evade most of the damage. But oh no, Skarsnik's coming in as well. Great reaction by Anticity, I think, realizing that he is losing this frontline engagement. So if he wants to get back in this battle, he needs to get rid of the Vampire Caster. Skarsnik, the Warlord of 8 Peaks, now being hunted by 2 Banshees, and I don't know what else is going to be able to be done about those Banshees. Rampage has been used on Heinrich Himmler, so currently they need stabbing, and Fermented Fungi from Skarsnik has rampaged him, but the Vargulf peels back, and I don't know. Yeah, that ended up actually being a bit of a trap because now all the Greenskin leadership is kind of sandwiched here between all these scary vampire units. Granted, the Greenskins have a lot in the front still. They have full health Black Orcs here, they have a full health Savage Orc Biggin, and the Rogue Idol is still in good health as well. I don't know if it's going to be enough though. Skarsnik, if he can take out Heinrich Kemmler, maybe. Heinrich Kemmler is at 400 HP. He's still rampaging. Giant River Troll Hag beating on him with our fish and meat sack there, but it looks like Heinrich is out of the rampage. He's now crumbling. The Rogue Idol dropping some anti-large damage as well. Not that it needs it against the zombies, but the Rogue Idol's up to 150 kills. This thing is doing great here. They really need to take out Heinrich Kemmler. I mean, those Banshees are going to be a huge problem, but a trade Skarsnik for Kemmler is worth it. Gets rid of Invocations. It gets rid of a lot of other really powerful tools here for the vampires. Oh man, I think Heinrich Kemmler just got smashed. I'm pretty sure the Rogue Idol just kind of stepped on him there. And you guys can see as the Rogue Idol does take more and more damage, it actually loses armor. So it's down to 120 right now, but its weapons rank does go up. So now it's at 750. I believe Zabiggin, when it gets to its final tier of damage, actually does get around freaking like 1,000. Oh, look at it. It's stomping on the Banshee, and even with the damage mitigation, the Banshee is still taking some huge damage. Are the Greenskins going to be able to pull this one back? Because currently, as it stands, Aerocrastic is certainly ahead in this game. The Graveguard are crumping through, or getting crumped by the Black Orcs on the far side. And it looks like Arrow might be putting all of his resources into Zabiggin now. Oh no, but Skarsnik's back as well. He might be able to rampage again as the battle does progress. He's also a very useful anti-large character against the Vargulf. The River Troll Hag is really going to be a super important character here. Spirit Leech spam on the Banshees. It's going to be one of the only ways he can really get rid of such a character. So we'll see if that's going to be enough to really drag that beastie down. Something that's really nice for Arrow too is he does also have his Direwolves intact, and this is a really, really good play. The Direwolves in the late game can chase down a lot of the routing Greenskin units, who of course don't have the best leadership. It looks like Anticity sending in the Goblin Wolf Rider archers to go after the Direwolves now, and we have the big old thick Rogue Idol coming in to clap the cheeks of some of these Vampire Count characters. But Skarsnik is broken off. This is actually a really good game. It's been quite even here. But Zabiggin, 249 kills on this bad boy, just a testament to its splash damage. One of the Banshees is getting worn down here. But yeah, I mean, there's not too many answers for the Mortis engine here in this build. That's the problem. Like, nothing could really catch it. You know, that's why sometimes you'll see Greenskin spam a ton of archers in this matchup to just go a little bit wider to actually like punish down the Mortis engine and the Vargulfs and characters like that. Another Spirit Leech going down as well in the Banshee. Probably going to be able to finish off that Banshee, I would imagine. Yeah, one of the Banshees is down, but the other one is still going relatively strong. One sec, guys, just checking something here. All right, very good. Yes, and Zabiggin's still stomping, but its HP is getting low, 90 armor right now. And here we have the Giant River Troll Hag going to try and salvage Skarsnik. You can see here, Aerocrastic is trying to get the dogs, but oh look, they've been mithered. The dogs have been slowed, so they can't quite catch Skarsnik. Oh, that's so funny. Really nice play there. But yeah, I think the vampires have too much left. Zabiggin did okay, actually. 261 kills. I suppose it justified itself, or at least paid for itself. But yeah, he didn't have an answer really for the Ethereal Banshees. I mean, I guess he did in the Hag and was able to take one out, but I guess the Mortis engine just kind of cleared out all of his infantry. We got some Savage Orc Biggins coming back in. The Rogue Idol making its valiant last stand, but that is going to be army losses, and game one is going to be going to Aerocrastic, who apparently is on a mission to take out the Greenskins and the High Elves this day, coming in with the Vampire Counts. Now, Vampire Counts have always had a good matchup here. Certainly, it's a lot better for the Greenskins, and of course, it's very early on in the metagame, so people don't really know what exactly to do yet, but yeah, the Rogue Idol was an interesting choice, and it actually did pretty well. 261 kills, dropped the base pretty good, was able to crumple out of the Cryptors and Graveguard. But yeah, I guess you got to account for the Mortis engine, because that thing, like, what in this army could catch it? I suppose he has Mither and Rampage to pull it in, but yeah, it's still really tricky. Really, really tricky indeed. Thank you so much, Rando Howard. Please turn Ask CA to put helmets on High Elves Heavy Spearmen. You're wearing tiaras. Why? Rando, thank you so much for the 20 men. And we also have a donation coming in from Tyler Coventry. I'll be a new Slanesh bot. Send me pics. Is that what you said? Oh my God. All right. So let me go ahead and update the scoreboard here real quick, guys. I have a new fancy app for that, which is quite cool. So now I just punch it into this and hit update. It'll do it for me. I'm just super high tech here. And let's go ahead and get our army blocker ready for game two. Next game. Just reminding the players, these are all best of 3. We've been doing a lot of faction war, so I want to make sure everybody's on the same page here. And here we go. Greenskins did put up a good fight. It's very winnable for sure. There's some really cool tools the Greenskins have now. I actually think Stone Trolls might not be bad there. Although, I don't know. The armor could be helpful, I guess. Cryptors could probably beat them down. I think you just need to bring like Daka in that matchup. Like use a bunch of archers. Yeah. I actually thought that the Rogue Idol should crumble as well. And Robo112, greetings from VOD. Thanks for the content and have a cold beverage of your choosing on me. I will, man. Thank you so much. I've been drinking, having my nightly beers, growing my own paunch. So the players are working out their picks now. It looks like Aerocrastic is going to be going High Elves here in the second match. Anticity cannot go Greenskins again in the same best of 3, but maybe we'll see Arrow on Greenskins. But it looks like Aerocrastic is going to be using the new and most certainly improved High Elves. The war lines are very good. Certainly a lot of great options here. Yes. Life is good indeed, my friends. Life is good. What is best in life? Crush your enemies. You know, I actually just finished watching The Walking Dead. The most recent season. And I have to say, there was a couple seasons I wasn't really like super into, but this most recent one was, I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. All right. Who has the biggest paunch? Well, we're going to find out today. Not bad. Don't make those random sounds on my phone. Is Turin bald and Italian has hair? Yeah, it's a very disturbing Photoshop for sure. Hey, what's going on, Vian? Hope you're doing well. Darth Pendragon has emerged in chat. He is here. It is the dreaded face swap indeed. It's one of my favorite Photoshops ever. So in this matchup, guys, we have Anticity going Chaos against Aerocrastic's new High Elves. I'm really curious to see what he'll use here. I think as far as like the new High Elf units go, I think the ones that will be very good in this matchup, I think Imric, of course, could be very solid. Imric on horseback actually does have bonus first large against like Shaggoths and Kolek. And on top of that, you do have the War Lines, who I think will be very good against Chaos, like blocking Chaos Chariots, going after Armored Infantry. So it looks like we are going to be having Chaos versus High Elves here in our second game. And this is our first best of 3 of the day. We have a lot of matches. And also, my friends, now that we have some folks here, Lady Turin has been working on a ton of awesome art for the Warhammer community. So let's go ahead and pull that up. So you can see here, this is a showcase of a bunch of her art. So you can see Wurzog, you can see some Norskin art. You can see over on the top right, there's actually heraldry that has each of the Chaos Gods, all kinds of crazy stuff. So you guys are interested, maybe want to get a Warhammer themed gift for your good old pals. There's going to be a link to her art page here. So you guys can check this out in the meantime. There's Bretonia, there's Skaven, pretty much everything that your Warhammer heart could desire. Lady Turin has done custom art, and today there currently is a 20% off sale on all of the art, or half of the listings at least, to celebrate Skarsnik's glorious buffs, as Skarsnik is her favorite character. So now we'll head back to the flash tourney there. Make sure to check it out if you guys are interested. And now back to the disturbing face blocker that you guys all love so much. Alrighty. Was just adjusting some settings here. Just adjusting some settings, my friends. The Horn Rat is indeed pleased. That is very true. I've become the bot. Yes, putting links in my own chat. Man, yeah, so I think what YouTube actually did to slay the Slanesh bots is they had... they made it so you can't go to people's channel through links, like through, so you can't like click on the channel icons. And I think the bots just kind of lost interest after that change. Yeah. So currently we're using the Banner Cup rules. So it's best of 3 and it's a pick and double ban, but I have allowed the players the privilege. I've allowed the players to do gentlemen. So if they want to just like work it out between themselves and pick matchups they're both happy with, I'm more than happy to do that as well. It's up to them. But typically it's a pick and double ban. So a player will say, hey, I pick Chaos and I ban High Elves and Greenskins, whatever. And then their opponent then picks around that. So, and they alternate. Yes. Have you done any tournaments with teams? Yeah, I used to do 2v2 tournaments a while back. We had some really bad lag in a couple and it kind of like put me off them, but I will be getting back to them and doing them actually as replays. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there'll be Emmerich. Oh yeah. I mean, today we have access to obviously all the goodies. I mean, we have High Elves, we have Greenskins, all the new units. You saw Debiggin in the first round there with Anticity. So yeah, you guys are going to be seeing as much as we can here. I know, everyone's missing the Slanesh bots. It's okay. Don't worry, guys. Don't cry because they're gone. Smile because it happened. Just the most basic, like, Instagram level wisdom right there. Hey, Daniel Segura, thank you so much, man. Really do appreciate that. And now we're here on Alpine Ridge. The next map of the day. It's going to be High Elves against Chaos. What are we going to see? Are we going to see the Arcane Phoenix? Probably not. I don't think it's very good in this matchup. I think the new unit we are going to be seeing in action here in this matchup is going to be the War Lions. I think we're going to see a ton of those guys. We'll find out, and we'll see how it goes. I actually played a lot of games against Falcon with his Imric, yeah, so you guys will be seeing those up on the channel this week, or tomorrow even, so. Falcon and I have been scrapping quite a bit. His High Elves are quite scary. So there's a couple really fun things you can do with the new High Elves, and one of the really big power combos, in my opinion, is using, if you want to use the new Lord, Eltharion the Grim, you use him, and when your Phoenix is about to go down, you can actually keep it from dying using the Helm of Everest, and it pretty much guarantees its rebirth. It's really, really strong for sure. So, for the forces of Arokrastic, ever the people's champion, coming in with Eltharion the Grim. So as far as his spells go, let's go ahead and take a look. He does have the Fang Sword of Eltharion, which gives magic damage, armor-piercing damage, and physical resist. He's got Soul Quench, Hand of Glory, as well as Apotheosis. He does also have a Frostheart Phoenix, and in the front line, let's go ahead and take a look. He's got a combination of Swordmasters, Phoenix Guard, and I'm surprised we're not seeing any War Lions. I felt like they would be super good here, but nonetheless, we get Eltharion the Grim. So 2 Spearmen, Swordmasters of Hoeth, Spearmen in the front, Phoenix Guard in the front as well. Triple Reaver Cav, which is a very, very good pick for sure. These guys are able to kite out Marauder Horsemen, really pick them apart, and also put pretty steady pressure up on Shaggoths and things like that. So he's got 3 of those, and now for his leadership kit, he's got Eltharion the Grim, and if you guys haven't seen Eltharion in action, he does actually have a little bit of an AoE ability. Oh, it looks like Arrow might have cut it just to make him a little bit cheaper. But normally he has an ability that does like an AoE splash, but I guess he doesn't want to use it. And here he's got Marauder Horsemasters, 2 of those. Looks like it's going to be classic Kolek and Shaggoth, a bunch of Marauders, a couple Chaos Warriors, a Chariot, and some Hounds, it looks like. Whoa, what is that? Look at that. That's a new banner right there. It looks like it's like a Chariot with like some teeth. That's why it confused me. I saw the banner and I was like, is that like a Hound unit? Oh, did I forget? Oh, no. Oh, not today. Not today, says the God of Death. You're not going to get this one past me. We're not going to get this one past me. It just occurred to me. And I looked down at chat like right after too. Okay, hang on. Let me make sure the banner's all blocker's all gone now. I got it. We're good. The Slanesh bots have infiltrated again. They've corrupted my software. Don't worry, you guys are good. So the battle is underway here, and the Marauder Horsemen are engaging. Of course, being outranged by the Illyrian Reavers. We got it. They say that a hero can save us. I saved you. We're good. Blocker's gone. Hey, it's better to get that out of the way now than in like the grand finals. But nonetheless, Arokrastic with some pretty good skirmishing here. Reavers, of course, forcing back the Marauder Horsemasters. But Anticity's also doing a really good job staying out of range. He's not letting any of this damage come in. And the army blocker is gone. Don't worry, guys. Classic. Classic stream indeed. So the Warriors of Chaos surging up the hill to meet the High Elves in combat. Arokrastic will certainly be able to brace these Phoenix Guard to the oncoming charge of the Gorby's Chariot, but it's pretty cool to see some of the banners actually get reworked. And yes, he does get a perfect brace here, so Phoenix Guard will not take the full brunt of that charge, and you can see a very kind of limp charge coming in from the Gorby's Chariots. Countercharge coming in from Eltharion the Grim, who of course has pretty good AP values himself in the Phoenix, but not good enough to actually go fisticuffs and scrap with a character like Kolek and a Shaggoth. They do not want that at all. Anticity a little bit early here on the Melkos. He actually slows down the Phoenix. Does a little bit of damage, but namely he wanted to slow it down and allow Kolek to catch that guy. But now it looks like he's going to be turning around and dropping the base here on some of the Phoenix Guard, and he actually does get a good Chariot charge into the back. But Eltharion and the Phoenix now coming in to scrap and do battle with Kolek Suneater. So Standard Eye is activated. In the back here, it looks like the Reaver Archers are actually going to be caught by some of the Horsemasters. Now, Reavers are a little bit better in combat, so honestly, that might be a better play for Arrow, although it does temporarily shut down the Archers. Now, back in the center mass engagement, you can see Eltharion the Grim did get it handed to him by the Shaggoths. I mean, Shaggoths are anti-large combat characters. Eltharion the Grim is good in combat mode, more of a hybrid character. Oh, and a big old pendulum coming down there, but it does unfortunately hit a lot of the Chaos characters, but also does cleave some damage off the Swordmasters, which are being broken down very quickly. And honestly, as this game does progress here, it's looking better and better, I think, for the Warriors of Chaos, as the monstrous fight is really going in favor of Chaos here. Kolek Suneater and the other Shaggoth are just beating down the Phoenix, beating down Eltharion, and there is some healing. Oh no, this is not good. He's a little bit surrounded. He's staggered as well. Arrow's going to have to pull back. Bounce of Power is getting massively in the favor of Chaos here as the Star Crusher and the Scroll of Shielding is activated. But really, the bounce power is just like that because of the current status quo as it pertains to the leadership situation. Here in the back, good stuff for Arrow. The Reavers were able to chase off the Horse Masters, but Anticity doing a really good job with his chariots, pulling in, and also he has been able to get Chaos Warriors into good engagements as well. So many things going quite well for Anticity. Because I don't think the Phoenix Guard are going to be able to carry this game, considering the Gorby's chariot plus all of the infantry that are still alive. But Eltharion coming in once again, going after Kolek. Scroll of Shielding is still active. Oh man, but Eltharion's trapped again. Granted, he does have Phoenix Guard nearby, but this is not where you want him. Fang Sword of Eltharion is popped. So currently his combat prowess is quite a bit better in the physical resist, but yeah, it's not going well for him. Apotheosis is activated, healing for 480 HP, but Eltharion is going to be forced back with the Hordes of Chaos, the Despoilers of the Old World, pushing up and coming for blood. So it looks like here another Pendulum going down. A pretty good cast right there. It does hit those Phoenix Guards square on the jaw, and it looks like a missile attack coming in from Eltharion, going after Glorious Kolek Sun Eater. And the Reaver Cav are now pushing their way back in after dispatching of some of the Marauder Horsemen, although it looks like some of those bad boys are back in business. But the High Elves are actually having a bit of a problem with this Gorby's Chariot. The Gorby's Chariot must have a fair amount of kills now, only 31, but most of those kills are against very, very elite troops. So he's been able to take out a lot of the Sword Masters, and the Chaos Infantry Corps is super healthy, their monsters are healthy, and I think that's why the balance of power is so much in the favor of Chaos. But Arrow with the right idea here, I think going after and gooning the casters and sniping like the squishy parts of the army, but a little bit too close to the Mountain God. Mountain God able to come in there and drop the base on Eltharion pretty hard. So Eltharion pulls back up in the sky. The bird is going to be getting slapped now as well. The Frostheart Phoenix taking a lot of damage, and Eltharion is going to be jumping into the front line. Enfeebling Foe, of course, neutering his combat stats a fair amount, but he still should be relatively effective. So I think at this point, maybe sending the bird after the caster and Eltharion somewhere else might make it a little bit tougher for Chaos to try and keep up with that. Arrow doing the best he can to try and saturate the front line and keep things going, but it seems like Chaos just has too many warriors left and also does have the Shagnath Goon Squad in relatively good health. There's no Ilario level healing, although this could be a good opportunity maybe here, but I think that's just going to be army losses. And the forces of darkness and chaos are able to push back the Warden here in Game 2. And Anticity does normalize the series. It's 1-1. Rubber match in our first game of the day. You know, the reason why we left the screen blocker up was just to kind of make sure you guys were all awake. We had to kind of check things there. Anticity, let's go ahead and update this. In 1 sec, guys. Wookiee calls, and just need to let him out real quick. And I'll be right back. The Wookiee has been hunted this day. We have a couple donations coming in from Justine. Thank you. Is High Elves finally viable? Yes, they're very good. For sure. They're very, very strong. And then we have a couple donations from Oxmar and Ruben. Thank you guys so much for the donations regarding the screen blocker of doom. Oh man, I have so many messages about the screen blocker now. I'm sorry. All right, guys. So Anticity is going to be going to his comfort pick. What I would really like to actually see here is Aerocrastic use the new greenskins against Vampire Coast. I think they'll have some pretty good teeth there. All right, so let's get the Glorious Blocker up once again. I like to live life a little bit dangerously. So we're doing it. Yeah, trust me, don't draw any conclusions from the two games. Yeah, the High Elves and Orcs did lose, but they're so good now. They're so good. And of course, people are still learning them. But it looks like Arrow's going to go Tomb Kings. I think going with something he's a little bit more familiar with, knowing that, you know, he is on the ropes here. Rangers would be very good versus Marauders for sure. Not so much against Chaos Warriors. I'm really surprised we didn't see any Hounds or the War Lines. War Lines are very good against Chaos. They can block the Chariots, have great AP against Chaos Warriors when you stack them on like Rangers. What else would I have liked to have seen? Silver and Guard, probably not so much in that matchup. But maybe a couple Rangers to clear Marauders, a couple War Lions. That's probably all I would bring for the new stuff in that matchup. Yeah. It's back. Well, the thing is, since the players are hosting the lobbies, I kind of have to use a screen blocker. Otherwise, you know, the other player could potentially see their army. So don't worry, I'm awake now. It's not going to happen again. Mark my words. Mark my words. Handmaidens can be good. Sisters of Avalorn against Chaos can be pretty good as well. Honestly, like, I think an Archer line, you could use, like, Silver and Guard, Spearmen, Rangers, Sisters of Avalorn with Lions to protect them, and I think you'd be able to bring down the Shaggas pretty quickly. Now, HGM, I strongly disagree. I think High Elves are going to be much better in multiplayer. Yeah, the War Lions give them a lot of utility. And the new Silver and Guard are actually quite good in multiplayer. I have a couple of replays coming up where I play against Falcon and Aerocrastic with the new High Elves, and you guys will see they're pretty strong. I think Greenskins got the better deal, though. I think Greenskins are a little bit stronger than High Elves. Like with all the new toys they have. Like Pump Wagons are insanely good. War Lions have pretty good mass. They can push through like smallish infantry. They struggle against like to push through like Black Orcs and Chaos Warrior and like Dwarf Infantry, but against like Goblins and things like that, they can usually like burst right through them. I think that the High Elves are definitely one of the strongest campaign factions, hands down. Their economy is insane. Their units are just super efficient. Like being able to spam Sisters of Avalorn is like... Eltharian's campaign is probably one of the easiest campaigns I've ever played. You guys will see. I just put up episode 2 today. I don't want to give too many spoilers, but yeah, that campaign's really quick. No, Matthew, I do not believe any patch notes have been released as it pertains to multiplayer. When they are, of course, I'll cover them. There have been a lot of changes, though. Like, we spent quite a bit of time going through and looking at all the different new units, and from old factions as well. And there's been a lot of minor changes, like melee attack and tweaks and buffs in various areas. So it's a pretty huge, actually patch. Yeah, it's big. So it's going to be Anticity against Aerocrastic's Tomb Kings. And we'll see what they bring to the table. Yes, Sleepy Orca. Imric can be played in today's tournament. He's not a campaign-only unit. Imric is available to the High Elves. Imric actually could have been pretty good there, I think. He could fight Kolak. Yeah. He can, for sure. Frodo, you have missed 2 matches. We're currently on game 3 of our first best of 3. And now we can take a quick moment to actually take a look at today's bracket. So let's go ahead and go here. We'll look at the bracket for today. There it is. So currently we're in our first game. Anticity versus Aerocrastic, Soothsayer versus Taco next, Xiphos versus Vicious Satsuma, and then Falcon versus Hadries to close out our day. So it should be quite a bit of fun. And yeah, we're on our next match here. Anticity just making his final tweaks. So we'll see what he's got going. Anticity actually, if you guys don't remember, he did actually win the last faction war with Vampire Coast in a very convincing manner. He defeated Falcon's Wood Elves. He defeated a lot of really top tier players, and he is one himself. But yeah, it was a very good run. Yeah, Grom is an incredibly good Chariot Lord. He's really good against like Elvish factions, except High Elves is a little bit scary because of all the fire damage they have now. But Warden The Paunch, I think, is super good, and I hope we get to see him today. I think we will. I would imagine so. What would you say is the easiest faction to do your first legendary campaign? Lars, probably High Elves, to be honest. Like Tyrion. Tyrion's super easy. You know, because like you just have such a good starting position. That would be my 2 cents. Like the High Elf campaigns are probably the easiest campaigns in the game. Tyrion especially. Teclis is pretty hard, but yeah, Tyrion is probably your easiest one if you want to try legendary. Because you can just spam like really OP archer units and like send Tyrion up and just let him tank and just waste them without taking a lot of damage. Yeah. I know. Aetherian, Anticity in the last faction war had some really cool builds, like using hand cannons and a bunch of like powder units and just like slow pushing. I loved his Vampire Coast playstyle, so I'm actually very excited to see how this goes. Can Alistar the White Lion ride Lion Chariot now? I did not check that. Yeah, the Lions are not anti-large, but they have decent general combat stats and good AP, so they can function against large units. They're not bad. We've actually used the War Lions against like Silver Helms and against like enemy large armored cav like Empire Knights, and they do pretty well. They do take a lot of damage. They're not terribly armored, so they can take a beating, but if you mix them in with Reavers, you can actually bring down really, really quick units. All right, Screen Blocker going down. I'm on point now, guys. I'm half awake. I don't drink coffee anymore, unfortunately, so I don't have that cheat in my system. And now for the forces of Aerocrastic, let's take a look. He's going with Archers. Archers, of course, have always been great against Vampire Coast, can outrange the powder units and typically have better arcs of fire. Front line is going to be Skeleton Warriors into the Sunset. He does have a Skeleton Chariot himself, Arc into Black here, and he does also have an Arrow Titan, which is like, it's kind of his unique thing, right? Like normally it's such a risky pick against like missile factions, but I guess if like the Arrow Titan is being focused down, right? Everything else in the army has the killing power here. So like if all the forces from Coast are shooting the Titan and they don't quite get it, then all the archers and skeletons and harass units are going to be cleaning up, right? A couple of groups of Nehakar warriors in the back. Looks like 3 in total. Carrion as well. And of course, 1 skeleton chariot. Very nice Tomb King's army there. Yes. The blocker has been slain this day. It runs from my paunch. And now for the forces of Antiquity, zombie halberds in the front, zombie deckhand mobs, bombers to clear out tomb guard, skeletons, and it looks like a couple mortars as well. Very good positioning. The mortars are, of course, behind the tree line, which is going to make it harder for the archers to shoot them, whereas they can shoot up and over the trees and not really suffer any of the obstruction. Lamprey's Revenge here, it looks like a vampire fleet captain of vampires, Luther Harkin, and a couple Fellbats as well. So certainly going to be a bit of a duel of fates up in the sky. Wow, quad Fellbat. It looks like Antiquity really wants to win the Air Force. Oh no, those aren't Fellbats. Those are deck droppers with handguns. Okay. But yeah, Luther plus 2 Fellbats should be able to protect those from a couple carrion. It's going to be micro-intensive, but certainly possible. I like both armies, honestly. I think both players have a good chance. It's just going to come down to execution and micro. I know. We need a Terry Crews emoji for the blocker. Oh man, I know the blocker has become quite legendary here on this channel. You know, at least we caught it before the battle really started last game, though. Man, that would have been really frustrating for sure. So the mortar shots, man, brutal damage coming in. The mortars hitting into the Blessed Legion, doing a lot of work. Mortars are very inaccurate, but of course when they do make contact against light armor, they can do some serious damage. So skeleton archers have already lost 11 models. These ones over here have lost 10. That's a really, really good start for the Vampire Coast. But now Aerocrastic is going to be advancing here, looking to pressure into the mortar pieces, get his archers in range here. But Anticity's deployment is very, very good. His zombies are protected from bowfire. His mortars are protected from bowfire by the tree line. It's pretty much a dream deployment here. But man, look at that. The mortar is doing so much work. The skeleton warriors and the Blessed Legion really getting hammered. And Luther Harkin up in the sky, cackling. I would imagine Ark in the Black wants to come forward and maybe drop a skeleton summon on top of some of the bombers to mitigate the advance. It's going to be hard, though. Those bombers are really, really quite good against skeleton lines. The Carrion over here are now dueling the Fellbats. So we have 3 Carrion against 1 Fellbat, so certainly very heavily favored for the Carrion. Luther Harkin's going to be coming to help as well, but Aerocrastic basically sent them in as a bit of a bait and switch, and then he pulled back the Carrion to go attack the deck droppers here. On top of that, the Zombie Caster for the Vampire Coast is going to be dropping a Zombie Gunnery Mob summon. The reason why he's doing this is to be able to get powder support from the ground to shoot up in the sky at the Carrion. And Arrow really needs to shut down the Jack Droppers for sure. If he can't, he might be in a little bit of trouble. And honestly, Antiquity is doing a really masterful job controlling the air force of the Carrion and making sure they're all kind of locked down. This summon, again, really, really good here. So now the Zombie Summon or Skeleton Summon from Ark in the Black has been used to kind of target the front line a little bit. Arkin is engaged as well, and a frontal charge from Skeleton Horsemen. I wonder if they're going to try and push through. Antiquity does countercharge using his Lamprey's Revenge to get in and fight those Skeleton Horsemen. And on the far side, though, the archers for the Tomb Kings, the mortars, of course, were able to take out the Blessed Legion for the most part, but the other archers are shooting quite happily, wearing down bomber units, so there's aspects of the battle that are going well for, each of the players here. And the Carrion are very sticky, much stronger than Fellbats, especially as it pertains to their durability, so pretty good stopping power there. And at the very least, they are occupying, Luther Harkin. Luther isn't out there kind of fighting in the main line, going after Arkin. He's busy fighting Carrion up in the sky, which is what makes Carrion so good in multiplayer. We do also have the big old Titan. This is going to be a big issue here for Antiquity. He's going to have to be using, Luther and the crabs to fight it, but it looks like the big old Titan's getting in there and fighting the Lamprey's Revenge with its big old pimp cane, certainly doing some good damage. And the archer line is more or less intact. What do we have? We have 4 archers still in good shape, and somehow the Blessed Legion is actually still alive, so I think Arrow might be able to stabilize this. Looks like the Nehakar warriors and the Skeleton warriors on this flank were able to push through, and Antiquity's front line is getting very thin. The Arrow Titan here getting in, and oh no, it's going after the Vampire Fleet Captain now. This is not where she wants to be. This big old thick Titan with its pimp cane just backhanding those crabs right there. But Luther Harkin is going for gold now. Yeah, he's going to go in and try and take out this Titan, but that's not going to be easy, especially with all the DACA back here. We have a ton of skeleton archers which can shoot in. A really nice soul blight here from Arrow, able to lower the armor of the crabs as well as Luther Harkin, making these skeleton archers that much more effective. In the back, both mortars are still okay, but it looks like there's going to be a new Shopti summon here. So Shopti summon in the back. It's going to be a really nice shutdown piece. So now these mortars probably going to be taken out. Not both of them, but one of the mortars will probably be taken out by the Shopti summon, which is pretty unfortunate. It does take away some of the answers that Antiquity does have for the archer line, because, Vampire Coast really does struggle against mass archers. Although, we've seen him use deck gunners in the past and have some pretty good success here. Over here, we do have the Jack Droppers with handguns still online and somewhat functional. One of them is kind of pinned down by Carrion, and now You know when you have to start using your units that still have ammo, your deck droppers is kind of a regular fail-out. Things are getting a little bit desperate, but he is shutting down some of the archers back here. And wow, the Arrow Titan really actually took a lot of damage there from the taunt and the halberds and the crabs. What even did that much damage? Oh, okay, so he summoned a couple of gunnery mobs to really put that thing down. But now it's coming in, it's going after Luther Harkin. Luther has turned around and is now fighting the Arrow Titan. And where's Arkin the Black in this whole thing? It looks like Arkin is kind of engaged right here. Nehekar warriors are piling in, but honestly, with the Titan getting this low, it looks like Anticity might be able to kind of rally his way back into this game here. One of the mortars is more or less fully offline. You can see here, -30. The other one might be going down as well. That could be what Aerocrastic needs to get back in this game, because currently balance of power is pretty even, maybe slightly favored for Vampire Coast. The big old Titan, of course, still being alive with its fire damage and laser eyes is going to be very nasty for Luther, who is afflicted by Soul Blight. So there's a lot of stopping power here, but the summons from Anticity have been so good. He keeps summoning the zombie power gunnery mobs in just like the most ideal positions and shooting down the big old Titan. Titan's also Hornswoggled, putting its armor down to 70, which means the pistol mobs are going to be that much more effective. But honestly, this is a super close game. This one could go either way, but oh man, the Titan going down, Hornswoggle and that focus fire is just so nasty. Anticity's so on point with those summons. But Arrow was able to get huge damage against Luther Harkin before all is said and done. The Titan is going down here as far as its HP goes, 600. But, you know, Luther is down to a very low amount of HP. I don't know if it's enough for Arkin the Black to be able to handle him, but if there are other elements in the army, like, you know, archers or spearmen, maybe they could bring him down. Anticity has almost lost the Lamprey's Revenge as well. Invocation of Nehek going to be keeping those guys going. And this is just such a nail-biter of a game. And this is a best of 3, of course, so this is the one that's going to be deciding who advances on in the biggest Paunch tourney. So here comes another summon. Arkin the Black dropping a lovely, lovely skeleton summon back here. And that one Ushabti summon almost able to take out both mortars, but one of them was able to stabilize back here. But Aerocrastic should be able to get his skeleton warriors back here to shut this thing down in just a moment. So not that big of a deal in that sense. So now Luther Harkin's going to be going in for the gooning attempt, trying to jump on Arkin the Black, it looks like, but he got a little bit roadblocked by his own dudes. Oh, that's actually not good for the Tomb Kings here. There's a full health group of deck droppers with good ammo that can simply just sit on Arkin the Black the entire game. But is there enough crowd clear? I guess there's some zombie power deckhand mobs here. We do have the Lamprey's Revenge still regenerating and not near their healing cap too. That's actually really, really scary. Remember the Titans? Yeah, remember the Titans Warhammer edition? Man, I remember that movie from when I was a kid. That was a really popular one back in the day. I played football too, so you know, it was one that we all used to watch when we were youngins. Luther Harkin going after the carrying up in the sky. Should be able to clear them and save his deck droppers. And Arrow, what does Arrow have? He's got his skeleton warriors back here. Arkin the Black Spirit Leeches could maybe be enough to drag down Luther. I don't know though. Even though the balance is like kind of Tomb King favored, I still feel like it's not. Because who knows how many summons Anticity has left. If he's saving zombie summons in the back pocket, he's going to be able to clear all this out. Especially with the crabs if he can keep them alive. And the deck droppers, I think, are trying to snipe Arkin. Yeah, it looks like they're kind of moving to go after Arkin the Black, which is a smart play for sure. He could shoot into the backs of the Nehekar warriors. That could also be another decent choice. Man, this is such a close game. What a great match between these two players. And you can see here the Nehekar warriors are getting very, very low. Lamprey's Revenge. 6 models left on those guys. We still have the Vampire Fleet Captain. I don't know if it's going to be enough, guys. I think Vampire Coast is going to get this. Unless these are like Tomb Guard or something. No, these are just skeleton warriors, but I don't know. Is Arkin the Black going to be able to juke? Deck droppers are running a little bit low on ammo, but they're getting most of their shots into Arkin. Does he have any Spirit Leeches? Does he have more summons? That's the thing. If Arkin's not in combat, he's not recharging his summons. So it's a tricky gambit. If he goes too close, though, I mean, he could get hornswoggled, he could get taunted. There's so many things that the Vampire Coast can really do. But on that same note, Arrow still has a ton of dudes here. He's got all these skeleton warriors, which could probably drag down the Lamprey's Revenge. And I've seen many games end this way. Like skeleton warriors just dragging down like Vampire Coast. It's very, very classic here. So we've got the crabs in combat here. We have Vampire Fleet Captain pulling back from the skeleton warriors. And the Lamprey's Revenge are probably going to be crumbling down here. Luther Harkin just going balls deep, hunting down Arkin the Black. Taunt is activated, and the Staff of Nagash as well. So yeah, I think for Arrow here, he probably just wants to pull back his Lord and just kind of hide in the main army here. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Man, it looks like Anticity is going to pull this out. The Undead Civil War, I know. Should have gone with some greenskins and crumped some gits. So Arkin the Black is going to be getting hunted here. Staff of Nagash activated. Balance of power creeping back towards the middle as the Krabos are disappearing slowly. 500 HP, there's still a ton of skeleton warriors, but the deck droppers up in the sky are just such good constant pressure. No matter how hard he jukes, those deck droppers are going to be dropping some shots. And if he has a Spirit Leech, maybe that's going to be enough. I mean, what would you Spirit Leech, though, in this situation? Would you go after the Vampire Fleet Captain and just try and, like, let Luther be drowned by skeletons? Probably so. Because you have a much better chance of actually taking out the Vampire Fleet Captain here. The crab should be disappearing in just a moment. Only 200 HP left. The deck droppers up in the sky are just such a pain in the butt. And these are just skeleton warriors. That's a 300 gold unit. Luther Harkin coming back in. And down goes Ark in the Black. And Anticity is going to be advancing on with a 2-1 victory here in this series. What a scrap indeed. So well played. The bitrate? So, somebody in chat mentioned the video looks a little bit grainy. How does it look for you guys? It should be at least 1080. But do let me know in chat. And that is going to be a victory for Anticity, a 2-1. And let's go ahead and update the scorecard here. Look at that fancy updater. Bam! I don't even have to do it my old-fashioned Haggard way. That was a really, really close series. It was indeed. And well played. Both players played well. We got to see Hiles, we got to see Greenskins, both of which actually lost, but trust me, it's not representative. It's they're very, very strong. The final charge. And now we go to the bracket for today. And we have Anticity advancing on. So Anticity will face the winner of Soothsayer and Flying Taco. Then we have Zyphos versus Vicious Satsuma and Falcon versus Hadries as we do close out today. GG being said by both players. And now let us head on over and get this party started with our next match. Flying Taco versus Soothsayer. A rematch. I believe it was from my ECL. I can't quite remember. Nonetheless, we'll check with the lads. All right. So let me go ahead and check here in chat. People are all calling me. They're like, blocker. All right. 1 sec, guys. Just checking with the guys to see if the lobby is all set up, and we'll be joining in just a moment. It's a little bit grainy, but your internet isn't great. Looks fine, looks great. Okay, so it seems like we're getting mixed reviews. It might just be where you're watching from. Yeah, it says 1080, but it's a little bit grainy. Okay. At 1080, 60 FPS, it looks amazing. Okay, so it seems like relatively mixed reviews. Interesting. All right, so we're going to be joining the next lobby now. Flying Taco versus Soothsayer. Another best of 3 showdown. Today is very much the same format as Ever Chosen, so it's going to be long, it's going to be hard, and quite a bit of fun. So on this side, let's go ahead and change the nameplates now. We're going to head back to the battle scorecards. Check this out. I have some sci-fi technology. Hold on. Okay. I'm still primitive. I'm trying. We're going to put Sooth over here. We're going to do this. And then he's facing off against Taco. And check it out. And then I hit the update button and boom. Oh, yeah. Almost perfect. Then I got to work with the sizes, but yeah. That should be fine. Turin, do you think Warlines will take over the role? No. I think Warlines have a very different role than Reavers, but I think if you mix them together, it's very, very good. So we have a donation coming in from Carolus Martellus. Thank you so much. I say, Barkeep, give me your finest blocker these Rex marks can buy. Thank you so much for the 20, man. And don't worry, I'll give you the finest blocker that the realm has to offer. And there you go. It's right there. So, in the first match of the day, or in this best of 3, it's going to be Soothsayer versus Flying Taco. And we're going to have Wood Elves against the new Greenskins. So I actually played this matchup as the Greenskins against Aerocrastic. We had some pretty fun times with it. That'll be going up on the channel soon-ish. But yeah, Warden The Paunch is really good here. You have to watch out. He can be sniped still for sure, but Greenskins have a lot of great tools in this matchup now. Pump wagons are super annoying too. Just going super wide with like 1,000,000 pumps is really, really solid for sure. Turin, is there any chance of seeing a Penta Squig bloater build? No, we're not doing no campaign units today. Today is a competitive tournament, so yeah. The zeros trigger you? Are they backwards? Just seeing Soothsayer in a lobby is scary. Yeah, that's true. There is an intimidation factor. All right, let's get rid of the blocker. Load into the game. Look at that. Pure efficiency. So I think Greenskins didn't have the worst time in this matchup before, but now it's even better for them. I don't know who I would say is favored. I think Wood Elves have some really good tools here, but I think and obviously if Soothsayer is playing the Wood Elves, it's a whole nother world. I will show you the world. Yes. In that face swap, I look more like Warden The Paunch. All right, so for the build here of Flying Taco, coming in with double Stone Troll. So Stone Trolls, of course, do have missile resist of 30% and some armor and magic resist. Still a bit of a risky choice. I prefer to just go wider, but oh yeah, baby, look at this. Flying Taco has Snotling Pumpwagon Flappas. So these are the Flappa version. So basically they're faster and they have a better charge bonus. Oh my god, yes, Taco, yes. So Taco has a bunch of pump wagons here, which is pretty great. He's got a bunch of skirmish cab as well to try and play the game. Oh my god, this is like Sirtha Orc. So yeah, he's got his whole skirmish corps, he's got wolf riders, he's got spider riders to try and play the skirmish game as well. Got an orc shaman with Fist of Gork and Brainbuster. And for his lord, oh yeah, the Paunch, baby. And I think Warden The Paunch is a must pick in this matchup. He's even if he gets sniped, you have something called the Lucky Banner, which gives him 40% ward save, so you can keep him going pretty good. And he can regenerate as well. So if they try and snipe him, they don't finish him off. He can run away, he can heal, he can come back. The Paunch is certainly very strong here. You do also have a Goblin Big Boss, so mainly it's going to be Goblins in the front line. A couple of Fanatics, it looks like. No, Orc Boys and Goblins into the sunset. Oh yeah, I'm so excited for this. Stone Trolls and Snotling Pumpwagon Flappas. It's quite a treat indeed. Oh man. The Flappas, they try their best. I mean, but in all honesty though, for those of you guys who are saying they should be able to fly, there is no way that little Goblin's like arm strength and the little rotation axis here could like actually lift the weight of this thing off the ground. But they do get a speed bonus and also do get a charge bonus. They're really powerful for sure. Now for Sooth's army, he's got a Pravenoth Raymond Lord, I would imagine. He's got 2 Way Watchers, a bunch of Cav, Wild Riders, Sisters of Thorn, and a couple Eternal Guard. So yeah, the Pump Wagons, you know, if ample pressure is put on the Wood Elves here, the Pump Wagons should be able to get into the Way Watchers, into the Eternal Guard, and do a lot of damage. I mean, this army is wide, it's thick, it's bloated, it's unstoppable, just like Warden The Paunch. We'll see how this goes. But again, you're playing against Soothsayer. So, but Flying Taco was able to defeat Soothsayer in a 2-1 series. I believe it was for ECL or one of my previous tournaments. Yeah, the ECL Grand Finals, I think. Yeah. So Flying Taco, of course, has played him before. All hail the mighty. Yeah, I actually use the Big Gun here. I use it in this matchup. I think against Wood Elves is actually quite good, because you could just sit back and throw boulders. It can replenish its own ammunition. And again, I have a replay of that coming up in the next couple days. So Sooth is going to be using Arrows of Kurnus to try and snipe Pump Wagons, I would imagine, or maybe the characters. Oh, and it's a swing and a miss. It looks like he was going after the Paunch, but was not quite able to make contact there. So some of the Night Goblins from Flying Taco are going to be pushing out, and you know these guys have Silver Shield, so if Weight Watchers want to waste ammo on them, that's like, Taco's going to be happy for that, and they're unbreakable too. What's really cool about Fanatics is, even to use their ability, all you need to do is have like a couple models left. So even if they take tons of casualties, they're still going to be able to get their little Vortex abilities. But this is great. Way Watchers have already used about 10% of their ammo just shooting these guys. And Pravenoth Rama is active as well. That's a Pravenoth Rama that now means the Paunch has a bit of a creative license to just go ham here. He can push out and really start doing some damage. Nice breath attack there by Sooth. Not quite right down the pipe. For the most part, the Night Goblins are able to endure it. They still have 90 models as well. The Way Watchers have used a little bit of their ammo. So we'll see. But yeah, this army just needs to get aggressive and just push in. Wild Riders will, of course, defeat Spider Riders, but if you're able to kind of drag them down with your numbers and buffs and Fists of Gorks and Brainbusters, that's where things get really, really crazy for sure. And it's super micro-intensive. I actually think that Greenskins, with some of their changes, are probably one of the most micro-intensive factions in the game. They have so many things you have to be on top of, like squishy units everywhere, rallying forces, tons of activated abilities. But if you can actually pull it off, I think Greenskins are going to be a top-tier faction now. I don't know if I would say like the best, but I think Greenskins are going to be a lot better. So the Flappas are now being focused by the Way Watchers. You can see here, probably going to want to pull back and play it a little bit safer until the Goblins and Spider Riders are able to get their envelopment. And how is ammo doing on the Way Watchers? It looks like ammunition is at about 70 or 80%. They are shooting into the Goblins here, which is totally fine for the Taco. Dragons pulling back up. Spider Riders looking to try and engage here. A little bit of a risky gambit. Some of the Spider Riders are being worn down. Way Watchers are just such a good unit. And of course, Soothsayer is not going to make too many mistakes with them. So trying to pull the Goblins in, get the engagement here. This could be a good engagement for the Stone Trolls, actually. Pull the Stone Trolls over here to start dropping the base. Spider Riders countercharge. And that was actually good by Taco. He pulled Sooth's Wild Riders. Oh, and a Brainbuster going down as well. Nice Brainbuster right there. It did hit the Spider Riders, but they were already beat up and took a lot of damage off those units right there. That was a really good Brainbuster. And now, this is where things get a little bit crazy. Everything advances. Stone Trolls are going to be getting in, attacking these Wild Riders, I would imagine. Flappas are coming in as well in great numbers. And the Missile Skirmish units are now going after the big old Glade Lord up in the sky. Stone Troll is very aggressive here. Orc Boy's pushing in the back. I think Stone Troll's following back here. It could be okay, but I guess he's just going to try and endure the ammunition of the Way Watchers and not really commit to them, but going to be going for this blob fight? Hard to say. Sooth is able to clean up here. The Brainbuster pretty much the only thing that did really substantial damage, and the Flappas would be pretty good against Eternal Guard as well. And here come the Wild Riders, looking to engage here against the Orc Boys. Orc Boys, of course, not terrible in combat against something like Eternal Guard. But yeah, maybe the Greenskins will commit to this fight here. Hard to say, but so far Sooth is doing a very good job. Oh, but a Brainbuster right there does crump those Eternal Guard. Stone Trolls are pushing in the back. And the Greenskins have a big horde of units. And all it takes is one slip up from Sooth. So far he's played a pretty flawless game. Hasn't made too many mistakes, but these Eternal Guards certainly have been sacrificed. Warden The Paunch, his corpulent majesty here, his girth, his bloated form, able to come in and just wreck those Eternal Guard. That is some great splash damage. Takes out like 10 models. Very, very good stuff for sure. And the Flap is coming in and punting a couple Eternal Guard. So yeah, Pravenoth Raymond going down, but look at that. Great response there by Flying Taco. He uses the Lucky Banner, which pretty much halves the damage. Not quite half, but it's a really good catch right there. So Grom isn't going to take too much damage, and he can pull back, he can regenerate. That was a pretty clutch play there by Flying Taco, but he's going to have to react really quick and get out, because he's not snared anymore. Warden The Paunch needs to start moving, and now we have the Trolls coming in who are terrified by the big dragon. They're still Trolls, but Spider Rider Countercharge might be able to drag a couple units down. Brainbuster in my commentary, going down as well, and he needs to pay attention to the Paunch. He can't leave the Paunch in combat here with the Waywatcher shooting him. Yeah, pull the Paunch back, although the Paunch is like single-handedly just destroying these Eternal Guard. Very impressed by that. Now the Flappas are unleashed, and are there enough Wild Riders to stop them? Spider Rider's getting back here as well, and this is all it takes for the game to go. So Spider Rider's getting on top of these guys, and the Flappas are coming in as well. Look at the haggard Flappas. Oh yeah, baby, get in there. Run over them pointy ears, and here they come flapping all over the faces of the Waywatchers. Oh my god, that's so funny. Stone Trolls pushing in. The Greenskin counter push, very aggressive here. Warden The Paunch is healing as well, which of course is very nice. And there's still a ton of Greenskin stuff back here. I mean, they have so much stuff going on, but Warden The Paunch needs to be careful. Thankfully for him, the Glade Lord doesn't, of course, do fire damage, so he's not going to be taking extra DPS, but they need stabbing, needs to be used here for sure. The Paunch doesn't want to be fighting a dragon, but yeah, now there's a big boss here. There's a couple other elements attacking. And some of the Flappas do get taken out by the countercharge of the Wild Riders. Stone Trolls are doing some decent damage to them. And the Waywatchers have fallen back one more time. So Sooth really just putting on a clinic with his micro here, just pulling back these units. But the Greenskins are very aggressive here, and currently this is a very even game. Maybe slightly favored for Sooth, but again, all it takes is one slip up here. Warden The Paunch just rear ramming here against the Glade Lord. And the Stone Trolls are also coming back in. So Stone Trolls will be pretty good against Wild Riders with their armor and just their raw damage output, and all of the Spider Riders also collapse. So these Wild Riders are pretty much down for the count. There's a couple of Flappas in the back still moving. Flapping Taco. He is the Flapping Taco. Oh, that's so good. Nice breath attack from Sooth. Able to get on the Stone Trolls there, but they do have magic resist. I can't remember if that breath attack does magic damage. I might have to check. But nonetheless, the Greenskin's able to crump those Wild Riders pretty hard, now pushing in towards the Waywatchers, which are running low on ammo. I don't know if Sooth is going to have enough stopping power, and that's why Warden The Paunch is so awesome, because if he can endure this, you know, he can heal. Normally your Greenskin Lord would be like in trouble the entire game here, but if Warden The Paunch, does he have his lucky banner? He might go down here. He's pretty thick for sure. Pravenoth Raymond wears off in a couple seconds. If Taco is on point with his micro, he should be able to get away with Grom. So Grom is free now. Yep, he's going. Is he? Nope, Warden The Paunch is sitting there. I don't know if Taco has noticed he's free. He's probably so focused on other things here in the battlefield. And the Paunch escapes, and he's nowhere near his healing cap. If Flying Taco plays it well, Paunch should be able to heal up, and that's why he's such a good choice against elves, because he can survive the sniping, and yeah, he's very thick for sure. Now the Greenskin Horde moving on, going and crumping the Sisters of Thorn and the Wild Riders, and here comes Warden The Paunch, baby! Going in. Oh, Arrows of Kern is coming in for the snipe, but he does cleave a couple of his goblins out of anger. And here we have a big commitment here from Soothsayer, pushing in with his caster into a bunch of Trolls and Spider Riders. Bit of a scary situation for sure. Now currently balance of power is really darn even, but the Paunch getting isolated here could be Soothsayer's way back in this game. Is the Paunch going to live? Lucky Banner is activated, giving him 40% ward save. It does save his life, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to save him. You know, Sooth may have actually ended up sacrificing his Spellsinger here as well. But so far the ammunition from the Waywatchers is pretty much gone. And all Sooth really has is his big dragon. Is that going to be enough? And the Paunch is going to get chased off the battlefield probably by the Sisters of Thorn, most likely. But Sooth's backline is more or less in shambles. The Waywatchers here are completely shut down. The Flappas, the Goblin Big Boss, the Stone Trolls, the Wa is activated as well. And the Moon Howlers almost came in for the rescue. But it looks like they weren't quite able to catch up there in that situation. Sooth on the hunt. This is the smart play. You got to chase off the Paunch. If the Paunch comes back and heals, that's going to be really bad for him. So Sooth, of course, engaged in the corner. We do have the Night Goblins finishing off the Waywatchers, who are about out of ammo. These Waywatchers are basically just kiting out some goblins where they can. And this looks like it's anyone's game, to be honest. The Paunch is down for the count, but the game's far from over. Stone Trolls are healing too, so the longer the Stone Trolls are able to heal, there's still some Flappas to chase down missile units. We still have a Goblin Big Boss for they need stabbing. And eventually Sooth is going to be forced into combat here against these guys, and there is a lot to deal with. The dragon might be able to carry, though, with terror routes. Because, again, they are trolls. Even though they're more durable trolls, they still are trolls. So you got to respect that. So those Way Watchers in the corner being pushed. The big old dragon up in the sky flying overhead. Let's see what they're saying. Oh, he's just saying ready. Man, this is a really good fight. The dragon might come in, but honestly, I think Sooth is going to want to use all of his ammunition first. Just sit up top with the Glade Lord and kind of shoot down at the Stone Trolls. And the Stone Trolls thankfully do have that missile resist. And I think he has magic damage too. So yeah, look at that. The Trolls are going to be getting, I think, effectively like 55% resistance against his attacks, which are very, very strong. Taco also needs to make sure to stay together, like keep all of his forces like high and tight, because if he doesn't, Sooth is going to be able to pick him off with his Glade Lord here. This has been a great game, though. Warden The Paunch has officially been chased off here by the Eagle caster on the corner of the map. Balance of Power is dead even. This is anyone's game, but remember, there is regeneration in effect here. Stone Trolls are healing. These Stone Trolls are healing as well. And it looks like the Greenskins were able to chase off the Way Watchers here in this corner of the map, and these Orc Boys should be able to finish off these Eternal Guard. There's only a couple left. It's time to crump them, boys! Grom is really good. I mean, you guys saw how effective Grom can be against, you know, one of the best players in the world here. And Warden The Paunch did survive two Pravenoth Rama volleys from like Way Watchers and was able to do massive damage against infantry. Warden The Paunch is a really, really solid lord. The healing is a, a huge X factor for the Greenskins. So here we have a couple goblins fighting. The Glade Lord is going to be coming down to engage, but this is actually good for Taco because, again, he's healing. He's got 9 of 12 troll models here. He's got 10 of 12. Those things could heal up to a very massive amount of HP and could be quite substantial. So Taco is pretty much just going to consolidate here in the center of the map, I think. He still has a couple Flappas as well, the Stoutling Pump Wagons. Yeah, the Paunch is thick, but he did well. He paid for himself. He killed a lot and caused a lot of disruption, wasted a ton of Wood Elf ammo, and was a great asset for them. I don't know if Sooth is going to be able to do this, though. I guess if the Trolls get terror routed, but there's still so many Spider Riders, and like, I feel like Taco has the advantage here, but I could be wrong. Arrow of Kern coming in. Looks like it tries to snipe out some of the Pump Wagons, but is not able to get in there with contact. Sisters of Avalorn going to be using their ammo against the Stone Trolls, but they don't really care. They're going to be able to tank that all day. There's not a lot of AP, and it looks like a Brain Buster going down. Nice one right there. It does blast a couple of those Sisters. Get a little bit of HP damage, but I don't think he has any other like really good spells he wants to use. So here we have the Glade Lord coming back in, and the Sisters of Thorn going to be using the last of their ammo before they are forced to engage here. And it looks like these Stone Trolls are just going to be pulling back. I think that Taco knows the Stone Trolls are really, really going to be key against the Dragon. Could be a breath attack too from the Glade Lord. Looks like it's going to be sniping the Goblin Big Boss. Oh, look at this! In the Flappa ambush! Coming in and going after him. Oh man, commit to that! I guess the Eagle's nearby as well. Yeah, man, if he had some Wolf Riders there, he could have actually overwhelmed those Sisters very, very quickly. Sooth might be coming in with the Dragon here to try and get some freebies. One of the Pump Wagon units is taken out, but that was the one that was pretty much on death's bed anyways. Ammunition on the Glade Lord does have 14 shots. Sisters do have 1 ammunition as well. Skarsnik is really, really good, guys. Skarsnik is an ace because he can give bonus first large to nearby troops. And, you know, if Skarsnik were here in this situation, he could rampage something and, like, pull them into combat. Not the Dragon because it hasn't taken enough damage, but you have to get him down to 80% to be able to do that kind of damage. I do not believe there's any Dragon Breaths alive. I think that Sooth is just going to try and snipe the Goblin Big Boss. Taco should be juking right now. He should pull into the trees. That would definitely be the wisest choice. So Emo is out on the Sisters of Avalorn. He just has Emo left on the Glade Lord up in the sky. And does he have any Eternal Guard left on the map? It does not look like it. Yeah. Oh, he's got some Way Watchers coming in. So what Sooth is going to do is just wait for the Way Watchers to get in there, and then he'll probably commit to his final battle. In the meantime, you can see the Goblin Big Boss is juking. Sisters on the flank looking for some engagements. It's a very, very scrappy fight. It's still 50-50. I honestly think either of them could win, but I feel like it's slightly edged for the Greenskins. I just don't know. The Trolls and the Spider Riders, like, there's just a lot of stopping power here. Granted, the Trolls have pretty terrible leadership. You can see, I think Sooth has actually switched his volley fire. He has 8 shots left. I think he's shooting at the Stone Trolls right now. No, he's going after the Goblin Big Boss, which is good. Because that thing has a really good debuff for the final fight. And yeah, you can see the Sisters of Thorn are going to be going in to try and chase down the Night Goblins here. These are the unbreakable Night Goblins, though, so they're not going to break. This actually could be a mistake from Sooth. Because the Goblins will poison them and maybe even drag down some models. We'll see. Yeah, and you can see, I think Sooth realizes it. No, he actually engages here. So Goblins will take some heavy casualties, but they might be able to drag down a couple of these Sisters as well. It depends on how long Sooth stays in combat. So the Goblins get back up. And will they fight back? Yes, they are doing some damage now. Poison is enacted here. They have 21 models against 16. Oh, and the Fanatics have been spawned! Look at the Fanatics coming out! Oh yeah, look at that, dragging down the Sisters of Thorn. Oh man. That was some good stuff right there. And the Night Goblins doing some solid damage on their way out. Sooth up in the sky. Balance of power is actually in the favor of the Greenskins here. Sooth has a couple of shots left. He's going to have to choose wisely what he wants to shoot. I think he's going after the big boss. Oh, look at this masterful play by Taco here. He's hiding behind the trolls. He got his Goblin Big Boss and he hid it behind the stone trolls to hide from Sooth's dragon. That is some MLG play right there. So the Night Goblins here being chased off. Sooth has 2 shots left. And I know the final battle's coming, but guys, the balance of power is getting more and more Greenskin favored as Sooth starts to run out of ammo. Yeah, Sooth has no shots left. All right, so I'll let him know. Sooth out of ammo, must engage. So Soothsayer has to engage now with something. He has to send in his Way Watchers, something else. I mean, he is technically engaged with a couple goblins here, but they're only going to last a couple seconds. So he's going to have to engage with some other troops here. And he says he's on it. Good. I know, this is crazy. So he's out of ammo now. Soothsayer knows he has to engage. There's a couple orc boys over in the corner of the map. He could go over there, I suppose, but he's going to be engaging in the main blob. This is it. This is the final fight for the fate of Middle-earth. And, you know, it does actually behoove Sooth to attack a little bit faster because look how much these stone trolls have healed. This one, like, is almost back up to full health. Oh, my God. The trolls are not near their heal cap. So here comes the final fight. Sooth actually sees a really good opportunity to pile in there. And it looks like some sort of a buff is going to be used here. Fist of Gork, which imbues some damage, but yeah, he needs to respond a little bit quicker to the big dragon back here. So Spider Riders are coming in. Trolls, unfortunately, are terrified, but they should be back in. And here we have the Wild Riders and the Way Watchers engaged in the front. Those guys are down for the count. The Terror might save him, but the Trolls will be back in a quick moment. And the Stone Trolls do have them trapped in a little bit. Maybe get the Orc Shaman in there as well. Yep. So the Way Watchers and other troops have been taken out. The Pump Wagons are coming in. The Wolf Riders are coming in as well. Trolls are back in business. And now you can see the balance of power is ebbing back in the favor of the Greenskins as the Trolls do rally. They're currently wavering. 7 leadership right now. Stone Trolls certainly pack some punch. Yeah, Sooth is going to be going after them with the dragon, but the Trolls do pile back in. Are they going to stand and fight? They should. 3 leadership right now. They're certainly taking some damage, -12. The classic troll life. We have a couple goblins as well. The Pump Wagons are pumping on the face here of the Spellsinger of Life. Those trolls are broken once again, but they'll probably come back, and these ones are still confident, actually. Beating here on the Glade Lord. And the Spellsinger of Life is getting a little bit low. I think the Orc Shaman needs to get in there, for sure, and hit the Spellsinger. Because Sooth only has these characters left. Pump Wagons and Trolls. Trolls keep breaking, but if they keep coming back, it should be enough. The Spider Riders might be able to actually carry this. Yeah, and you can see the Spellsinger of Life is actually broken. The Orc Shaman's going to be coming into fight now. This is pretty wild. I don't know. The dragon might be able to do it, but it looks like army losses might be coming in here for the Wood Elf soon. He got that regrowth off, which was super clutch. Oh, but the Bounce of Fire pulls back towards the middle. The Stone Trolls need to get in there and start clubbing on the dragon again. Yep, he's adjusting. He sees the Spellsinger of Life coming back in, which must engage. I think that Taco knows that if he can take out the Spellsinger, then that will probably trigger army losses. So he's keeping the Trolls away. He's just like tar pitting with all the Spider Riders and Haggard units. It looks like the Spellsinger of Life sitting up in the sky there. What do we have here on the edge of the map? Doesn't look like much is left. Dragon starting to take some damage. Maybe a couple good rear charges from the Flappas could trigger some problems for the dragon. Trolls are pushing in. Pump Wagons pushing as well. Getting a little bit of burst damage. A couple 100 HP actually on the Glade Lord here. Stone Trolls are still confident. I think the bird up in the sky is kind of hanging out. These ROR Goblins just refuse to die. I know, they're awesome. This is good play by Taco. He's kind of like cycle charging because he's allowed to and Sooth is not. So cycle charging here to break the Wood Elf Glade Lord I think is a super solid play. Man, and the Stone Trolls got a ton of DPS right there. What a scrappy battle between these two players. This is like in the early rounds of the tournament. Just wait till the finals. And the Glade Lord is being dragged down by a bunch of Haggard Flappas. Look at him just charging in here. Oh my god. They're getting so much burst damage. And here comes more Flappas. Stone Troll's going to be pushing back in as well. We have Spider Riders. I think he knows. I think he can smell blood in the water. But this is like a testament to like how knowledgeable he is of the game. Because if he piles in, he could get mass terror routed. So he's trickling in, knowing that Sooth has to stay engaged here because all he has left are single entities. And just whittling as much damage as he can without risking the mass terror route. This is just like such good play here. The Orc Shaman is not immune to psychology, but could come in here. And now you can see the Glade Lord. Yeah, Sooth is committing everything. He knows. He's like, I have to do it, Anakin. I'm too weak. The Glade Lord is so low. Will the Pump Wagons be able to break him? -5, 2. The Orc Shaman's getting in there. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. -8, and that's game. Flying Taco in the Crumpen Greenskins. Flapping Taco with the Flappas and the Stone Trolls. Oh my god. Let us hear your biggest wah in chat for that game. The Flappas are so trollish. Oh my god. And Flying Taco emerges with a victory in that game. Man, what a scrap. What a proper scrap. All right, so that's going to be 1 for Taco. The flap is flapping on their faces. That was a close game, man. Well played to those two players. Let's get the screen blocker up. Now it's time to hang out and chat. Well, man, Sooth played so well, too. They both played super well. I love the new pump wagons. I think it gives Greenskin some much needed tools to deal with like that kind of play. Because otherwise it's like, oh, it was so hard before. Flapping Taco's his new name. I hope he knows that. Oh, guys, we got a DLC showdown. We have Greenskins against High Elves. So Soothsayer's going to be going Greenskins. And High Elves on Flying Taco. This is going to be awesome. So we had a donation, I believe I missed, from Lord Fed Me. 50 DKK, thank you so much. It was during the heat of that game. Seems my birthday has come a day early. I was hoping for an Everchosen style event for this DLC. Well, you have it. Today basically is a mini Everchosen. And Carlos Martellus, the finest screen blocker, has been provided. Thank you guys so much for your donations. Really do appreciate that. All right. Turin, does the WA charge faster with more models? I'm not really sure, actually. It's more models that are in combat. Iron Thunder, I'm actually not sure about the discrepancy between that and... because banner rules versus King's Cup rules, I don't know if it's different, actually. I'd have to check, but yeah. It's a good thing to raise, for sure. I would have checked the rules after the event, the game anyways. Yeah, anyone can join. So let me go ahead and get you guys a link to the Discord. All right, one sec, guys. So if you guys are looking to play multiplayer, get involved in my tournaments, all that sort of good stuff, there's links right there. Darkness Visible, thank you for becoming a member on the channel. It's an adorable cat you have in your picture as well. And yeah, we're going. So players are picking. We have High Elves versus Greenskins here. Very good. And if you guys are interested in checking out Lady Turin's awesome Warhammer themed art, you can see here. It's etsy.com/shop/hatefulraspberry. She's taking commissions. She's also doing a sale today. She's done a ton of custom Warhammer art, Vampire Coast chests, emblems for your favorite faction. Yeah, all that kind of good stuff going on. So make sure to check it out if you guys are interested. And of course, we'll be dropping links over the course of the stream. So now back to the main battle lobby. High Elves versus Greenskins. Soothsayer going to be showing his Greenskin prowess here. We saw the Stone Trolls be very effective there with their missile resist, able to endure and come in and drop the base there at the end. Now, interestingly enough, had Flying Taco done a full collapse at the end and left everything in combat, he could have lost to a mass terror route. His presence of mind there was really, really good. Yeah, that was insane. Sorry about that, guys. Back in business. It's going to be a fun matchup, though. Oh my god, I love the Flappas. And they have a charge bonus of 70, so when they get those little wings flapping, they can do some work. Oh yeah. Lady Turin has a bunch of cool art. It's all Warhammer themed. You guys will love it. Training for thousands of years to get savagely pumped to death. Oh my god. So I'm looking at Soothsayer's build. I do like it. It's a little bit different than how I play the new Greenskins, but Sooth is a wise man for sure. I'm sure he's got some schemes. And this is game 2 only, so whoever wins this will be advancing on to face Anticity in the next round. And then, of course, we move on to the bottom side of the bracket in today's event. Life is good. What faction would Steven Seagal play? Are we talking about, like, I don't know. What would Steven Seagal play? He'd probably play High Elves, because he's, like, if you've ever watched Steven Seagal interviews, he's like, you know, kind of has a similar high elf to an similar attitude to a high elf, like a little bit pompous and arrogant. Yeah, he plays some sort of an elf. Dark elves, high elves. I think those are both fair assessments. God, I'm growing my mullet out right now. Currently, my hair is so long. It's like down past my shoulder blades. And it's like, man, it keeps falling in my face during the stream. I got to get like a headband or something. All right, so we're minimizing. Let's get rid of the screen blocker. Never again. And now we're here. Yeah, that's not actually me in that screen blocker. That's Italian Spartacus and I with a face swap. So we've had our heads and chins changed. It's pretty disturbing for sure. I believe I can fly. Yeah, the flap is believe they can fly. So now we have Soothsayer and Taco. So Taco is going to be on high elves and Soothsayer is going to be on greenskins. So he's got goblins in the front line. He does also have Skarsnik, the true warlord of 8 peaks. He does have the fermented fungi, the ability to rampage characters, and Spite of the Bad Moon. So this one gives bonus versus large nearby troops. Sooth does also have a Goblin Big Boss and a River Troll Hag with Spirit Leash and Mither, so Mither is super solid. The ability to slow things down that much is very, very powerful. He's got a couple Black Orcs. He's got some Stone Trolls, Spider Riders, a Goblin riding on top of a giant spider, a couple Goblins. It looks like an Arachnoid Queen as well, and a couple standard Snotling Pump Wagons. It's a really good build for sure. And now for the forces of Flying Taco, we have Eltharion the Grim. So no Paunch, but nonetheless, we'll see if he... he's going for the combo. So what he's going to try and do, he's going to use Eltharion the Grim, use the Helm of Avres to make the Phoenix unbreakable to pretty much guarantee its rebirth. Oh, I love that combo. So Flamespire Phoenix plus Eltharion. Aside from that, it's going to be Archers into the Sunset with the War Lines protecting them. That's actually really good. Now, the War Lines are pretty much a hard counter against Pump Wagons. If the War Lines are able to catch the Pump Wagons, they tear them to shreds. Pretty good against Goblin Infantry. War Lines are a really, really good unit. He does also have the Rahagar's Pride, I think. No, regular one. So it's going to be Silverhelms, Lions, and Archers. It's a pretty gangster build. And also a Metal Caster. Oh, look at this. Plague of Rust on those guys. And then a bunch of Silverhelms in the forest. So it's kind of like a Rohirrim build. And this is like very much like use the Archers, hammer with the Cycle Charging Cav and the Lions. And then, just take the Greenskins apart that way. Very solid. Brandon Dudley, love your content. Hope you're staying safe and having fun. I am. Well, guys, the thing is, I can't cut my hair right now because I'm growing a mullet for whenever the next Everchosen is. I'm going to actually be casting it, because obviously there will be a camera. I'll be casting it with a glorious Joe Dirt mullet. So currently the Flamespire Phoenix going for some bombardments here, dropping its fat payload here on the Black Orcs, and actually pretty much a perfect bombardment. Granted, Black Orcs are armored, so it's not going to be much damage. But the Archers are shooting into the 8-peak loonies here, and the Silverhelm's looking to engage, but Soothsayer does respond by summoning some Spiderlings. But it's a bit of a bait in a way. The Silverhelm's able to fall back before charging into the spiders. And yeah, the Arachnoid Queen is going to be a little bit of a tricky thing to deal with here. I guess all the High Elf Focus Fire could do some serious work, but oh no, some of the Silverhelms do get caught in that charge there. A little bit of a lapse in micro in Flying Taco's part. He's very busy here. On this side though, you can see Mither has been used, the Silverhelms have been slowed, and now the Greenskins are going to be collapsing with the Giant River Troll Hag and Skarsnik, and it's going to be tough for them. They can certainly be rampaged as well. So Taco getting a little bit aggressive with the Spearmen there, or his Silverhelms, and paying the price for it. Nonetheless, though, it looks like the War Lines are now going to be charging forward to intercept the Hatchlings and some of these other units. War Lines should be able to do some massive DPS here against these Goblins. You can see here, Aslan is pissed. Narnia up in this hoe, and the little Goblins are going to be feasted on by the War Lines. Now, over here, we do have the Silverhelms engaged in combat. Some of them are falling back here. But as far as the initial engagement goes, Soothsayer are able to get pretty much all the good engagements. Flamespire Phoenix is now going after the Arachnoid Queen, and Plague of Rust is activated, so this is a pretty good play. Plague of Rust going down, making the Queen that much squishier with 60 armor. I think Eltharion the Grim needs to be over here as well. Eltharion plus the Flamespire Phoenix probably could finish off the Arachnoid Queen. In the meantime, the War Line's doing a really good job cleaning up shop. You can see here, able to mulch down these Goblins, and now we're going to be switching on over to the Pump Wagons, and okay, this is actually really good. For Taco at least. Flamespire Phoenix and Eltharion going to be coming in to finish off the Queen, and it looks like she does get a summon off before she goes, which is quite clutch. However, over here in the tree line, it's going a little bit worse here for the High Elves. Archers are taken out, Silverhelms were able to pull back actually, so despite all the slows and snares, Taco really kind of shrugged it off, and it doesn't really, do that much to him. So here you can see the Arachnoid Queen is going to be getting hunted by the Flamespire Phoenix and chased off. The War Lines, again, like I said, a hard counter against Pump Wagons. They will tear these things apart. Good AP values, good melee attack. Pump Wagons have terrible melee defense. Pretty much the writing is on the walls in that matchup there. Eltharion the Grim going to be pulling back. Spirit Leech is activated. It looks like Skarsnik might be trying to get him a little bit lower so he can rampage him, but Mither and Spirit Leech is activated. And yeah, Taco definitely needs to get some Silver Helms over here or something, because Eltharion here is going to have a really bad time. Fermented Fungi is activated as well, so he's currently rampaged. Yeah, Eltharion really needed to be with that Phoenix, but he needs to get some reinforcements here. He's currently steady. Might go down here. Fermented Fungi has a pretty long duration. It's very, very long. I think it's like something like 20 or 30 seconds. And it does not look like there's going to be anything to save Eltharion. Most of the Hyle forces are very focused on the other side of the battlefield. A Ragnarok Queen has been pushed off, but Eltharion certainly got caught with his pants down there. And is going to break. Negative 70. He might actually go down here. Hard to say. Negative 94. And Eltharion the Grim is crumped by a horde of angry goblins and trolls. You got to watch out. Skarsnik, if you get too close to him, he can certainly drag you in pretty good. So now is there any chance for Taco? There's a lot of Black Orcs left. Eltharion the Grim is alive. And I think Eltharion is a little bit overpriced for what he does. Unless these Silver Helms could be pulling back. There still is a chance for the High Elves, but certainly a slim one here. As I think Eltharion going down is just too much. But had Eltharion been on this side of the battlefield, just kind of cleaning up and waiting to engage for the rest of his army, maybe he would have been okay. Hard to say. So we got some Black Orcs here. We do have the glorious Flamespire Phoenix, which no longer can be used with that sweet combo. A couple of Silver Helms are being crumped here by the Orc Big and Horde, the Goblin Big Boss, and the Trolls as well. And we'll see what they can do. Black Orcs being attacked as well. Soothsayer getting in there, but they do have Plague of Rust on them, so they're going to be quite a bit squishier. Silver Helms should get a nice charge here, considering they only have 60 armor. The Black Orcs take some huge burst damage. Yeah, look at that. That's really nice for sure. They are immune to Psychology, so Terror Rounds aren't really going to be a factor. Stone Trolls are now moving in, and Stone Trolls should be able to get some huge crumping here. And Mither is also activated as well to slow down some of the cav units, but most of them probably should be able to get away. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. The Warlines have been doing a good job cleaning up where they can, but without Eltharion the Grim and him just getting gooned, I think it's going to be too much. I don't think there's going to be enough. I don't think the Phoenix can carry. Eltharion costs like almost 3,000 gold, and that's like a big investment in your army. Taco says, whoops. Indeed, Eltharion was kind of in a strange spot for sure. So the Flamespire Phoenix coming in, bombardment activated here on the Trolls, Silver Helms charging back in. You know, if you can break the Stone Trolls with their poor leadership, I mean, certainly you could get them off the battlefield, but yeah, with the Phoenix, the Warlines over here are able to crump some Goblins, but the Archers are being chased down. And I think that's going to be GG. I don't see any way Flying Taco can get this back. I'll be curious to see what they play in Game 3. Taco could play High Elves. No, not High Elves. So he's played High Elves and Greenskins. Sooth has not played High Elves. So maybe we'll see Soothsayer and High Elves in Game 3. Hard to say. Yeah, I think that Eltharion the Grim is overpriced. He's really expensive for what he does. He's not a bad lord, but he's just overpriced. Warlines are very, very solid unit. Warline's able to charge in here and really crump these goblins very quickly. And yeah, I mean, if Eltharion was alive at this point in the game, he'd have a pretty nasty little mobile blob. Eltharion plus, you know, the Phoenix attacking together could kill a Goblin Big Boss super quick. And then the Phoenix Rebirth, of course, could be a huge factor as well if it had the Helm of Avress to keep that bad boy alive. But Taco's still scrapping. Plague of Rust activated once again on the Black Orcs, and it looks like the Silver Helms are going to be going in. Spirit Leech activated, but this is a wall of metal right here. Stone Trolls pushing in, Phoenix pushing in. It's going to be an all-in fight right here. And I think it's going to favor the Greenskins. Not too much left for the glorious forces of the High Elves. In the back, we have a couple Silver Helms who could rear charge, but the Black Orcs are they're all about that life. They're going to be more than fine. Skarsnik is probably one of the best Greenskin Lords. The Goblin Big Boss can do that as well. The Goblin Big Boss can... yeah, he has Tormentor Sword also, so arguably there's some power there. And that's going to be game. So Soothsayer pulling out the second game. Greenskins with back-to-back victories there. So let's go ahead and update the scorecards here. Here we go. And update. The crumpeting has begun. You got to respect the Greenskins now, for sure. Like before, Greenskin Lords were so easy to snipe, but now it's a lot harder. You got to be like careful and time it. I remember, like, I used to love playing Greenskins, but I also hated it because, like, my lords would just always get gooned, and I had, like, very few ways to defend them, aside from, like, Spider Riders and, you know, Smoke Bombs and things like that. But now you gotta really respect them. Stone Trolls are really good. The Stone Cold Stone Trolls. Yeah, absolutely. Warlines are really good. I love Warlines. No, I don't think Warlines need a cost increase. I think they're fine. I don't think anything in the High Elf roster needs changing. I think, if anything, Eltharion needs a cost decrease. Yeah, Stone Trolls are really solid. I mean, quite literally, and metaphoric, and in terms of a metaphor, yeah. All right, so in this next match, we have Flying Taco on Lizardmen, it looks like, and Soothsayer, I think, is going High Elves. So you guys are getting to see all the DLC treats. We'll see what concoction Soothsayer has cooked up for the High Elves here to get them on the board for today. And this is just the second best of 3. We have a lot more games today, guys, so make sure you're Got your snacks, you're tuned in. The mushroom animation is pretty great, for sure. Mr. Oos has one question. When autogen Imrik Mega Dragons? I do not believe Imrik's dragons are in the pool. They're not like... I didn't see them. Maybe if you go to Imrik Subfaction. I haven't checked that, though. Yeah. Grimgor is definitely not the best legendary lord. He's not bad, though. Like, his slow is really... He has Hunter of Champions, which is a good ability. Yeah, Greenskins have an even better matchup versus Dwarves now. It's going to be really hard for Dwarves, because Punk Wagons are really strong. Stone Trolls are decent. Yeah. Mole Spaghetti says, can you say Warline should have 24 models? Oh, man. So, all right. So, regarding the Troll Hag, the reason why she costs less than 1,000 gold is because Soothsayer brought like no spells on it. All he brought was Spirit Leech. If you bring all the spells in the Hag, or at least a couple, she costs almost 2,000 gold. But he just brought Spirit Leech and the slow ability, which honestly is... I would bring the Hag just for the slow in multiplayer. So Soothsayer is going High Elves against Taco's Lizardmen. So you're going to get to see some of the new units here, probably. Soothsayer, of course, seems to have a pretty good grasp on most of the new stuff, as does Flying Taco. No, that's not an actual picture of me. That's a Photoshop. I have a long mane right now. I would show you guys, but my room is an absolute disaster right now, and yeah, I don't feel like putting up a green screen and stuff. Turin, Imrik, Mega Dragons and his Subfaction campaign units. Can't wait. I don't know if I saw it. Is it? If you saw it on another stream or something, then yeah, certainly. Standard Trolls are okay. Yeah, but the Stone Trolls are just way better. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do drop a like. Helps me out quite a bit. Helps YouTube know it should share the stream. Brendan Dudley, again, thank you for your donation, man. I don't know about Lizardmen. I mean, Lizardmen have historically... I don't know about their matchup versus High Elves, to be honest. I didn't see any changes for Dinos. I think a couple minor like melee attack and melee defense buffs, like 1 or 2 here and there. It's not like significant. But yeah. Colossal Squigs can eat a dragon. Oh boy, that sounds kind of scary. So here we are, guys. Talaxla and Soothsayer on the High Elves, Flying Taco on the Lizardmen. New High Elves up in this hoe. No, trust me. Yeah, because that's Italian Spartacus's head in that Photoshop. Our head shape is different. He's got the bald guy head. The big, powerful chrome dome. Stone Trolls are a lot more expensive than regular Trolls, though. They're like 1,100. Regular Trolls are 800, so there's a pretty big cost increase. But yeah, Stone Trolls are way better than regular Trolls, in my opinion. I would agree with that sentiment. Oh, so if you go to Knights of Calidor, you can see those units. Okay, that's very cool. So yeah, it will be an autogen then. All right, guys, and here we are. Game 3. Both of our first games today going to Game 3, which is always a good sign. Says that the competition is pretty even. And now for the Forces of Soothsayer. I actually am a huge fan of these units, and I think they're super underrated. We have the Silverin Guard. So these guys are the new High Elf Spearmen. If you take a look, they have 75 armor, a lot more than standard Spearmen, which, does he have any standard ones to compare? No, he doesn't. 75 here. Silver Shields. They also have 30% magical resist, and more importantly, they have charged defense against all. Forsaken, Bestigors, you name it. Greenskin, Savage Orcs, these guys are going to be able to take the charge. He's got 2 groups of Phoenix Guard. He does also have a Lothern Sea Guard, Spearman in the back, a Noble on a Chariot, a Mage of Life, 2 Bolt Throwers, and Imrik, the Dragon Tamer, Calidor himself, up on top of Star Dragon here. So you can see he does have the Lord of Dragons, which is a really good debuff. Melee defense, melee attack. He's got the Dragon Horn, which basically gives the entire High Elf army a mini wah. And last but not least, he does have the Star Lance. This actually gives him charge bonus, charge speed, and armor piercing damage, fire damage, and also imbues fire weakness on his target. So Imrik is certainly a pounder. This guy can do some serious damage. Now, he's really expensive, so he's certainly going to have to carry his weight. Oh, yeah. I really like Silverin Guard. I think they're quite good. So it is Imrik. And now for the forces here of the Lizards. Looks like it's going to be Coldwind Riders into the Sunset, and it's going to be Saurus Oldblood, a Beastcaster for Manticore Summons, a Feral Stegodon, double Feral Stegodon, Red-Crested Skinks. Honestly, I feel like this army is pretty well designed to roll through Phoenix Guard with the Skinks and Stegodons working together. But is Imrik going to be able to take out the Saurus Oldblood? He's certainly very scary on that dragon. His stats are quite insane. Dov says, I love the Silverins plus 10 armor tiaras. I know, the tiaras are quite the meme, Dov. And also, if you guys are looking for more multiplayer action, Dov Plays is going to be hosting a tournament tomorrow on his channel. which I will be playing in. As long as my hand doesn't give out on me today. Should be fine. I actually kind of strained my hand a little bit last night. I was trying to do something in the house and I tweaked it. Well, I didn't, and my hand just sucks. So basically it just kind of got a little bit injured, but hopefully it should be okay by tomorrow. Yeah, and Imric also has a really good debuffs, like Lord of Dragons, plus the Star Lance is pretty cool, and the High Elf Wa is really strong. Although it's not going to be as strong with his build. Granted, you know, still giving Phoenix Guard some AP buffs is good. The Bolt Throwers, though, I'm curious what they're going to accomplish. I guess they'll probably just shoot at the Stegodons. I don't really know. It's going to be a little bit tricky to protect these guys, but I think Sooth certainly can do it if anyone can. Taco said he'll be right back in a couple minutes. And that was a couple minutes ago, so we should be getting started here in just a moment. The Silver and our Phoenix Guard wannabes. Yeah, well, I actually like Silver and Guard. I love them against Greenskins, actually. Really good at holding back trolls. And Greenskins have pretty good charge bonus on a lot of their heavy infantry. So having the Spearman with charge defense against all, I think, is quite nice. Yeah, I was like, I was trying to test some cable. I kind of hurt my hand a little bit. It's my left hand, though. So it's not my mouse hand, but... Space Emperor Spar, just dropping in. Can't stay for the stream, sadly, but always love your content. You and Indie Pride keep my love of Total War Warhammer alive. Hey, man, glad to hear that. And make sure to tune back in later. There's going to be a lot of good games to be had yet today. So all games are best of 3 with a best of 5 final. So it's the same format as Ever Chosen, but instead of 2 days, we're cramming it all in 1 day. Should be here for about 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6. Yeah, Ryan, for sure. I'll post an update. Yeah, well, in tomorrow's tournament, I play Falcon, so it's gonna be something. And now, guys, the lizards are advancing. Bolt throwers are shooting downtown into the skink cohorts with javelins. But I would imagine once they have range on something else like a Stegodon, they're going to start shooting at that. Taco certainly has a very aggressive wide build. I love the combination of the Feral Stegodon with the red-crested skinks, though. And Soothsayer making a classic box here. So the Phoenix Guard and the Keepers of the Flame going to be preparing to defend the flanks. Silver and Guard taking the back sides of the formation, and regular Spearmen are going to be taking the frontal charge, it looks like. I wonder what Imric will do. I mean, he could probably defeat that Saurus Old Blood in combat for sure if he uses the Lord of Dragons, lowering its melee attack and melee defense by 40 and 24 respectively. I mean, that's really, really strong. Yeah, it's definitely a defensive hold build. And you can see here, there are some Lothern Sea Guard. Lothern Sea Guard are just shooting into the cohorts. Cohorts do have bronze shields, so they will be able to mitigate some of that damage. And the bolt throwers are, one bolt thrower is shooting into the cav here, the Colden Riders, and the other one is going after the Feral Stegodon. I wonder if he's going to switch both of them onto the Feral Stegodon. That probably would be better in my opinion, but again, what do I know? So here comes the dragon, charging in, going to be roasting. Man, look at the impact. He took out like 20 skinks on impact there. That was brutal. He does also have the Noble and the Chariot. Noble on Chariot is going to be a really good tool for clearing out hordes of kind of cheap infantry here. And the Silver and Guard are braced and ready. They have the charge defense against all, so the charge bonus of 23 of the skinks is going to be meaningless, and they should be able to hold. So obviously you can see very little damage on impact, and they should be able to fight back against the cohort of Sotek and last pretty much all day. So here the Noble gets a little bit enveloped here. Some of the skinks are going to be able to kind of squeak through here. Is Soothsayer going to be able to protect everything is the question here. It looks like one Feral Stegodon is rampaged, and now the Saurus Old Blood is dragged into combat. And I wonder if Imric is going to go for it. Phoenix Guard rushing to intercept here. Silver and Guard rushing to intercept here. It's going to be really tough to protect these bolt throwers. I mean, there's so much pressure from so many angles. Yeah, and it looks like he's going to be going for the terror route on the skinks, I think, trying to break their frenzy and then also rout them off here. I'm surprised Imric didn't go in and get like a breath attack on the Feral Stegodon, though. Horn of Kygor, stand your ground, cold-blooded pop to keep that bad boy fighting. He's a little bit surrounded here by the Keepers of the Flame and some very elite halberd units. Now the lizards are swarming pretty well. Taco has almost gotten around the backside of the formation. If he could just get these skinks just around here, he could jump right onto this exposed bolt thrower. But it looks like Imric is going in, but oh man, dangerous. He goes in with the Stegodon, the Old Blood, and a Manticore. I mean, that's just asking for punishment right there. So Soothsayer is going to be falling back. Overcasted Regrowth is going to heal 2,000 plus HP, so should be able to heal. And this is better. Dragonhorn must be popped here. Yeah, it's activated, so the entire High Elf army now is rocking extremely high melee attack values. You can look here, see the Spearmen have, well, just wore off it looks like, but they did have the Dragonhorn for a period of time there. And yeah, I just don't know how Sooth is going to hold this. It's like, there's just so many lizards everywhere. Granted, the Phoenix Guard are still healthy. I suppose as long as Imric is surviving, and the Phoenix Guard are getting good value against some of the, bigger targets and lower tier infantry. But the Feral Stegodons are just going balls deep, and it feels like Flying Taco is just dismembering this army. The Noble is taken out by the Stegodon and the Manticore, the other Stegodon super healthy. And here you can see the Lord of Dragons has been popped, and if Imric is going to make his stand anywhere, it's certainly going to be here amongst his Keepers of the Flame. The mage is charging in. Imrik is trying to pile in as well. The Taco with some masterful maneuvering, able to get the Saurus Old Blood back and avoid this pressure here. And now the Noble and the Chariot is going to be screaming in, going after the Skink cohorts. Manticore being summoned as well. The second Manticore about to actually dissipate probably, but I don't know, guys. The High Elves seem really beat up. Look how well the Silver and Guard are holding. Even though things are going pretty poorly for the High Elves, I would say, the Silver and Guard are still very, very healthy, even despite being like cycle charged and hammered. Imrik able to get some damage on the Saurus Old Blood, it looks like, and the Manticore summons should be disappearing soonish. And at the very least, the Keepers of the Flame are still fighting strong, although you can see their models actually burn out when they actually go down. So you can see a lot of those little animations being activated here, which certainly is not a good omen here for the High Elves. Imrik fully surrounded by just a horde of angry dinos. Really good play by Flying Taco. I think his build was masterful. So if Imrik wants to carry this game back, he's going to have to really just get lucky and take out the Saurus Old Blood. Yeah, he's being rear charged by a bunch of dinos. The Saurus Old Blood with the dinosaur support. Imrik just fully swamped down here, guys. Yeah, Lore Beast does have the ability to summon Manticores. But the thing is, the Bolt Throwers just didn't do anything, really. And he had to commit so many resources to protect them. Yeah, I just don't think it was enough. And that's going to be GG, man. Flying Taco putting on a clinic there with that beautiful Lizardman play. Because, like, the Skinks plus the Stegodons are just such a hard counter against the Phoenix Guard. Like, Phoenix Guard, of course, can be good against Stegodons, but if they're inundated with Skinks and then being charged over the top by Stegodons, they're just not going to hold. And he couldn't defend the Bolt Throwers, and that was pretty much, spelled doom for him. Yeah. HGM. I know, the High Elves have lost. And that is going to be a 2-1 victory for Flying Taco. He advances on. Let us go ahead and update the bracket. So Flash Tourney bracket, here we go. Boom. And Flying Taco will advance on to face Anticity. And now we have Xiphos versus Vicious Satsuma. Certainly going to be a very fun match. So let's go ahead and get that bad boy fired up. So Xiphos versus Satsuma. And I would imagine they've already done their first picks and bans, but we'll find out. So let me go ahead and get the army blocker up. So we got, let me see who's on what side, firstly. So Xiphos on the left, Satsuma on the other side. Just updating the scoreboards, my friends. Vicious Satsuma, of course, a greenskin main, so we're going to be seeing some crumping out of him, I would imagine. Get the blocker up, and we will update the scoreboard. Oh yeah, it almost fit perfectly. Almost got it that time. The names are all different sizes, though, of course. Start when ready. So here we have Xiphos on the Dark Elves, facing off against Vicious Satsuma on the Greenskins. So this will be a pretty interesting matchup for sure. I played this one against Falcon the other day, and it's certainly a very balanced matchup. I feel like both sides have the tools to win it. Yeah, just the Red Crested Skinks and the Stegodons just like wreck the Phoenix Guard. Like, they just wreck them. I'm trying to think what the High Elves could have done differently there. You know what I would have actually liked to have seen would be a Noble build? Not Noble, but using a bunch of Rangers. Like, so you bring Rangers in the front line to fight the Skinks, and then a couple War Lines stacked on top of them with like Archer support in the back to bring down some of the bigger threats. I don't know. Archers plus Reavers, or Reavers plus War Lines probably could deal with the Coldwind Riders as well. The White Lion Chariot is actually quite good. I don't think there's been a situation in which it's been used, like a matchup in which it's been super good in yet. But it's certainly decent. Imrik is pretty strong. Yeah, he's strong. But honestly, it wasn't Imrik that lost that game. It was the Phoenix Guard. And the back line just being swarmed and the Bolt Throwers being taken out in like the first 45 seconds of battle. Yeah, that was pretty much it. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of that disturbing screen blocker. And now we're here. Why is who weak? Dimas. Alex says, Turin, I would just like to say that Spartacus's face on your body looks much better than... I know. I got the short end of that face swap for sure. I look like a Walter White knockoff who like is like an alcoholic, and it just does not look good. No. Don't worry, I did not forget the screen blocker. It only happens usually once per stream, and then I recover from it. The screen blocker fooled me once. Shame on you. Yeah, no, not again. Turin, what is this best spell in the game, and why is it Foot of Gork? Well, Foot of Gork is certainly an awesome spell. It does a lot of damage. Hey, Rubber Duck of War, take care. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Imric didn't really help that army either with his Dragonhorn. If you had, like, Silverhelms charging and, like, Reavers and Warlines charging in a more aggressive high elf build, I think that's where Imric will really shine. But we'll see. I mean, we have a lot of games left to be played today. I mean, those are only the first 2 best of 3s, guys. And I think, I don't know, how long we've been streaming? Like an hour or 2? All right. Let me make sure everything looks good on this end. All right. Solid. So here we are, my friends. We have Xiphos coming in hot with Malekith, and the Dark Elves facing off against Vicious Satsuma and the new Greenskins. Oh yeah, this is going to be fun. Oh, he's got the Night Goblin Warboss. Very gangster indeed. So now for the forces of the Druchi, we have Spearmen, we have Repeater Crossbows to take down spiders, big monsters, trolls, pump wagons, you name it. The Chill of Sontar, 2 Scourge Runner Chariots, Malekith. This is like a nasty Dark Elf build, played by one of the best elf players out there, so certainly quite excited to see how he does here. And now for Vicious Satsuma, he's got his own Skirmishing Corps, which you pretty much need because the Greenskin Skirmishers actually can shut down Repeater Crossbows if used effectively. Front line's going to be Goblins, Warlords, Boys. Secondary line is going to be Biggins. He's got the Night Goblin Warboss, and this guy's actually an ace, and he's on foot. Oh, awesome. The Warboss here, very squishy, but he does have the Fermented Fungi plus the Tormentor Sword, so he's got a couple of really good snares. Goblin Big Boss here, a Giant in the back, and it looks like, oh, the Logie Bogie Spore Splodas, the Arwar Pump Wagons. These are the ones that have the Mushroom Explosion, so these little snotlings basically explode when they get into the enemy ranks. It's going to be a Hag with Spirit Leech and Buna, some buffed up Orc Boarboy Biggins in the back, and some Spider Riders as well. Pretty cool armies by both players. I think they both have a good chance. Again, it's going to come down to execution. The only thing I don't like that much is the Giant. I feel like the Giant is kind of a liability, but it still could be functional if the game does drag out. But Xiphos usually plays Kite, so it's a little bit risky against him. Yeah. It's a pretty strong build. But my concern is, like, in this matchup, I'd like to see, like, a Doomdiver Catapult or something to force the Dark Elves in, because in this case, you're going to have to really do a lot of chasing. Granted, you can go after the Hydra, you know, rampage it, drag it down with this Giant. That's actually the thing, you know, if you can rampage something with, like, some Spirit Leech and Focus Fire play and then pull it to you and then use the Giant to club it, that's pretty strong for sure. Good luck. And the battle's underway. Here we go. This is the Pimped Pump Wagon. I'm surprised we didn't see more, but I guess Dark Elf Kite usually has, you know, doesn't use like Dark Shards and Shades against Greenskin, so I guess the Pump Wagons aren't super justified here. But having one to help clear out like Dread Spears and, you know, Corsairs and things like that could be somewhat useful. So Scourge Runners are going to be pushing up. They're going to be super annoying to deal with. Xiphos, of course, very, very good at playing this Kite style of play, so the Greenskins are truly going to be tested here. Satsuma, though, even before the Greenskin rework, was a very heavy-duty Greenskin main, so at least he's very familiar with the core fundamentals of the Greenskins, pertaining to like Biggins and, you know, how their units play, and they've only gotten better, so certainly good for him. I was really expecting like double Doomdiver Catapult, though. It's such a good answer against Scourge Runners and against Repeater Crossbows, but I guess he has enough Skirmish Cav here. So the Hydra's coming in to attack, and you can see Malekith is going to be taking a couple little shots there. Scourge Runners are shooting into the Warlords, boys, which is good. I mean, that's what he wants. Then you can see here the Forest Goblin Spider Riders shooting into the Scourge Runners as well. And when I said that's what he wants, that's what Vicious Satsuma wants. He wants the Scourge Runners to waste their ammo on less efficient targets. So if he can Spirit Leech and get the Hydra a little bit lower, he can Rampage it into his lines using the Goblin, and then he can Tormentor Sword it. So certainly some very good slowing capabilities here. But we're going to see if the Greenskins are able to get their prey. He would obviously like to do that to Malekith as well, but yes, hopefully he knows he can pull that off. That would be very strong. You can see the Giant River Troll Hag is getting a little bit closer. Looks like she might be wanting to use her Mither to try and actually slow down the Hydra. And yeah, again, I think Rampaging the Hydra is his best play here, like hands down. So Breath Attack coming in from the Hydra. Nope, looks like it's going to be turning and running here, knowing that there's a lot of missile pressure coming in. To get the first Rampage proc, you do need to get something to 80%, so a little bit lower. Spirit Leech plus the Wolf Rider and Spider Rider Archer Focus Fire should be enough to pull this bad boy in. Scourge Runners, in the meantime, doing some great damage against the Forest Goblin Spider Rider Archers, and the Greenskin Y is advancing. Is he going to try and rampage this? He could also send out the Goblin Big Boss, although it's on foot. Yeah, so it's not going to be able to catch its prey. He has to run and get in range. And the Fermented Fungi has a relatively short range. I think it's 100 or 200 meters. It's not like, I think it's like 100 actually. It's pretty short. So he has to be close to do it. So here comes the Repeater Crossbows. So far the skirmishing phase, pretty much a wash. Both players just getting equal value on one another. But now the Giant's coming in, and I think that the Hydra needs to maybe be focused down by the Giant if he can. Goblins are engaged. I would imagine the Fanatics are going to be loosed in just a second. And Xiphos now has the Hydra mixed in amongst Biggins. Yeah, he's going to want to get back. It can be Rampage right now. The Wa, of course, will be active soon-ish. In the back, Satsuma does have some Orc Boys and other units in reserve that he could certainly pull in. and he needs to start getting around and maybe trying to pressure the Scourge Runners and the Repeater Crossbows. Nice breath attack by Xiphos right down the pipe, hammers those Orc Biggins, and the Hydra gets away. Now, that didn't need to happen. He had the ability to rampage it and or lock it down with his Tormentor Sword, and a Gaze of Malice from Malekith, beautiful cast right there, just wrecks those Biggins. So far Xiphos with some really, really good plays here in the front line. Hydra is forced back, but honestly, it's not a huge deal. And the Biggins are now going to be hammered by Chariots and Malekith and Hydra, and even though they are good against some of these units, it's not going to be the best situation in the world for them. Now, the Logi Bogi Spore Splodas have engaged on the far side, but Dark Riders with shields have locked them down, so the Spore Splodas might be in a bit of trouble here. I think that Vicious Satsuma definitely needs to pull those guys back. And the Giant is being hammered, so his kind of opportunity sort of out the window here. The spears in the front are being worn down, some of them are broken, and of course the Greenskin Biggins here on this far side just being collapsed. Xiphos with some really masterful isolations here, but yeah, a couple missed opportunities for sure. Rampaging that Hydra into a Giant and the morass of Greenskins I think probably could have killed it. Granted, the Giant's coming in now, and it finally gets there, and okay, maybe makes up for it here. He uses a Tormentor Sword. He locks down the Chill of Sontar, and now you can see the Giant is able to just start clubbing away on this Hydra, and Giants, of course, will defeat Hydras in melee combat. And a big rush from the Greenskins, able to pin in a bunch of the Dark Riders here, and okay, this could be the return of the Greenskins. Fanatics coming in as well. Giant getting huge damage. Tormentor Sword is gone, but the Rampage is still here. Now, the Rampage does have 3 charges. Man, nice breath attack by Malekith. Nasty stuff. And the Hydra has been rampaged by the Fermented Fungi. This is the play right here. Goblin Big Boss coming in, but Malekith coming in as well to try and change the dynamic of this battle. But the Hydra needs to be finished off, because if the Hydra survives, is able to regenerate, run away, that's going to be an absolute disaster. Spirit Leech going down as well. I think that Vicious Satsuma knows that this Hydra needs to pay the Troll Toll, because if it does not, he's probably going to lose the game. So here comes the Night Goblin War Boss, and just kind of standing there, giving orders to his nearby goblins. And the missile units for Vicious Satsuma have piled in the back, but the Hydra is surviving! And the Fermented Fungi is going to be wearing off here in a couple seconds, and he did not get it down. Malekith coming in for the save, but at what cost? Malekith certainly took a lot of damage as well, and now the Greenskin Wah is active. The entire Greenskin army is going to be quite angry, and the Warlords boys and the rest of the goblins here are actually able to break the Hydra. Now, is Vicious Satsuma going to be on top of it and chase this thing off? The Hydra will heal, and you can already see here it got its healing proc, so that Hydra is going to be back. And I don't know, it's going to be tricky. Balance of Power is even, I would say a little bit favored for Xiphos. Scourge Runners are going to be really nasty against a lot of the Greenskin infantry that are still alive. Granted, there is a River Troll Hag plus a Night Goblin War Boss here, but that's really not good for Satsuma. The Hydra is back, and the Hydra is going to be healing now. Malekith is still in okay shape as well. There's not like a true Greenskin Daka line to shoot him either. Spirit Leech will be good here. He does have Soul Stealer though, so he might be able to heal that back up. But you know, the Greenskins still have some serious teeth. The Hydra is coming back. It's going to be a bit of an issue. Looks like a breath attack coming in from the Chill of Sontar, the chillest of dudes. Cracking open a cold one here on the face here of these Orc Biggins. The Chill of Sontar certainly is no joke. It's a mighty beast indeed, and as much of a meme as people make of it, I actually think it's a good unit. So here comes the River Troll Hag with her Meat Sack. Oh, Meat Sack versus Hydra. The Clash of Titans. And thankfully for the Hag, the Chill of Sontar is an Ice Hydra and does not do fire damage. So the giant River Troll Hag should be able to fight here. Maybe might be able to defeat the Hydra with a little bit of Goblin and Poison support, but another heal from the Hydra. Brutal stuff right there. The Greenskin's looking for a Tormentor Sword here. Maybe it looks like the Goblin War Boss charging over there, trying to get on the Scourge Runner Chariots, but not quite able to get where he wants to go. And the other Vicious Goblins, the Night Goblins engaging here. Honestly, this could be a game that could still go either way, but I think Malekith might be able to carry this with the Terror Routes. And Xiphos still has a lot of Chariot action. The Hydra is still healing, and it looks like in the back he also has some spears chasing down some Wolf Rider archers in the Shadow Realm of the map. The River Troll Hag and the Goblin War Boss, maybe if they get a really good snare, like a really good rampage on Malekith and drag him down, like you could rampage him now, because he would just keep fighting where he is. When you use the rampage, you have to make sure it's like he's isolated and it pulls him where you want it. Gaze of Malice going down to the Orc Biggins there, doing some okay damage. A little AoE damage from Malekith certainly doesn't hurt. And man, this is a really close, scrappy battle between these two players. A very, very good game for sure. Malekith fighting over here, Chill of Sontar. It's going to be a bastion of fear and terror for sure. Rampage is now active. I'm fairly certain that the Night Goblin War Boss has it off cooldown. The Hydra healing again! Man, that healing is so nasty, and you can see the heal actually like breaks the Greenskin lines. They have a couple Orc Biggins moving in, a couple janky archers on the periphery. Maybe just get these Spider Riders to go after the Dark Riders at this point. Biggins are piling in. The Hydra healing has just been such an X factor this game. Such an X factor. The Giant River Troll Hag being focused down by the Focus Fire here. Xiphos doing a great job, proving that the new Greenskins certainly aren't infallible. They have their weaknesses still. You just got to respect them more now. I think Greenskins before were a very limited faction. Still good, but you know, very easy to abuse with sniping their characters. But now you really got to respect the Greenskins. But I'm happy to see them this powerful. I think a couple minor adjustments maybe to like pump wagons costs and things like that. But yeah, Xiphos with the victory, defeating the Greenskins with a foul Druchii. But man, that was a knockdown, drag-out fight. Knockdown, drag-out fight indeed. I mean, there's not much left for either side. Had the Hydra fallen or Malekith, been rampaged earlier, that game could have gone either way. Slimy Shankin. I'm not sure what that means. I'll have to double check that one on the Hydra, or on the River Troll Hag. The Chill of Santar hard carried that game. Like, so much DPS was poured into it, and then it just healed and just cackled. That's why if you go for a Hydra kill, you got to make sure to go all in and get it. So Vicious Satsuma dropping the first game. Xiphos with victory there. A very, very close one. So now let's go ahead and update that for Xiphos. And we'll move into the next game here in just a moment. So now they'll do their picks and bans. We'll get the Disturbing Face Swap screen blocker up. And there you have it. You do not need to buff Greenskins. They're very strong right now. They're not like super OP, but yeah, they're very, very strong. I think there's a couple of things. Pump Wagons might need a slight cost increase. At 450, they're really strong. Maybe like the slow on the Hag could be reduced to like 50% instead of 77. And the Rampage reduction could be reduced by like maybe 10 seconds. Or like halved down to 18 seconds. And I think that would pretty much solve everything. I think Greenskins are bounced. A couple units are in slows and snares really stand out. They could be nerfed a little bit, I think. But obviously they can still be beaten. So it's not like how Depth Guard were. Remember how Depth Guard were when the game first launched? They could solo like someone's entire army. What do you think about Bretonnia versus High Elves? It's going to be interesting. War Lions definitely help. Because War Lions can like punch through a lot of units, yeah. Xiphos is going to be going on High Elves, so this is great. And I tried my best this tournament to invite players who were specialists in Greenskins and High Elves, and Xiphos is going to be going with the High Elves this game. So we'll see if the High Elves can draw their first blood today. Yeah. Fermented Fungi, the thing that makes it OP is its duration. I think as an effect, it's fine. I think the Greenskins need stuff like that to be able to stop their lords from just being bullshit sniped. But I think its duration is like 30 plus seconds. I think if you reduce it to like 18 or 16 seconds, like just like Witch Elves, it would be fine. Because it's a conditional snare, it doesn't just guarantee it. You have to get them to a certain threshold, and you can only rampage a unit so many times at each threshold. That's just my 2 cents, though. Yeah, but Xiphos showing that obviously you can still beat the Greenskins, and Satsuma is a top tier tournament player, so clearly it's not an easy fight. No, Depth Guard are still good, Griven. Depth Guard with polearms are useless, but regular Depth Guard are a decent kind of mix-in unit every now and then. They're not useless, but they're not great. Yeah. What is the weakest faction? Probably Bretonnia. Probably Bretonnia has the most bad matchups, yeah. Bubba's Big Blast chat appears to be working for me. Chris, so am I. Sipan Mostafa just tuned in. How long has the stream been going for? I don't know. I don't even know what day it is. Is it Friday? I think it's Friday. Like, honestly, in this whole lockdown, I'm just like, I don't even know what year it is, what day it is. Yeah, Dwarves versus Greenskins is just brutal now. Pump Wagons are so good against Dwarves. They have like a ton of AP. I have to say, I love Xiphos' build. I can't see Satsuma's build, but Xiphos' build, you guys are going to like it. So this is game 2. If Xiphos wins this, he will advance on to the second round. And we will carry on. What is the strongest faction in the new DLC? I think Greenskins got... Of the two factions here, High Elves and Greenskins, I think Greenskins are stronger. They, because they got a full rework, too, of all their lords and things like that. So they got a lot of love. They needed it, though, because Greenskins were kind of jankety. Like, I can't tell you how many Greenskin games I had where like some stupid vampire lords were like flying over my head and spamming Spirit Leech and just juking my arrows, and like you're just like, all right, well, what am I going to do now? But now that you have Mither and Fermented Fungi and like a couple other things to like punish that abusive style of play, I think Greenskins are going to be a really top tier faction, which they should be. I mean, I think every faction should be strong. Yeah. So yeah, this is the third best of 3 or third best of 3. And every single best of 3 we've had has gone to game 3. We've had some seriously good matches today. It's been a really good tournament. So today is basically like a mini Everchosen. We have 8 players, best of 3s, best of 5 final. So Homer Simpson, Silver, and Guard are actually quite good. I like them. But now you guys get to see Imric, how he should be used. Oh, I didn't have a screen blocker up. Okay, well, it is what it is. It doesn't look like the Skaven counterpicked him super hard anyways. Okay. And I trust these guys, of course. So for the forces of Xiphos, he's got a whole ranger front line. So rangers are the new sword infantry. And he's got Imric on a horse. So Imric on a horse actually has anti-large and AP. So he's really good at taking out, rat ogres, hell pits, doom wheels, flayers. But more importantly, he has a dragon horn. So what Xiphos is going to be doing is a ranger rush with dragon princes. So he has war lions, Rahagra's Pride. He's got rangers. He's got a phoenix. And he has a triple dragon prince or double dragon prince? Triple dragon prince. This is like Imric, how he should be played. Oh man, this is going to be so exciting. Yeah, Xiphos coming in with the build that everybody wanted to see. The High Elf Wah is here. Imric's dragon horn shall sound in this desolate valley, and the Skaven will potentially hold. So for the Skaven and Vicious Satsumi, he's got spears in the front. Secondary line's going to be Skaven Slave Slingers, Gracier of Ruin, Warplock Jezzails, Plague Priest, Rat Ogres in the back. It's a classic Skaven army, and is very, very good. But the Dragon Princes certainly could collapse these flanks. With the extra melee attack from the High Elf Wah, they're going to be really, really good for sure. Imric looks cool in a horse with his lance. Yes. And I know the stats are quite good. Yeah, Imric has a really powerful stat line. He's a good character. And with his lance, I don't know if he brought the lance, though. I think he just has the 60, 60, 420 with anti-large, 110 armor. Leadership and speed, obviously pretty good. I like Imric on horse. It's less of a big balls-deep investment, and it allows you to go wider, which then makes the Dragonhorn that much more effective. The Jezzails will be pretty good against Princes. Xiphos needs to close the distance really fast here. But the Rangers should be able to tear apart Skaven Slaves pretty quick. I don't know what changes the Dwarfs got. I haven't really reviewed them yet. Yeah, the Rangers do use the same attack animations as the Corsairs. That was something we were joking about yesterday. So Xiphos is going to be squaring up the army. Flamespire Phoenix, I also like that as a pick here. Can be go in and like harass and drop some bombardments. And if the Skaven really focus a lot of resources on taking out the Phoenix, it can obviously just kind of rebirth itself. So the Skaven got a nice little high ground position. Xiphos coming in with the rush. The Rangers, oh man, I love the Ranger play here. It's so gangster. Like Rangers with the Rahagra's Pride, and what's really good about Rahagra's Pride Warlines is these guys have a leadership debuff with their Mighty Roar. You can see they have the Mighty Roar down here. Let's see if we can show you guys. So it does lower speed and also has a leadership bomb. So pretty good for like breaking Skaven Slave pockets and things like that. Have you seen Imric's start spot for Mortal Empires? Yeah, he starts like down in like the southeast corner, like near the Badlands and the mountains there. So Jezzails are now shooting downtown, going into the Rangers, which Rangers actually do have 20% physical resist. Granted, I think Jezzails, yeah, they just do regular damage. I always, like, for the longest time, thought Jezzails did magic damage. It was just like a huge thing I just had wrong. So the Hyles basically got in position for their giant wall charge, and now it looks like the Jezzails are going to still be shooting into the, what are they shooting at? I think they're shooting at the bird, and obviously Xiphos knows this. This is what he wants. I think shooting at Imric would probably be a little bit of a better choice, and now he's switching on to Imric here, and Xiphos is going to be dodging most of those shots. Really good control for sure. He does have some healing too. He's got a life caster, so he has the means through which to get the big fat 2,000 health regrowth to heal up Imric if he takes some burst damage. And the bird's flying overhead. Is he going to drop some bombardments? I think Xiphos wants to go and maybe go after some Warplock Jezzails. Dragon Prince is just surrounding on all sides. He's going to have to really time the Dragonhorn pretty well here, but yeah, I mean, he's taking pretty minimal damage. Oh, that was such a good play right there. Xiphos charged in and then baited the charge and baited out a Howling Warp Gale, which isn't going to be that punishing now. Probably Satsuma thought he would get him on the ground and would be able to use the Hell Pit to take him out. And it's a lot of damage for sure, but then the High Elf Wah is here, so the Dragon Prince is charging into the flank here. Seems like they got a little bit of an awkward charge, but nonetheless, we'll see how they are in functional combat. Rahagra's Pride charging into Skaven Slaves, and you can see these Dragon Princes charging into the Rat Ogre, so Xiphos collapsing from all sides. He needs to use the Dragonhorn right now, though, or like really, really soon. Mighty Roar being used to break Skaven Slaves, and the Dragonhorn is activated, which makes the entire army cause fear. So Dragon Prince is just bull rushing through those Skaven Slaves into the Warplock Jezzails. Rat Ogres are buckling over here, and now the Rangers have engaged in the front line as well, and the Phoenix has also jumped on top of the Jezzails. So pretty much all the Skaven missile pieces are shut down for now. The Dragon Prince is in the back. Oh my god, look how quickly these princes melted those Warplock Jezzails and the Skaven Slaves. Oh man, that was brutal. And also the Rat Ogre is being taken out, the extra melee attack, and the fear, helping to really break down the Skaven formation. Now on the front line, Imric and his Rangers just kind of working through Skaven Slaves here. It looks like there's going to be a Scorch effect coming down from one of the Skaven Wizards. And the bird is actually in trouble here. Flamespire Phoenix is being forced back, but if it gets its rebirth, it doesn't really matter too much. But it is broken now. Is it going to get its rebirth? It has 1,000 HP. It should get away and come back and be a threat for sure. Although he's kind of close to the edge of the map. He's got room. That bird should come back for sure. Rangers in the front doing great work. 76 kills on these Rangers. These ones are rocking 14. I mean, not the most kills on all of them, but still doing a good job cutting through Skaven chaff. Now we have Dragon Princes. We have the Rahagor's Pride. Flesh to Stone being used on this line unit here to actually make them into kind of like heavy cav units. And you can see the Grey Seer is actually being dragged down by the Princes. And Imric and his Rangers able to break through the front line as well. So yeah, man, the bird's back too. And hasn't gotten its rebirth yet. I would imagine it will probably relatively soon. He's got to be careful with this. I would probably just use the bird to pick off Skaven on the flanks and go after some of the weaker points in the army. But the Ranger is doing a great job. You can see it gives the High Elves a new option with how they want to deal with like chaff units. Normally you'd have to go for like White Lions to have this kind of play, but now you can get it much cheaper. And the Ranger is racking up some serious kills against Skaven chaff units. Very good for like crowd clearing and things like that. Hellpit Abomination will be a little bit tricky, but Imric, of course, does have anti-large himself. So Imric can do some serious work against those threats, but currently it looks like he is chasing down some of the Warplock Jezzails, trying to shatter those guys and make sure they don't come back in. And now Council Guard are in saturated combat against Dragon Princes, so Princes want to pull back here. This is giving a lot of value to the Skaven by letting these Dragon Princes continue to scrap here. Somehow, some way, the Flamespire Phoenix still hasn't healed. And a nice Warp Lightning going down from the Skaven, but the Skaven are kind of fully surrounded here, and Imric is now coming in. Dragonhorn, I believe, does have a couple charges. Yeah, Jezzails are back, unfortunately, in shooting. I would probably pull the lines from this engagement, their Hogger's Pride, and go chase down the Jezzails. But here, Xiphos is going to be charging in. Imric with his Mighty Lance. An anti-large and armor piercing should be the perfect candidate to actually take out the Skaven Grey Seer here. Rival Hide Talisman activated. The entire High Elf army here is more or less debuffed. And the Council Guard are getting very low. Dragon Princes probably want to pull back. Dragonhorn is activated, so the entire High Elf army getting its miniature Wah here. Unfortunately, a bit of a tear route happens at the same moment. And you can see the Grey Seer of Ruin is getting very, very damaged, but so are the Council Guard. 52 models, though, is still pretty substantial. Balance of power is going a little bit in the favor of the Skaven. I think some of the other troops were maybe left in combat a little bit too long here. Yeah, you can see the Plague Priest with the Furnace is also doing some really good draining, but Imric is getting in there and really giving the good old Ramrod here to the Grey Seer. He's down to about 1500 HP. Lord of Dragons activated on him as well. Oh no, and that's what actually caused some problems for Xiphos. The Flamespire Phoenix did not get his regrowth. That's really catastrophic. If it got its regrowth, I'm pretty sure that would have just been game and the High Elves would have won, but you know, it's the nature of gambling, right? Doesn't always pay off here. Imric going in, hunting down the Grey Seer, should be able to escape and couch his lance. Does he actually couch it? No, he just holds it. How pompous of him. But it looks like the Grey Seer probably will get taken out here. Yeah, 1000 HP. It's falling back into some Skaven slaves. 791. Might break here. There's an assassin coming after Imric. We have Rangers around the map. There's no ranged assets, though. But yeah, these full health Rangers chasing off units there are certainly quite good. But how is he going to be able to deal with the Hell Pit? That's a little bit concerning. Negative 16 leadership on the Grey Seer. If Imric can just get him down and then run away. Yeah. Oh, man, but the Grey Seer looks like he just barely stabilizes. The Lions are coming in from the back. Aslan, the Mighty Roar, will probably break the Grey Seer. So the Grey Seer is broken. Yep. And then the Lions should be able to chase him off. Imric can now go after the Plague Priest. And, yeah, he has some Rangers for buffering, too, which is quite good. Rahagor's Pride, they need to finish off this Grey Seer. Like, he really, really needs to. Looks like Imric is actually going after the Hell Pit now, and the Mage of Life is coming in to help out with the Assassin, but he's got to finish off this Grey Seer. Does he have any mobility? He does have a full health group of Rangers, more or less, which is going to give him huge buffering. But don't let that Grey Seer come back. He can get the Unholy Clamor again. Imric, probably going to go up and for the kill. Yeah, Xiphos, I think, trying to get away from the Assassin here. Rangers are going to pull back. No need for him to engage against these Clan Rats. Basically just send Imric, go finish off the Grey Seer. Gather all of your forces. This is a really good game, for sure. This is far from over, despite the fact that Phoenix didn't really get the value he was looking for. But the Grey Seer is back. It's going to give him more magic, more Warp Lightnings. Okay, Dragon Princes are being sent. Imric is running for the hills, kiting the Hell Pit out. Some of the couple of Dragon Prince models charging in, but no reason to engage the Skaven. Just wait for their summons to wear off, gather your forces, go finish off the Grey Seer. Yeah, the Roar effect is really cool. It's quite strong also. Speed debuff, leadership debuff. Rahagor's Pride, I think, are going to be a pretty common pick. So these Skaven should be disappearing here in a couple seconds. And now the Lord has been slain. The mighty Dragon Princes have dragged down the Grey Seer. So Imric proving to be pretty powerful on horseback. A couple Rangers going to be charging in to try and finish off the last of the Council Guard here. With their Rahagor's Pride as well. And the Skaven summon should disappear here in about 3 or 4 seconds. Some of the Rangers are going to be sacrificed, but Rahagor's Pride, you want to keep those guys alive for sure. I wonder what Imric will go after. And there goes the summon, all gone. And now he can get the isolation he's looking for with Imric, as the last of the Council Guard will be taken out. I would imagine he goes after the Assassin. The Assassin is Imric plus the Mage. Could probably bully that Assassin pretty hard. Yeah. He uses Lord of Dragons. Squishies up that guy. Oh, but the Hell Pit Abomination coming in with quite the steel chair there. But the Plague Priest is also so low. Maybe you go after the Plague Priest. I don't really know. Imric has so many options here. It's definitely a very target-rich environment. But the thing is the Mortis Engine effect is going to do so much draining here against these Rangers. It's because Zyphos has a huge numbers advantage, but the Plague Priest definitely needs to go down. Doesn't seem like the fight's going terribly well against the Assassin. Imric a little bit blocked up by this Hell Pit Abomination, but now he's going to be pulling back. And is he going to engage against the Plague Priest? Maybe so. Yep, High Elves need to pull back here for sure. Imric just needs to kind of weather the storm. I would imagine that the Book of Hoeth is going to give him enough for a regrowth, which will help get the High Elves kind of restabilized here. But yeah, just kind of weathering the Skaven summons is certainly smart. And if you can get that Plague Priest down, keep the Rangers away from the Mortis Engine effect, because that's still a pretty healthy group of Rangers. And Imric is taking this like an absolute champion. Like, he is not taking a lot of damage in this fight here. Yep, and the Plague Priest is starting to get a little bit worn down here. The Overcast right there actually did hurt it. One of its abilities, I guess, yeah. It looks like it was an Overcast there. Skaven Summon will be disappearing in a couple seconds. Imric holding on like a champion. Man, this is such a good game. So Imric moving towards the Plague Priest. That's the smart play, because otherwise the Rangers just get wrecked by the Mortis Engine effect. The Rangers will rally, too. And Imric will be able to deal with the Hell Pit, most likely, but he needs to kill that Gracier, or the Plague Priest. Yeah, there's an Assassin here. There's a lot of powerful characters. Rangers are coming back in. Maybe do some cycle charging with the Mage in the meantime. And Zyphos, yeah, going after the Plague Priest is the smart play. 1,000 HP. It's pretty close to breaking. It's at 3 right now. And if Imric has a regrowth, that could be enough. He might break here, though. Oh, and the Hell Pit getting a huge blow at his back here. Oh, but look how low this Plague Priest is getting. -1. If that Plague Priest breaks, that's going to be super clutch for the High Elves. But it doesn't look like Imric is quite able to get it. He actually takes a break. Oh, no, and the Balance of Power goes massively in the favor of the Skaven. What a close game. And it looks like the Plague Priest is probably going to stabilize. And that was really... Is there a regrowth? That's the only way Zyphos can get back in this game, in my opinion, if he has a regrowth, because otherwise army losses is going to hit him. Man, what a game. Vicious Satsuma normalizing the series. But honestly, that was a good match. You know, I think Zyphos' build was really good. I just think a couple little things. The Phoenix not coming back or not getting healed up, and then Imric not being able to get that Plague Priest down. Man, but look at the kills in the Rahagras Pride. It was an awesome high elf build. The curse continues. So Satsuma normalizes the series with a 1-1. And now we move on. Let's go ahead and get the screen blocker up. Here we go. That was a really close game. Satsuma says, yeah, I won a game. Yeah. All right, so now we go to game 3. Turin, what do you have? I have no info on the orc boss that you're referring to. It's not in our build. It's Creative Assembly probably has a different build than us, so I have no info on that. Imric did great that game. Dragonhorn Princes. What info do you have on the Mysterious? Yeah, no, nothing, man. Do you think lions are like light cav, or there's something in between? Yeah. The High Elf Wa. Yeah, a couple archers would have... I mean, if Zyphos had gone like traditional missile elves, he probably would have won that with the archer play, bringing down the Hell Pits and stuff. Yeah. It was a really good game. Imric should be immune to every debuff. Yeah, that game could have been won by either player, honestly. It was a really close scrap. It was a really close scrap. Imric was good there. I like Imric more on horseback, I think, than his dragon. Although the dragon would have given some good stopping power, but he's also a big target, and you'd probably have to... I mean, you could cut one Dragon Prince and put him up on his dragon, and maybe that gives you better ways of killing, like, the big things. Thankful gang. JR, thank you so much. Yeah. The High Elves are... They have been getting clapped today. Felcon, of course, is a High Elf player, so we'll see what he brings. Vicious Satsuma saying that he realized he couldn't protect the Jezzails. So Zyphos going with his bread and butter, going with the Wood Elves. And Satsuma says, oh, getting serious. So Satsuma can't play Greenskins. Greenskins would be probably decent here. We saw that game earlier with Soothsayer. Fireborn could have been good as well. Flying Taco in chat. You guys can see him. His name is Ryan in chat. He's one of the mods in chat. He says, High Elves are not underpowered was a problem with Zyphos' build. I would agree with that. It was a cool build. Very thematic, but... certainly had some glaring weaknesses against Skaven. Bells and things like that. The bells and whistles. How much did the Lions cost? 800, I think? Yeah, 800, if memory serves. The Jezzails did get wrecked. They did get wrecked indeed. So Satsuma, I think, might go high elves here, actually. The curse, we'll see if the curse continues. You know, I feel like Silver and Guard would be really good in this matchup. Yeah, Zyphos going with his Woodies, which is his like best faction, hands down. So there are ROR archers with the high elves, which imbue fire weakness, so you can use those with Sisters of Avalorn to just like nuke things. It's kind of like Pravenoth Rema. It's really cool. Yeah, he didn't really have much to kill the characters. What could he have brought? If he had brought like a noble on a chariot to like kill the assassin and stuff, I think that could have been a pretty strong. So Satsuma is going to go high elves. Satsuma says, I don't really play much elfies. Zypho says, me either. Kappa. Lord Skrulk against... Lord Skrulk is like mostly a good pick. The only time you don't want to pick Skrulk is if you're worried about being sniped by like, you know, certain things. But even still, you can play around it. But yeah, Skrulk is always a good pick. His items are just super powerful. That's not me in that pic. That's not actually me in that picture. That's a Photoshop. I don't know. Do I have a picture of my recent mullet that I'm growing? I don't know if I do. Let me check. I'm going to check my phone. I could show you guys the mullet. I think I took a picture with Wookiee the other day. Where is it? Where, oh, where art thou? I'm so primitive with technology. My mom was like giving me trouble last night. She's like, how come you never answer your phone? I'm like, I don't know how to check my text messages. Oh, man. Oh my god, the Prince Sigvald photos are so disturbing. Yeah. Anna and I took some photos and turned me into Prince Sigvald for my Sigvald campaign. Yeah, it was really funny. Yes. It's been Greenskins have had mixed success today, but I think they've won most of their games. I can't tell how many. I think how many Greenskin games do we have? 3 or 4? I think they won two and lost 1, or 3 and 1. High Elves have lost all their games. But again, you know, Greenskins are probably a little bit more straightforward with their plays. The High Elves are an interesting faction. I think they're really tough to play. But if you can master them, I actually feel really confident playing the new High Elves. I normally wasn't a High Elf player before, but some of the new units really jive with me. I like them quite a bit. And I'll be putting up replays in the next few days. Some High Elf gameplay, Greenskin crumping, all sorts of good stuff. I'll have a replay going up tomorrow. I'll probably have 2 tomorrow, not sure. And Warden The Paunch, I'll probably be streaming him on Sunday. If anybody's waiting for the Paunch campaign, that'll be Sunday most likely. Yeah, Daniel, I'm pretty bad with that. Yeah, Greenskins lost 2 and won 2. Okay, that's good. Yeah. It's not like Launch Vampire Coast where like Depth Guard. Oh my god, Launch Vampire Coast was so horrible. I mean, they were awesome, but they were just so OP in my opinion. Like Depth Guard, the deck droppers were insanely accurate and could just like snipe anything. Like Launch Vampire Coast was probably one of the most like broken factions in multiplayer. Like this is a pretty balanced DLC with all things considered. Like nothing is outrageous. Like on its own. Obviously, when you start mixing in factors of like varying snares and things like that, it can get pretty darn strong. But there's not like any one unit that's like super horrible, in my opinion. That's just my 2 cents. I'm sure a lot of people disagree. All right. Looks good to me. Zyphos' army is ready. Classic Zyphos. Vicious Satsuma. Oh my god, what if Satsuma brings like an Arcane Phoenix? Don't do that. Arcane Phoenix, I don't know. How would that actually be against the Wood Elves? So if I were playing High Elves, new High Elves into Wood Elves, I'd probably go with a ton of Reavers, like 4 Reavers, or 3 Reavers, 3 War Lions. I'd probably bring a ton of Lothern Sea Guard, and then maybe like some Silver and Guard and a couple Rangers. Like I would just like try and match them in that way. Yeah, like basic archers are pretty effective. So Lothern Sea Guard, of course, with their silver shields can be quite nasty too, and also quite good against Wild Riders. Curious if Satsuma remembers how Zyphos plays with his Wood Elves. Apparently he was on a bit of a hiatus and he just came back over for this DLC, so. We have a donation from Jacob Derenberg. Love your multiplayer casting. Thank you, man. Appreciate the donation. And I also missed another donation from Aaron Perlman, $1.99. He says, Jedi Mazda Mundi. What is this? Oh, are you talking about with his mind tricks? Oh, totally, dude. And then, yes, I missed one from Jedi Mazda Mundi. Okay, I get it now. During that game, he says, thanks for all the videos. So excited Grimgore will be legit for sure, man. And thank you so much. Sorry I missed those. Just so in the heat of casting. And also, a bit of a disclaimer. Satsuma says he doesn't really play High Elves, so we'll see. We'll see how this goes. He's had a couple days to practice. He doesn't play High Elves, and he's playing against one of the best Wood Elf players in the game. So we'll see if he can scrap this one out with his tenacious play. 1-1. Every single game here has gone to game 3. How are we doing on time, by the way? 2 hours. Yep, this is going to be like a 6-hour stream. This is going to be a balls deep one, boys. All right, the game's loading in. Let's get this party started. I'm just getting started. Oh, yeah. It's time. You know, Teclis can actually ride an Arcane Phoenix now, too, which is really gangster. He's super strong on it. Although he's super expensive, too. That's the downside. I think, like, he costs, like, 3,000 plus. But 120 speed, good AP values. Talking about yesterday how I wish Teclis could do the Vortex ability with the Arcane Phoenix, like, dive down himself. That'd be really funny. And here we are, guys. 1-1, Xiphos and Vicious Satsuma. Who will advance on? And who will have the biggest paunch? You know, for the prize, I wanted to like actually get like pictures of all the players' faces, and like the winner just gets their face slapped onto Warden The Paunch with a huge belly. Mighty Mage Kronk. I don't get many chances to see your streams live with work always keeping you busy during the lockdown. Feels good to finally show some love. Mighty Mage, thank you, dude. And I hope you're enjoying the stream. The screen blocker's gone. No. Oh, there's a delay in chat. Yeah, because I got rid of it, don't worry. I get rid of it pretty quick now. Yeah. I think you guys are like a little traumatized from the screen blockers. I am too, so I don't blame you. All right, I'm really curious to see what he brought. I think Silver and Guard, I think, could be quite good here. Is he going to go for a rush or a more defensive play? Michael Isaac, thank you for the 10. Wood Elf Hype, I can't watch since I'm working in another window, but I'll happily listen. It's like the old school like baseball radio, man. All right, so for the forces here of the High Elves, so he's got a combination of Spearmen and Silver and Guard. So a couple Silver and Guard mixed in. And they do have magic resistance too. So against some of the Wood Elf missiles, they'll be a little bit more durable. For his own missile play, he's got Lothern Sea Guard, Archers, and Lothern Sea Guard. He's got Teclis on horseback, a Noble on horseback. He's got War Lions and 2 Dragon Princes. So yeah, pretty well-rounded build, to be honest. Not an all-in rush build. But his archers will be outclassed by Xiphos' archers for sure, so he's going to be forced to engage. Granted, Dragon Princes do have a massive advantage against the Sisters of Thorn and the Wild Riders, so there is a bit going for both players. William Lange, thank you so much for becoming a member, man. All games in today's tournament are best of 3 for the best of 5 final. Pretty cool build. It's got some War Lines, it's got some Silver and Guard, Teclis. So the Sword of Teclis actually got changed. Let me go ahead and show you guys. If you take a look here at the mighty Teclis himself, it used to give him combat stats, but they changed it. And now Sword of Teclis is actually... Teclis is probably one of the best casters in the game. It gives him like so much magic. Greatly increases power reserves and recharge rate. And infinite charges, so Teclis can just get a ton of magic out. Like Manfred style, for sure. And he doesn't even have to be in combat. I like the Noble on the Chariot too. I think that's solid for pounding through some of the infantry and also pinning down single entities. And the War Lions are a cool pick too. A little bit of extra AP, a little chase, a little poke and stroke. Yes, I'll paint you a picture with my words. The battle is underway. Xiphos is going to move forward with his Way Watchers. High Elves are definitely going to have to advance. They're going to take some beatings here for sure. Xiphos is quite masterclass with his Way Watchers. They're very, very nasty. So I'm curious to see how the Lothern Sea Guard and the standard archers will stand up to that. High Elves moving forward here. Satsuma's just got to be careful not to advance and let himself get Prey of Anathema on like Teclis or his Noble. If that happens, that's like a very, very quick downward spiral for sure. So I think the way to deal with this is just the slow push, right? You just like move out, slow push them into the corner, and then you're going to take a lot of damage on the approach, but it's better than overextending and being too aggressive and getting sniped out by Way Watchers. Way Watchers are just such a foul unit. Yeah. I know, well, the thing is, in one of the earlier builds we had access to during the pre-release, the Sword of Teclis used to be the exact same. It used to give combat stats to Teclis, but when you put him on his Arcane Phoenix and popped the Sword of Teclis, he would have like 800 weapon strength and would just like a million melee attack, and he would just annihilate. Like, it was insanely good. So I think that's the reason why they nerfed it. It was because on the Arcane Phoenix it was a little bit oppressive. So these are shielded Lothern Sea Guard, so the fact they have Silver Shield saves them quite a bit of damage there. And again, I think just slow pushing towards Xiphos' infantry is going to be the right play. Because Xiphos does all of his fire with the Waywatchers manually, so basically he doesn't like have them auto-fire to target. He clicks and then moves and clicks and then moves to make sure the ammunition usage is all fair play there. You know, he could actually send the Warlines out to chase down the Gladelord here, but the Gladelord is a little bit faster. Silver Guard taking hammering from those archers. The main thing, he's got to make sure he doesn't overextend the princes into Pravenoth Rema and just get them gooned. He needs the Dragon Princes to kill the Wild Riders. Ooh, a nice Arrow of Kernus going right down the pipe there against those Lothern Sea Guard. Xiphos' Gladelord in the back, just kind of poking away at the Silver Guard here, not doing too much damage. The ammunition is pretty good for Xiphos. More or less at about 80-90% ammo on all of these different units. And now he's just kind of shooting into the Silver Guard and getting some good value for sure. I mean, that's, you know, a lot of money spent, but it is also very precious ammunition. So now the Dragon Prince is looking to force an engagement here. You basically just got to keep slow pushing and try and get into range here with the infantry line, force the melee engagements, and then just kind of push in with the princes once the melee engagements are afoot. So man, those Silver Guard getting wrecked. The extra armor helps a little bit. You know, obviously having armor against, you know, AP damage isn't super useful, but the missile damage isn't all AP. There is 6 base missile damage that is not armor piercing, so the extra armor does help against that. But now the archers are going to get picked apart here. Nasty, nasty play for sure. So those archers taking a pounding. Obviously, they're not going to be able to stand up to the might of the glorious Waywatchers. Waywatchers, probably some of the best archers in all of multiplayer, I think. Silver Guard do have Silver Shields too. Just imagine how much damage they would have taken without those shields. Now, the thing is, this happens a lot in Wood Elf games. You'll see them, oh man, that volley just missed horribly. You'll see this kind of happen where they do a lot of damage early on, but they could still end up losing the game simply because of ammunition, right? Because Dragon Princes will vastly outvalue Sisters and Wild Riders. So as long as he can kind of like not take damage on his super high value assets, then that is certainly the way to go. So Silver Guard here being pounded down, and now they're going after these archers. Teclis looks like he wants to come in for a net. Oh, I think Teclis is going to overcast a net here. He's really thinking about it. And he could have maybe. The Gladelord was a little bit out of position, but I think he realizes the Gladelord was rotating here and maybe wants to watch out. Warlines there. Take a bit of damage, but it looks like he is able to dodge that for the most part. Now, ammunition on Xiphos' forces getting down to about half. So it is getting a little bit low. High Elf shooting on the far side, and you can see here the Gladelord. Honestly, maybe shooting the Gladelord would be smart. Teclis could come over here and drop a net if Xiphos isn't paying attention too. Pretty sure he has nets. Yeah, he's got nets, Flaming Sword, and also Regrowth as well. He certainly has some pretty good tools there. And now you can see the Gladelord is juking back, running away. Dragon Prince is looking to overload this flank, and honestly, they could. This would actually be a really smart play. So what you do here is you push up the Spearmen here and here, you screen out the Waywatchers, and then you overload this flank with the Dragon Princes here. And the Waywatchers will be out of position to get the supporting fire as long as you screen them correctly. Although it looks like he's going to just try and weather the storm more so. Balance of power is a little bit in favor of Xiphos, but that's simply because the engagements haven't really begun yet. And now the Sisters of Thorn are going to be charging into the Silver Guard, who might have been braced for that, although it looks kind of like a rear charge here, but we'll see if they can drag down some of the Sisters. Hard to say. And yeah, I would imagine some aggression is going to be coming out here in a moment as the Princes are looking to push in. Here comes a huge volley. Nasty stuff right there. Nasty stuff. Hey, Victor Astrom, thank you so much for the 200 SEK, man. I don't see a message, but I really appreciate your donation. Hopefully you're enjoying today's tournament. And here comes the Dragon Prince's Regrowth is activated to mitigate some of the damage coming in. And it looks like Satsuma is going to be taking his aggressive play now, trying to really press here. And the Gladelord's going to be falling back, but Spearmen are coming. Lions need to be pushing up. The High Elves need to really make sure everything is going at once. And it looks like the curse is going down, but oh man. Yeah, Sisters are going to have to be used as a roadblock here. Maybe. I don't know. Some of the Dragon Princes do get in, but that slowing is really nice. Pravenoth Rema used on the other group of princes, but it looks like some of them will get on top of the Waywatchers and might be able to actually shut them down. Dragon Prince is, of course, quite meaty, but Regrowth is off cooldown, so they're going to be taking a lot of damage here in combat. Spearmen have now engaged. We've got the Lions in the back. The Lions definitely need to be coming up and around at the same time as all the fighting. Teclis going to be using, oh my god, is that a Fiery Convocation? Oh, it is. Oh my god, that's the Fiery Convocation. Now, Xiphos will be able to dodge this, most likely. It's pretty hard to let that thing get you. Dragon Prince is pushing in, but there are spears in support, and you can see the Noble and the Chariot is back there now. And the Wild Riders have now engaged against the Princes, but the Princes, are kind of mucked up with some of the Eternal Guard, who are super buffed up as well. But the Noble and the Chariot is certainly doing some good work, and now the Lions feast tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the war lions feast tonight. Teclis, Potion of Croy, Sword of Teclis activated. Taking a lot of damage for sure. Looks like some of the Way Watchers might have ripped a volley on him at some point. But now the War Lions are in the back, and some of the Way Watchers here are actually quite beat up, and it looks like a big old net went down as well. And yes, so some of the Way Watchers are taken out by the War Lions. So War Lions are going to feast on their souls. There are some Sisters back here, but the Spears are also collapsing. The Silver and Guard in the back, going to pin in a lot of Xiphos' Wild Riders. And honestly, it's a pretty messy fight for sure. Now, are we looking here in the back? It looks like the High Elf Archers are shooting quite happily into this engagement here. And the Dragon Princes are broken, but a good regrowth could at least stabilize this one group of Princes. One Way Watcher is online. One of them is feasted on by the War Lions, but the War Lions are also being dragged down as well. Pretty even in the bounce of power, although I feel like the Wood Elves still have a slight state of advantage here. Yeah, these Dragon Princes need to get some fat healing or else they're just going to go down super quick here. That's probably a regrowth, to be honest, yeah. But he charges back into Spears. A little bit questionable. I think pulling them back and waiting out the ammunition would have been the right play. And here we have the War Lions being focused down. Probably not going to last too long against Focus Fire. They're not the tankiest of units. A couple High Elf Archers in the back. Silver and Guard wearing down the Eternal Guard. It's going to be a wet noodle spear contest all day. Balance of power is still dead even, though. Certainly ammunition is going to become a huge, huge issue for the Wood Elves here soon. Because aside from the Way Watchers, honestly, if they don't do enough damage... Oh, but that's what I'm talking about. Man, that Noble got wrecked. That was a huge Way Watcher volley. Xiphos' awareness with the Way Watchers is just so good. Look at the Arrow of Kurnus as well. Man, that was a masterful snipe right there. And like, he was starting to actually fall behind on the balance a little bit, but that snipe actually might have gotten him back in the game. Man, great stuff right there. Fortunately, High Elf Archers are being attacked by Spearmen. You can see the Awakening of the Wood going down as well onto the Lothern Sea Guard. A big old woody right there. The Wood Elves are almost out of ammo, but, you know, the High Elves don't really have much left aside from Spearmen. They have Teclis. They have a couple Dragon Princes who are in okay shape, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Teclis, I mean, he has Flaming Sword. He can buff out some of his own spears. Earthblood going down to heal up the High Elf Spearmen. Yeah, now the Wood Elves have the mobile advantage now. Sisters and Wild Riders can pretty much just run shop here in the back and do whatever they want. I think this game is pretty much over at this point. I don't think there's going to be anything Satsuma can do. Teclis is, of course, you know, decent, but Fiery Convocation, Xiphos isn't going to let that hit him. And yeah, Teclis is going to get his bread buttered now. You can see probably a Pravenoth Rhema. I think he's used all of his charges, though. Can't quite remember. So it looks like Xiphos probably will advance on. There still are some Lothern Sea Guard in the back, ripping some good shots into the Sisters of Thorn. And yeah, the War Lions needed to collapse at like the same time as the Princes, and the Princes spent a little bit too long in the Spears, which I think was the big deciding factor. But honestly, for someone who doesn't play High Elves, Satsuma did a pretty good job. I suppose Silver and Guard might not be worth it in this matchup. I just will just go with like basic Spears. Hard to say, because I don't know if the extra armor is going to help you that much, but I guess it does against like Dryad Rushes and other things like that. I don't know. It's too early to say. Of course, in these early access tournaments, it's not prudent to draw conclusions. So Dragon Prince is going to be charging in to the Sisters of Thorn. Teclis falling back, Potion of Croy and Sword of Teclis activated. High Elf Spearmen slowly being dragged down. Granted, Silver and Guard are quite a tanky beast in here. Lothern Sea Guard being dragged down as well. Way Watchers are encroaching on Teclis. You can see Xiphos, the predator here. Oh no, Pravenoth Rhema. Good night, sweet Teclis. You'll be missed. Oh my god. That was just nasty. And that's going to be GG. Vicious Hatsuma says, GG, man. Well played. Both players saying GG. And now we move on to our last best of 3 of the first initial round, which is going to be Falcon facing off against his foe and friend, Hadri's. Yes. I like the Lions, actually. The Lions were pretty cool. But yeah, some of the cap engagements with the Princes weren't quite optimal. And that's going to be a 2-1 victory for Xiphos. He will be moving on, so let us go ahead and update the bracket. There we go. So Xiphos moves on. So currently we have Anticity, Flying Taco. And next we have Falcon and Hadri's. If Falcon loses his last game, then all of the ever-chosen champions will have been eliminated in today's tournament, which would be very interesting. Falcon carries the torch of the ever-chosen. And now we move on to Hadri's versus Falcon. Let's go find the lobby. Satsuma, you did great, man. You did great. Round of applause. A salute to those who have fallen. A Weight Watcher? Yes, the classic Weight Watcher. Hadri's versus Falcon. Let's go ahead and spectate this bad boy. Why do they have a password? The curse continues, I know. Well, if anyone can break it, it'll certainly be Falcon. He loves his High Elves. All right, so here we are. So let's go ahead and reset the score. So this is going to be who's on this side. So we got Falcon on the left. And Hadri's on the other side. 0 and 0. We'll head back towards the lobby now. Flash tourney battle scorecards. Here we go, and update. Oh yeah, look at that witchcraft right there. That's what I'm talking about. Get the screen blocker up, load into the lobby. So in this match, guys, we have another one we've seen. We have Falcon on Dark Elves and Hadries on Greenskins. So this is going to be quite exciting, actually. Falcon the Dragon Lord. Is Falcon Emmerich? I don't know, he might be. But nonetheless, we have High Elves. No, we have Greenskins versus Dark Elves. So I would imagine Falcon going to come in with probably Big Poppy Malekith. Greenskins, no idea. I would imagine Skarsnik and some rampaging mechanics. It's just like against big monsters, you kind of have to do that. Otherwise, they'll just wreck your lords. Yeah. And, you know, we're very early in the tournament, too. This is like, we still have a lot more games to play. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of the screen blocker. We're good. And now let's take a look at the forces of the Greenskins. So, oh my god, the Troll Toll, baby! Triple Stone Troll. Oh yeah, Hadri's coming in with the Stone Trolls. We got the Rusty Airs, Orc Air Boys, we have some Orc Biggins, we have Night Goblins, and we got a Goblin Big Boss, an Orc Shaman, and it looks like Skarsnik. So Skarsnik for the Rampage, of course, Brainbuster here, and then a Goblin Big Boss for they need Stab and Sue. No River Troll Hag, actually, opting to go Brainbuster instead. And a bunch of archers. So he's got Rusty Airs, Orc Air Boys, he's got Hammer of Gork. Oh, pretty cool build. Stone Troll City. Yes. And now for the forces of Falcon. He's got Slaanesha's Harvesters, Doomfire Warlocks, Dark Riders, and it looks like double Manticore, which of course has always been pretty disgusting against Greenskins. And this is like why, like, I know a lot of people are kind of ragging on like Greenskins having all these like snares and buffs. I think it's kind of nice though, because before it's like, I remember having Wurzog, and just with that one snare, I would snare, and then after that, like, I just couldn't protect him against monsters. Like, it was so hard. You had to get like perfect smoke bombs. I actually like that Greenskins have a lot of different snares and whatnot now. It is very strong, but I think in some matchups it's like a saving grace, because like this kind of gooning from double Manticore and Malekith is like so foul, or it used to be when you played Greenskins. Bleak Swords, Dread Spears, no Scourge Hunters in this build, a couple Dark Riders with repeater crossbows, and obviously, yeah, the big Slaanesha's Harvesters, Doomfire Warlock stack is going to be quite good. Yes. The Troll Toll. I'm rock hard for this build. Trolling so hard he's going to get banned. I don't know, I like this build from Hadries. I think it's cool. I don't like the Hammer of Gork that much. I prefer Doom Diver because at least it can like track the cav units a little bit better. But the Stone Trolls with the magic resist is actually some next level mind games, because if you look at the Doomfire Warlocks, they do magic damage, so the Stone Trolls will take very little damage from them. I mean, they'll take 25% less, which is pretty substantial. It's like Dwarven resistances basically. Pepe Hadries, King of the Trolls. Hadries is the Troll King. Oh my god, with the Stone Trolls. I mean, but yeah, a lot of it's going to come down to trying to get good rampages for sure. I don't know. I think his build can hold. It has some teeth for sure. I mean, the Dark Elf certainly can't rush it too hard. The Orc Biggins will win the frontline engagement against, all these cav units. It's really going to come down to gooning. I mean, Falcon's build is very much a goon build. Malekith, double Manticore, like that's like, hey, I'm going to kill your characters and chase them off the battlefield kind of build. Well, in the preview, we saw this matchup earlier today. We saw Xiphos defeat the Greenskins earlier with the Dark Elves, so we'll see if Falcon can repeat the success that we saw there. Although Xiphos brought Scourge Hunters, Falcon went a little bit heavier with the Cav overload, so he has the Harvesters, and it looks like a Vindictive Glare going down. So the reason he's doing that, he's trying to rampage the Manticore to its doom, I think. So basically he's going to do that, shoot it a little bit, and then from there, try and rampage it with Skarsnik. Falcon coming in with a big surround, though. Doomfire Warlocks getting ready to collapse here, but the Stone Trolls are, like I said, going to be a very durable unit. Doomfire Warlocks have low AP and also magic damage, so Stone Trolls will be very, very solid there. So now we have the Repeater Crossbows. Gaze of Malice going down, does blast those Orc Airboys. Really nice cast there by Falcon. And here comes Malekith flying overhead. Maybe looking for a breath attack on the Orc Airboys there. Trying to get rid of the ranged assets to free up his repeaters. And Hadries, took that one right in the face. Those Orc Airboys got wrecked there. If you could Rampage Malekith here, that could be quite strong, but he has to get him below a certain threshold of HP. And now we have the big push. So the Stone Trolls are being attacked by the Manticore, and it looks like these Stone Trolls are going to miss the countercharge to an extent, although it doesn't really matter too much. They'll jump in now. Soul Blight is activated. Falcon going for a big overload, trying to break off the Trolls here. However, the Stone Trolls have also captured a Wild Manticore with Skarsnik here with Anti-Large. I think Falcon will still win this engagement, actually. The Stone Trolls are holding really well considering, but Soul Stealer plus Malekith diving in, I think that's going to be enough. Orc Biggins are doing some good chopping for sure. Some of the Doomfire Warlocks have been forced back, and the The Daka from the Greenskins is now turning and shooting. And over here, one of the Manticores has fallen. So a little bit of trading on both sides, but I would say Falcon came out a little bit ahead there because these Stone Trolls are probably going to get chased off the battlefield. Although, I don't know. A lot of those Doomfire Warlocks were sacrificed there. They're very squishy. Some of the Stone Trolls here might get chased off. So yeah, Falcon was able to break pretty much all the Stone Trolls. But now, oh man, Malekith is in trouble. This is not good. If Hadri's is paying attention here, he can Rampage Malekith and probably kill him. Or at least get him very, very low. So here we have Durustier's, and yes, he's rampaged. Malekith overstayed his welcome, that's for sure. And now the Greenskin Daka, Skarsnik, Stone Trolls, the boys are going to be beating down Malekith, and oh man, it warms my Greenskin heart to see like these Lord sniping characters just get taken out by the Haggard Daka. Malekith, he might be able to get away. Oh, Malekith is shattered. And currently the balance of power is for the little warlord Skarsnik that could. But honestly, I think the biggest thing, I mean, aside from Malekith being taken out there and really punished by the Greenskin Daka, I think the biggest thing was the fact that the Doomfire Warlocks kind of didn't do too much back there. I mean, they broke the Trolls off, but they're expensive. They lost a lot too. And also the other Manticore being taken out by Skarsnik and the big boss was really strong. And this guy just rampages because he's a Manticore here. So that is going to be game one going to Hadri's, it looks like. The Druchii being caught by the mighty Warlord of Eight Peaks. The Troll Toll has been paid, though the Stone Trolls were chased off. The toll was paid, and the Biggins were actually a pretty good inclusion as well in the front line. Like, Biggins give you really good buffering against cap play also. And the Manticores, like, just they rampaged themselves, and then Malekith got rampaged there too. Yeah, man, that was something. So we did see this matchup earlier. We saw the Dark Elves win it with a more cautious style of play, but it seems like the Greenskins against the aggression are quite a bit stronger. Because what Xiphos did was Xiphos played Kite with like Scourge Hunters, more missile units, and kind of like kited out, used more breath attacks from the Hydra. I'm surprised we didn't see Chill of Sontar, but yeah, the Hydra was really good too, but like the aggression against the Greenskins with like the counter punch, it didn't work out as well. Yeah. Yeah, Dark Elves went to snipe characters and they got sniped. It's very true. Falcon played well for sure, but I think the commitment in the back was too much. Like
Skarsnik grabs back.
This Skarsnik does grab back. It's true. He does. Lady Turin says, hello, everyone. We have a donation coming in from Alfie the Ninja. Been a while. Last time I donated, I asked about Askren versus Masvidal. This time my question is, how impressed were you with Justin Gaethje's performance versus Ferguson? Yeah, I was really impressed. And the thing about that fight, like in all these like top tier wrestlers in MMA, it's funny. They don't even like wrestle. They just use it as like a deterrent and they just strike. But yeah, man, I was super impressed. That guy's got like an iron chin. And when he like fights cautiously and smart, I don't know. I think he could be a match for Khabib. I think it's going to be really good. Thank you so much, Alfie. Thank you so much. And now, let me go ahead and get the screen blocker up. GG, said by both players. And now Falcon is going to be going with the High Elves. Okay. So will the curse be broken? Or will the High Elves continue to lose in today's tournament? Yeah, so in order for Skarsnik's mushroom to rampage you, you have to be below 80% health for the first time. And then the second time, I think it's like 40% you have to be. You can be rampaged once per threshold. That's to keep things like Witch Elves from constantly rampaging you. But it seems like Hadri's build was very prepared for a rush. He had armored Stone Trolls in the back to like block up the Cavs. He had Biggins to intercept Cav units. Like Hadri's whole build was designed to stop gooning. And then Falcon went for a gooning build. Sorry about that. Startled me a little bit. Sparkly water can exploding. Anna will love my mullet. Yes.
What?
See? She's very excited.
You're staying over at Sparty's.
I have to...
As you have the mullet.
She says I have to go live with Italian Spartacus as long as I have the mullet. So here it comes, guys. It is time. Falcon on the High Elves and Hadri's on his main faction, which is the Druchii. So we're going to see more Dark Elves here. A lot of Elf players today, for sure. And let's go ahead and get rid of the blocker. But yeah, I think that like the way we saw Xiphos play against Greenskins earlier, I think was probably a more safe way, like a more cautious and then going in for the Alpha Strike later. Greenskins still have some of the weaknesses to Terror and everything like that, but if you come in super aggressive like that, they can definitely punish you. If they're prepared for it, which he was. The Troll Toll was paid. So for Falcon's build, let's go ahead and take a look. Front line is going to be a combination of Spearmen as well as a couple Rangers. 4 Lions, my goodness. Going in with 4 of the War Lions. And he does also have an Arcane Phoenix, and it looks like it's going to be Alarielle. So going with Alarielle on her bird to heal up the Arcane Phoenix. Arcane Phoenix with cool vortexes could be coming soon. And 2 groups of Dragon Princes. So Alarielle, pretty common stuff. Oftentimes with her, you see Dragon Princes and single entities, and you're seeing both. You're seeing Arcane Phoenix, you're seeing her herself, and Double Prince. It's a cool build. I like it. And now for the force of Hadri's. Hadri's taking a more defensive posture. Reaper Bolt Throwers, Witch Elves defending, Black Guard here, and he does also have a Canate Assassin in the back lurking. Up in the sky, we have a High Beastmaster with a Tormentor Sword, I would imagine. That's pretty wild. I like that. High Beastmaster with a Black Dragon and triple Scourge on her Chariot. This is a very, I wouldn't say strange build, but a build I would not have expected. High Beastmaster, no Malekith, and it looks like a Black Dragon as well. So the Air Force will certainly go to the Dark Elves with a Tormentor Sword and a Black Dragon. Fermented Fungi is a new ability, yes. On Skarsnik and the Night Goblin War Boss only. You know what's actually interesting? I think the Black Dragon, it doesn't do fire damage, I guess. I would have thought it would. I guess not. The Black Dragon doesn't do fire damage. I was going to say the Arcane Phoenix does have a pretty high fire resist, so he would have been quite strong against that. I wonder how the Warlines will do. Warlines potentially a counter against Scourge Runners. 84 speed on Scourge Runners and 82 on Warlines, but with the acceleration, they should be able to potentially catch them. It's going to be micro-intensive for both players for sure. Go look, have fun. Here we go. Aerocrastic in chat saying, go Hadri's, take it home. Aerocrastic picking sides. Hadri's is in your clan, isn't he? That makes sense. Yeah, weird builds for sure. I don't really see the application of the Arcane Phoenix in this matchup. I feel like against like Beastmen, maybe like, crowd clearing infantry, but against like Kite, I guess the thing about the Arcane Phoenix is the rebirth, and it's also super fast. So you can potentially, chase down some of these Kite units like Scourge Runners. Alarielle's pushing up as well. Dragon Princes and War Lions getting ready to strike, but the Scourge Runners, of course, ever the threat. Scourge Runners are just such a good answer against Dragon Princes too. You just kite back. Hadri's with barely any infantry. He's got a couple Dread Spears. What's his army count? Yeah, looks like it's like three something. So here comes Arcane Phoenix. Again, a really fast unit. Oh, and then he pulls back at the last second, seeing the Black Dragon and the High Beastmaster come. You got to respect that troll toll. And it looks like a Melkos is going to be used as well in the Dragon Princes, so some magic being used here right out of the gates by Hadri's. The Warlines, I'm quite curious how he's going to approach this. I suppose the Rangers will beat the Spearmen in combat, so maybe just kind of delay the fight until your front line hits. But Falcon has a lot of his stuff over on the far side here, which means Hadri's could potentially get some free value here without any retaliation. Scourge Runner's quite nasty, though. Dragon Princes have taken a little bit of damage. Nothing terrible, though. I think as far as models lost, let's go ahead and see. 42. And now it looks like the birds want it, but the Black Dragon is nearby as well. You got to respect the Black Dragon, and that's my concern for Falcon's army. Like, what does he have that can kill the Black Dragon? I mean, I guess good charging and angling from the Arcane Phoenix, but yeah, the Black Dragon is like pretty much wrecks most of Falcon's army. So Breath Attack coming in from Hadri's is able to take out a couple princes. The War Lines are going to be used in a frontal charge, actually, against the Dread Spears, who are braced, unfortunately. Yeah, looks like he pulls back at the last second. Just get the Rangers, I think, and just crump this whole Dark Elf position, and then from there, just draw the game out. I think rushing to a hasty engagement could be his demise here. So here comes the Arcane Phoenix flying overhead. A Vortex could actually be really gangster on top of the Witch Elves here. That would actually probably be the best usage. Do it, Falcon. Oh yeah, look at that. Boom! Oh no, it got like staggered? No, it still went off. And look at the Vortex damage on the Witch Elves. All right, that was a pretty cool play. Although it might get caught here. Tormentor Sword does lock it down, and you can see the Star of Avalorn going to be trying to heal that bad boy up. And now Falcon is going to be committing heavily with his Dragon Princes, trying to catch the Scourge Runners. Rangers will win the frontline engagement against Dread Spears, and the Phoenix is kept alive here by the Star of Avalorn. But now, oh man, it looks like there's going to be a pendulum going down. Really nice pendulum. Falcon kind of dodges it a little bit, and the Arcane Phoenix is being left in combat, so a big miss micro here from Falcon. He needs to pull that thing back, unless it's intentional, but I don't see why it would be. Earthblood and Star, I guess, keeping it fighting. Okay, so maybe it was intentional. He was trying to fight during the duration of his heal, and now he pulls back. So the Bolt Thrower plus the Witch Elves got wrecked pretty good there. Alarielle somehow took a massive amount of damage. She's going to have to be careful. Granted, she does have plenty of healing, so it shouldn't be a problem. Arcane Phoenix is pulled back, and the High Elves are slowly overwhelming the Dark Elf position here. Ooh, but that nasty Breath Attack from Hadri's was really, really good. The Princes have gotten an engagement here against the Scourge Runners. Some of the Scourge Runners are being dragged down, but it seems like, again, what's going to kill this Black Dragon? I mean, Spearmen and Lions doesn't sound great. So some Scourge Runners are being chased off. Falcon does have Alarielle plus the Arcane Phoenix online. Got to make sure he doesn't get caught by a Tormentor Sword of the High Beastmaster, and Alarielle is going to be chasing off the other unit here. In the meantime, Arcane Phoenix just kind of flying about. Dragon Princes pulling back here. Both of them are quite beat up. And oh no, Falcon's forgot about some of his lions. Man, making a couple mistakes here in this game. These war lions definitely need to come get engaged. That's like almost 1,000 gold unit that's just not here. I mean, I guess in the fourth quarter, Falcon will realize that he does have them and be quite happy, but nonetheless, a big mistake. So Alariel chasing off the Scourge Runners and some of the Witch Elves here. Some of the War Lions coming back in, but Rangers and Spearmen, I mean, yeah, that Black Dragon is going to be such a menace. War Lions are considered large, yes. So Spears and things like that will do better damage against them. Arcane Phoenix maybe going to do another bombardment here. I think that's what Falcon wants to do. It doesn't do much against armor, though, in my experience, although it does do some damage. And you can see it comes up. Blackguard take a little bit of damage here. Dragon Prince is pulling back and charging back in. But yeah, Hadri's just has such an overwhelming, and I would expect Falcon to have brought some answers for like a Malekith type character, but it doesn't seem like his army has any answers for such units. So here, Dragon Prince is charging back in, going after the Scourge Runner chariots, which of course are still pretty good shape in terms of ammunition. And the Dragon Princes are falling back. So they're getting pushed back here. Falcon up in the sky with the Arcane Phoenix going after the High Beastmaster, but Hadri's is on the hunt. Aslan is back. Yes, Aslan has been doing good this game, but, the fact that he forgot about some lines the entire game is pretty disastrous. Like, it's still a close-ish game, and if you had this other extra group of lions, like, chasing down Scourge Runners, like, Alariel could have been staying in the battle. It's just the little misplays definitely adding up here. But he's still playing well in many other respects, like chasing down Scourge Runners and causing pressure where he can. If you could get Alariel away here and maybe get some healing, but yeah, the Scourge Runner's just blasting her, too. 8-5, she might stabilize. Aslan's coming in. Vengeance for Narnia. And if he can gather the Arcane Phoenix and get like a star and heal those two units up, maybe he can pull this back. He needs to realize these lions he's forgotten too. Yeah. Because the lions... Oh, but he's getting some good gooning here on the High Beastmaster. The Arcane Phoenix doing some damage. But then the big Black Dragon's coming in. If the Phoenix gets the Rebirth ability, that might also give Falcon a way back in this game. He needs to remember those lions though. Man, they'd be so useful right now. So much armor piercing and decent mass that he could be using. Up in the sky, the High Beastmaster does escape. Alariel getting a lot of healing from the Star of Avalorn. Arcane Conduit going down as well. And Dragon Prince is getting some good pinning. If anyone can scrap this game back, it's certainly Falcon. But come on, Lions. Oh, it pains my soul. I do this all the time. Like, I actually played a tournament game a couple days ago, and yeah, I was like leaving my units in the back in the shadows. Alariel the Radiant here, now dueling the High Beastmaster up in the sky. A nice bombardment going down from the Arcane Phoenix. And here you can see Alariel is now pulling back and running for the hills. Yeah, she needs to run. Her bird is faster. And now Falcon has found his war lines. That's pretty big. That's going to help him peel off a lot of these units. And honestly, if he stacks them in the right place... Oh, this is a decent engagement here. Oh, but Alariel took the long route. Yeah, she's not going to be able to get there in time to probably save this. Tormentor Sword. Nice Tormentor Sword by Hadri's. Able to lock down Alariel. Oh, and the big Black Dragon's coming in. And the Pigeon Queen is about to get roasted. Oh my god. She's taking some serious damage. Is she going to get away? She's broken. Negative 13, 29 HP. The Arcane Phoenix and Alariel fall. 1-2 punch. And that's going to be game. Yeah, the War Line's too late. They're full health. That could have made the difference to kill the Phoenix Guard and some of the troops on the ground, you know? Yeah. Honestly, that game, Falcon did a really good job considering his army. I don't think he had any answers, really, for the big beasties. Like, it was would have been such a attrition-based fight at the end there. Yeah, it was a cool build, though. I liked that we got to see the Arcane Phoenix. It was really good in the beginning against the Witch Elves. Like, look at the Witch Elves. They got 0 kills, and it did a lot of damage. But, yeah, the War Lions being left back there was quite punishing for sure. That extra unit would have been really, really nice. And Brian Lonsong, thank you so much for the fiber, man. So that is a 2-0 with Hadri's. And now we move on and update the bracket. So let's go to the bracket for today. We have Anticity versus Flying Taco. And a best of 3 showdown. All right. So let me go ahead and jump out of here. Get into the next match. See if they have it all set up. Alrighty. So yes, Anticity versus Taco. All right, very good. So the lobby's going to be hosted, and we'll get it going in just a moment. And also in the meantime, if you guys haven't seen Lady Turin's art, now would be a great time to show you guys. Oh, I spell Etsy wrong. Such a primitive caveman. I used to be smart, I swear.
No, I still love you.
There we go. So if you guys want to see Lady Turn's art, you can see the link here. I don't know why when I go to YouTube, it's like so laggy. All right, very good. Should pop up now, and you can see a sample of that art here. Find art from your favorite factions. All kinds of cool stuff. She actually just made a Rogue Idol piece, which is up on the store. If you guys are looking for a gift for your friends who like Warhammer, it is.
Not yet. It's still in the making.
Oh, it's still in the making?
It's still in the making.
It's okay. The Rogue Idol piece will be up soon. But nonetheless, there's other greenskin stuff, I think. House stuff, maybe. We'll find out. You guys go check it out and let me know. So now we load back into the flashcards here. Taco versus Anticity is up. Let's load into this game. Hadri's carrying the flag, says Aerocrastic. Don't lose hope, a Health win is coming eventually. Maybe so. We'll find out. All right, so let's get the screen blocker up, and let's go ahead and change. So we have Anticity on this side. Anticity. And then we have Taco. I'm just going to put Taco. It's a little bit easier to fit in that nameplate there. And it's Magic. Yeah, look at that. I love the software. So nice for tournament stuff. So in game one, Anticity is going to be starting with Coast. And he's banning Dwarves and Empire. And Taco's going to be going High Elves. Will he be the one to break the curse? Yeah. And yeah, if you guys like want a certain piece of art, you can go to the Etsy store and just shoot Anna a direct message. And she can do whatever you want, like custom stuff. So, yeah. Alrighty. So it's going to be Vampire Coast versus High Elves. Honestly, I don't know if I would use many of the new units. You know, this might actually not be a bad place for Eltharion the Grim to get Tempest to like shut down Luther Harkin. That could actually be really strong. So we'll see if he does. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, guys. Aristodamos says, wait, all three ever-chosen champions lost round one? Yeah, I concede to you. Turin, the curse is real. Taco in like every tournament has always been a hero of the people. He always brings like what people want to see and still wins. Teclis on the bird, do it. Oh god, in this matchup, no way. Because Anticity's going to probably bring so much powder. Yeah. Yeah, the High Elves are having a rough run, but it's funny because like the past like couple days, I've been playing with all of these guys. And the High Elves have been winning a fair amount of games in those matches. It's just something today is happening. Like I have like 3 or 4 replays of High Elves beating Greenskins, of High Elves beating like other factions with the new units and performing really well. Like something's up today. I don't know what it is. Yeah. High Elves aren't weak. I don't think they're weak. Yeah. Here we go, guys. It is time. We have Anticity versus Flying Taco. I've always felt this is a matchup that even before the DLC, the High Elves had a decent shot at. Their archers are really good here. I would imagine Anticity, based on how I saw him play against Felcon in the faction war, he's probably going to go with like, I don't know, I would imagine like deck droppers, things like that. Not deck droppers, but deck hunters. Hard to say. Yeah, we'll see. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, the Arcane Phoenix was actually pretty cool last game. Like, I really liked Felcon's usage of the Arcane Phoenix to take out the Witch Elves guarding the artillery. Like, it took them down to like 40% and wrecked the artillery crew also. Like, the Arcane Phoenix has some applications, I think. Bug-Eyed Creep! Love the name. Hey, Turin, thank you for your content. I've learned a lot about the game and how to better your own gameplay. The soothing radio voice definitely helps. Hey, man. Some kind words. Well, we'll be here. We're here to stay. As long as my crippled hands carry on, we'll keep putting out content.
That was actually his second donation, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much, man. I love the name, Bug-Eyed. Something about buggy-eyed creatures, both dogs and humans, always makes me laugh. I mean, we have Wookiee.
And why you married me?
No. You're not buggy-eyed. Wookiee is very buggy-eyed. Anna's gonna go hang out with him now.
Yes. Enough of the beauty sleep.
Babja. So we have Vampire Coast versus High Elves. I think the old meta for this was a lot of... I'll go for it.
Do you need anything?
No, I'm good, darling. Thank you. It was a lot of like sniping, using like a ton of archers, just outranging their powder units. But Deck Hunter's making a bit of a comeback in the meta, actually. And Warakum Always fun, and I can take a break from work and find when it turns tourneys going on. I know today's like mini Everchosen. We're going in deep. So players are ready. We're loading in Anticity versus Flying Taco. Anticity with a first round win. Taco as well. Aerocastic and Soothsayer playing some great games. I mean, those are really good series for sure. My one disappointment, though, Arrow, if you're watching, is that we didn't get to see Sigvald. I thought we would have a Sigvald versus like Grimgor duel. I thought it was going to happen. Dude, I love Tyrion. I think Tyrion is super solid. Like, I'm surprised we don't see him more. Like, Sunfang's super good. He's like really powerful. He can rebirth himself. Like, Tyrion is a beast. I don't know why we don't see him more. I'm really like, yeah. It perplexes me. All right, so let's go ahead and get the blocker off. We're good. Now we've loaded in. So for the Forces of Anticity, we do have Luther Harkin and also a Vampire Fleet Captain. And yeah, so this is pretty much the same way we saw him play against Falcon before in the Faction War, using 4 deck gunners to really outrange the elves. He's got bombers in the front line, a couple powder handgun mobs, deckhand mobs, bombers, and scurvy dogs. This is a pretty solid build for sure. This map, though, I got it. There's a delay. One sec, guys. All right, we're back. Aerocrastic says, I was tempted to bring Sigvald, but damned if I'm playing Chaos versus Vampires. Yeah. But it's a good build here. I do like this build. The deck gunners can outrange the archers. However, this is a really good map here for the High Elves because they can kind of sneak up on you. Oh my god, he's going with a lion build. Oh man. So look at this, guys. Flying Taco has all white lions. He has a lion chariot of Krace. Look, right here. The lion chariot. He's got war lions, and then he has a couple silver helms. And he has a Lithanar. Oh my god. Taco just memeing. This is 100% a meme build. He does also have Manticore summons. It's a lion build. So he's got 3 war lions, he's got white lions, he's got lion chariots. Yeah. The screen blocker wasn't up though. There was just a delay. There's a delay, so when she sees the stream, I had already gotten rid of it. But she's looking out for your best interest. Don't worry, guys. Guys, the lion build is here. Will the meme build be the one to lift the despair of the Acer today? It's just all lions, like white lions against vampire ghosts. What? I mean, I guess they're armored against the bombers. This build might actually work. I don't know. The war lions like are on the flank, and also like the deck gunners aren't going to be able to shoot too much. They're super obstructed here. The Lithanar. I know there's missile resist because the lions, white lions do have missile resist. War lions apparently do have it as well. Let's go and check. So the war lions are retreating into the trees with their 20% missile resist, prowling. Oh man, war lions will wreck scurvy dogs in combat too. Like it's just straight up dumpstering. A Lithanar lurking in the shadows. I would imagine he's going to go look at Luther and try and get some pot shots here. Yeah, Alistar the white lion would have been fun, but he's not a multiplayer unit. And Alistar kind of sucks too. Like he's just an overpriced character. And a multiplayer, that is. In campaign he's fine, of course. The Lithanar just shooting a wild shot into the ether. Not really sure where that one was going. But I'm not... I don't know why he didn't just... I guess he wants... Because now he's giving a square shot here to the vampires. Like, vampires are going to be able to get some good firepower here now. The Lion Chariot is going to be very interesting. Anticity's deck gunner's like, yeah, like, advancing here would have been better. Would have mitigated some of the damage. In this case, like, now there's a huge open field for the deck gunners to just get a ton of value. A Lithanar looks like he took a pot shot at the Vampire Fleet Captain. Sniping him is good. I know, the cats versus dogs. The 4 war lions from Taco is just super majestic. He says Krace comes. Oh my god. Man, flying Taco. Not only was he flapping Taco, but he's also flying Taco. I love the flapping Taco. So if you guys missed the beginning of the tournament, Flying Taco had a glorious victory against the dragon, killing it with the pump wagons with the flappers. Still trying to snipe with the Lithanar coming in. I love how Lithanar's like hiding behind the pillar and then like popping out. It's very thematic. So the High Elves need to advance. They're about to start taking a lot of damage. War Lions in the flank, just kind of lurking, watching. The War Lions are going to be able to really tear apart the Scurvy dogs super hard, but it's not super cost effective to just screen them because the war lines are 800 compared to 500 on these. So the white lines are pushing. I mean, what I like about this high elf build also is there's not much you have to defend. Yeah, and you can see Lithanar getting some good damage on the vampire here. If he can kill that caster quick, that would be very, very strong. Now, what, though, does he have against Luther Harkin? It looks like a Manticore Summon is going to be coming down. Manticore will probably attack Luther. And yeah, the war lines, I guess, could pin in Luther and do some decent work there. Oh, look at this. And the Lion Chariots have surged into the front, racking up a couple kills and really disrupting the bomber line. Oh, I love it. But the handgun mobs are just going to tee off on the Lion Chariots here. With the Lion Chariots causing some good disruption, kind of shutting down the bombers temporarily. Probably worth it. Probably worth it. Although some of them actually do still get their volleys off. But yeah, hopefully Taco doesn't forget about his war lines and he gets them into combat here. He has them like really kind of defensively postured here. And now we have the war lines maybe going to attack here. The ones in the back, please don't forget about them. Please don't. Don't do it, please, Anakin. I'm too weak. So now he needs to get around the flank with the Silver Helms and the war lines and start pressuring in. Because honestly, there's not a lot back here defending. It looks like there was a summon of a zombie powered deckhand mob. I think he actually meant to summon the gunnery mobs, but he just kind of misclicked there. And now the Manticore comes in, going after the mage here. Trying to take out the dreaded vampire caster. And the Lions are trying to get past the halberds here, but somehow they get caught up. A little bit of a mismicro there from Taco. And he forgot about the war lines in the back. Nope, he got him. Okay, so they're going to be back in business soon. And the Vampire Fleet Captain is actually getting a little bit low, and Invocation is used back here. In the front, the White Lions are pushing through. Some of the bomber units are being kind of peppered down. And the Manticore Summon is going to probably be running off the battlefield. So the remnants of the Lion Chariots now getting into the Deck Gunners and might be able to actually do some big damage here. Can't believe these things are still going. The mighty Lion Chariots. Thundercats, ho! Flying Taco pressing in with the Silver Helms now. Definitely needs to get the Lions around the back. There's not much to defend back here, aside from a couple handgun mobs, I suppose. Although it looks like he's taking more of a frontal approach. Another Manticore Summon coming in, going in and trying to take out the Vampire Fleet Captain once again. And it looks like Anticity, oh man, the Vampire Caster getting taken out here might be going down. Manticore might be able to finish this character, which would be very, very strong. Looks like it does endure there for a second. And some of the White Lines are broken off in the front. Some of them are still breaking through. And some Deck Gunners are going to be shut down by the feasting War Lines. So the War Lines in the back should dispatch of these Deck Gunners pretty quickly. These Silver Helms are pushing into the back. And Taco now is really putting his foot on the pedal. Pushing into the back line and shutting down multiple groups of Deck Gunners at once. And could this be the High Elf victory that you guys have all been craving today? Could the mighty Lion Horde, and look at the Lion Chariot still going strong. Oh yeah, baby. Look at them go. Feast, Lions, feast. Up to 70 kills. Shutting down the black spot temporarily, but unfortunately that is the black spot. I don't know if Taco's aware of that. Although it looks like it doesn't matter. The Lions care not for anti-large. They're feasting on souls tonight. The White Lines are pushing up. Lithanar in the back still ripping pot shots at Luther Harkin. Balance of power is massively in the favor of the Lion Horde. Man. You can see the black spot here. 100 models left. The War Line's getting in there, but of course there is anti-large here, so the War Lines will be taken out by the black spot a little bit more efficiently than, obviously most other missile pieces. War Lines pushing back here. Still High Elves advancing. Lithanar still ripping some pot shots downtown into Luther Harkin. And another group of Lions surging into the black spot. There are some scurvy dogs back here who should be able to get some peeling, though. Yeah, this is a bit of a mistake here, trying to shut down this handgun mob with the War Lines, I think. So those guys, of course, are anti-large themselves. Granted, the War Lines are, at least occupying Luther Harkin, keeping him busy. The White Lines pushing back. The deckhand mobs here. There's still some archers in the back, and Lithanar is running a little bit low on ammo. He probably wants to save that. And how is the crumbling situation here? Looks like critical binding, so yeah, they're not quite crumbling yet. Some Silver Helms being left in combat with halberds for a little bit too long. Anticity could still claw this game back, but I think the Lions might be able to get there. Yeah, they might be able to. Just get the archers up, probably, and start shooting at the War Lines or shooting at the black spot with archers would be the play. Because, yeah, there's so many High Elves left. And the freaking Lion Chariots of Krace are still going. 129 kills on these bad boys. The Lion Chariot just beast moding it today. And who would have thought that, like, this Lion meme build, maybe that's the way to go. Just Lions for days. And against Vampire Coast, maybe it's not a meme, because they all do have missile resist, too. Yeah, now you can see the black spot is going to be pinned in by spears. Luther Harkin, might be able to kill a Lithanar here, but aside from that, he's not going to be able to kill all of this stuff. Luther will be forced to sit melee combat and surrounded by AP units. And the War Lions feasting on the souls of the Vampire Coast. Oh my god, I love it. These lions are so freaking cool. Narnia up in this hoe. Zombies getting crumbled down here by the Lion Hordes. Lion-O and Snarfer here. Scurvy dogs. A couple deckhand mob polearms still back here, but the White Lions are enduring. Elithanar, of course, having a bit of a tough fight here, but Luther is going to be stuck fighting a bunch of Haggard units and being drowned in a morass of lions. And yeah, the Warlines have enough mass to pin him in too, which is pretty freaking hilarious. Oh man, guys, this is a magical game. I'm grateful to have witnessed this with all of you. The Lion Chariot was an MVP, 138 kills. The Warlines did great too. Fast, mobile, hard-hitting. And what's really cool about Warlines is they can actually damage crabs like really hard and also can wreck Depth Guard. So Warlines are like a solid unit. And here comes Luther Harkin. Good stuff. Looks like GG, says Intensity. So guys, game 1 going to the Lion Master. The Flying Lion. He's the Flying Lion now. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Narnia build is the new meta. Dude, Narnia is no joke. Don't mess with Narnia. So Taco going up. Let's update the score. We had a couple donations come in from a very dissatisfied dwarf, Thundercats Ho, Flying Dutchman, with a donation saying, what can men do against such reckless memery? And a very dissatisfied dwarf. Again, hope you're doing good. I'm doing very good during the plague, man. Thank you. And then we also had one just come in from JR. Narnia build is the new meta. Yes, it is indeed. Thundercats Ho. So let's go ahead and get the screen blocker up. The disturbing face swap. Demented Frog. Thank you so much for the 20, man. And he says, the meme gods have seen fit to bless us this day. Dude, they have. But I don't know if that was like such a meme. The lions do not sleep tonight. The lions feast tonight, dude. The lions sleep tonight. They're such cool units. All right. So now they're going to do their picks and bans. Flying Taco. What a champ. What a champ indeed. Those lions made my whole week, basically. So Flying Taco winning games with the flapping pump wagons and then with the war lines. But the war lines are actually really good, and so are the pump wagons. So, yeah, you know, honestly, maybe like that wasn't a meme build, right? Like maybe the missile resist across the board is just really adds up. So Flying Taco is going greenskins. Oh man, time to crump some gits. How is Anticity going to counterpick this? He is a Vampire Coast main. No, there's not going to be an FFA at the end because this stream's already going to be like 5 or 6 hours. And he's going greenskins and banning Tomb Kings and Skaven. Sounds good to me. Wicked says, we've had mountain lions in town because of the reduced traffic and people out and about. So apparently Wicked D has seen the mighty war lions in his local habitat. So this is a best of 3. The finals is best of 5. And if we look at the bracket for today, while we're kind of hanging out here, you can see the Flash Journey bracket. We have Anticity versus Taco, and then we have Zyphos against Hadrius here, and the bottom side of the bracket. And of course, the winners of these 2 games will play for the final spot. Today's tournament is sponsored by our good pal Cody. I don't know if he's still here in chat, but if you are, man, thank you so much for sponsoring today's tournament. Definitely making it quite a magical experience for the players. Let's go back. Oh man, Anticity's going dwarves against new greenskins. I'm really eager to see how this goes. Anticity going Dawi. Oh man, guys, we got dwarves versus greenskins. I'm really eager to see this. In most of the practice games, I think people were kind of avoiding this matchup, but how will this fare? Is Flying Taco going to bring a rogue idol here? I don't know. I would imagine pump wagons at least. Yeah, this is going to be something. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the war lines of Krace sleep tonight. Yeah, these were some great games today, man. We've had some really close nail biters too. Some great meme games. I don't know. If Anticity can win this, that's going to be truly heroic. The pump wagons, everyone in chat's like, oh no. Aristodemo says, rip Anticity, will miss you. Well, Anticity is a dwarf main and a Vampire Coast main. I think those are his like 2 main factions. So if anyone can pull it off, you know, it's certainly him. He had a really good series too in the beginning. Yeah. I don't know how he's going to deal with the pump wagons. I'm very curious to see what he's going to bring. Greenskin's just got so many good tools. I don't know, maybe Stone Trolls here? I don't know. I probably wouldn't bother with Trolls. I would probably just use a ton of Pump Wagons. Ton of Pump Wagons, ton of like Haggard Goblins. Honestly, I think Fanatics will be really OP here too to like wreck the infantry. HGM, yes, I did sing. Just for you. Christopher Thorson. So we are now in the semifinals. You missed the earlier rounds, and we're in the semifinals of the tournament, the top side of the bracket. So we still have this series to finish out, another best of 3, and then a best of 5 after that. So plenty of Warhammer coming your way. You know what, Will? Spiky Rollas, in my opinion, aren't worth it. They cost 900. Regular Pump Wagons cost 450, and 2 Pump Wagons are far better than 1 Spiky Rolla. So I would probably just go with like regular pumps. Although Flying Taco is playing, so he might do Spiky Roller since he likes to meme a little bit. He is in the XMT, the Extreme Meme Team clan, so we will see. I'll be back in just 1 second, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Players are setting up their armies. Quite glorious indeed. Gotta hydrate, yep. 100% true. Keep on pumping all day. Falcon, in his game, he played High Elves, and I can't remember what his other faction was. Yeah. Yes, XMT stands for the Extreme Meme Team, yeah. Oh, man, I really enjoyed Fury Road. I thought that was a really fun movie. So welcome to the tournament, guys. For those of you guys jumping in, this is Who Has the Biggest Paunch. And today we'll find out who does indeed have the biggest paunch of all of these players. I know, it got all quiet. Chaos is kind of a weak faction, I think. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Chaos. They're pretty outdated. They can still win games, of course. As a matter of fact, we saw Anticity win with Kolek and Shagath kind of a beatdown squad earlier with a bunch of Chaos Warriors. So, I mean, Chaos did get a win on this stream, and it was a pretty good one, too. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of the Warline Chariots. All right, so Flying Taco is ready. Anticity thinking very hard about his selection here because it's going to be tough. High Elves and Dark Elves, yeah. Thank you, Aristodemus. Grimgore or Paunch? You know what? I think Paunch is probably better, but we might see Grimgore here. Oh, Vampire Coast is one of the best DLCs, hands down. I love the Vampire Coast DLC. It is so fun. It's definitely worth the money. Sai Labani, thanks for all the content. Keep it up. Go, Dawi. Give him the good old grudge. Yeah, boy. Well, we'll see, man. This is certainly going to be tough. Flying Taco's the one-man paunch. I mean, so far, Taco's got a pretty huge paunch for sure. You know, using Flappas and Warline armies. Yeah, the Pump Wagons could get... Pump Wagons, I mean, I don't know. Definitely going to bring it, like 4 of them. Video of Skaven Slaves versus Rogue Idol. I could do that. Surprised nobody's done that already. The Rogue Idol will probably take out like thousands of them because its splash damage is like so huge, and if they're surrounding it, that would be an interesting video to like side by side, like see who could take out more Skaven Slaves, the Rogue Idol or the Dread Saurian, but it would probably definitely be the Rogue Idol. All right, let me make sure the blocker is gone. All right, and here we are, my friends. We're in the game. It's going to be Grombrindle, the White Dwarf, coming in with a flame cannon. Well, it is a close quarters map. We are in Troll Country, so certainly fair play. He's got Dwarf Warriors. He's got Dwarf Warriors with shields, some with great weapons, Grombrindle Slayers, and a Gyrocopter Air Force. So it's going to be a couple Brimstone guns and a couple Steam Cannons. That's pretty much it. So, yeah, Trollhammer Torpedoes up in the high ground. So, yeah, really going to be relying very heavily on the Brimstone guns to take down the Pump Wagons. So for the pumps, it looks like it's going to be standard Snotling pump wagons. He does have 4 of these bad boys, and these are certainly going to be the scourge of the dwarves from here on out. Got a couple of wolf riders to deal with, or at least one wolf rider archer to try and shut down gyros. A bunch of archers, black orcs, night goblins. And he's got an orc shaman with Foot of Gork and Brainbuster, the goblin big boss, and Warden The Paunch. Yes, Grom is so good in this matchup. Now, fire damage will do a lot. Brimstone cannons on the gyrocopters will hurt him quite a bit, so he needs to be careful. But if he just kind of hides in the trees and plays it smart until the gyrocopters are kind of screened, he should be okay. Also, 1 goblin rock clobber to try and break out the dwarven advance, or force them to advance, and that is it. So one sec, guys, just checking something real quick. Everything looks good. All right, sorry about that. We're back in business. So yeah, it's a cool build for sure. I was expecting, I suppose, I don't know. Yeah, just the pump wagons are really just the main thing. He does have 2 rock clobbers, Hammer of Gork, and 1 right here. So he does have plenty of tools to force the Jowie out of their glorious box back there. And also the Orc Shaman, Foot of Gork, Brainbuster, pretty useful tools. I wonder what he's going to use Foot of Gork on. Maybe like if he can catch the Dragonback Slayers out of position. It'd be really interesting to like rampage too. Like try and rampage gyrocopters out of the sky. That would be really funny. Although I don't know if they shoot when they rampage or if they actually like charge into melee combat. I think they would probably just keep shooting. The flame cannon is going to roast a lot of goblins. The whole front line for the greenskins is mainly just a couple fanatics, I think, and then regular night goblins. Yeah, so it's a pretty weak front line. But the Snotling pump wagons are pretty much the hard carry piece here. Good luck, have fun. So we'll see if Anticity can, prove wrong the speculation that the greenskins will just crump all over this army. 2 black orcs too in the back, I guess. Forgot to kind of address those guys. Yeah, black orcs are going to be very, very good. Goblin rock clobbers do outrange flame cannons, I think. Flame cannons have 230 range, but we are in Troll Country, which is a very small map, so the flame cannon is going to be able to open up its barrage right away and wreck some of these goblins for sure. So the Jowie flame cannon sings in just a moment. The first volley shall be fired here in a moment's time. Here it goes. The goblins going to be the first ones to be roasted. Warden The Paunch certainly not liking this fire. Ooh, man. Little goblins definitely getting shreked pretty good. And the gyrocopters are just kind of assembling and looking over the battlefield, deciding where they would like to fly in and start to punish the greenskins. So I'd imagine the arrow boys and the orc archers and some of the other units are going to move up. Otherwise, the gyrocopters are going to get a lot of free real estate here. So there are a couple steam cannon gyrocopters. Brimstone guns are going after the pump wagons. Flame cannons are wrecking the goblins in the front. Yeah, you can see the brimstone's doing good damage against pumps. Well, it was just like one little kind of poke right there and did some decent HP damage. But now the goblin archers should be able to force back the gyrocopters, or at least keep them honest. Yeah, the goblins basically just running for the hills. The flame cannons are just so good against light armor. Even heavy armor. I think flame cannons have good general AP, but let me go ahead and double check that. Yeah, I guess it's better against light armor. Makes sense anyways. Goblins are forced back here. And you can see the archer line. So now we have the goblin archer shooting. Gyrocopters just chasing stuff off. And honestly, this is pretty good. If the gyrocopter just flies over and chases the night goblins off the battlefield, that's like 400 gold for free that he just got there. Just kind of take it where he can. Flame cannon is going to probably slow push the greenskins here. The black orcs are now advancing up through the tree line. Some of the goblins have rallied here. And Warden The Paunch just rubbing his big old thick paunch in the back, just waiting and biding his time to engage. But the orc shaman is being sniped. Anticity with some really good battlefield control right now, to be honest. I think the greenskins are going to have to push the envelope a little bit and get in there. Otherwise, they're just going to get crumped by these gyrocopters. Yeah, the orc shaman is really getting wrecked pretty hard. He only has 30 armor, pretty squishy. Not the best leadership in the world. But where is that Foot of Gork going to go? I would imagine he's just going to spam Brainbusters on the Dragonback Slayers. That'd probably be the best choice. So Slayers are going to be a pretty good tool here against a lot of what the greenskins have. Oh, and the Paunch is coming, baby. That big old Paunch going to be pushing in the front line. And the gyrocopters are a little bit out of position, so now the Paunch is going to be able to get some good work. But there is a Trollhammer torpedo here. But yes, the Paunch charges in. Longbeards do have charge defense, so they're going to be pretty durable here against that. And now the Trollhammer torpedoes are switching. Oh man, this Paunch better be careful. If this Paunch doesn't pull back, he actually did some good damage though, considering his melee attacks are really, really quite strong. Gyrocopters being forced back, and the pump wagons are kind of getting wrecked a little bit. Gyrocopters getting some good work, and granted, the pump wagons will eventually get in there. Flame cannons are targeting the goblin archers, which is good because targeting the archers then frees up your gyrocopters. But here comes the pump wagons, but Anticity with really good bracing, making sure that his pumps don't pump his longbeards. And the white dwarf is here as well, probably going to be dropping a fat smoke bomb right here, and a big old, oh baby, Foot of Gork. Let's go. Boom, Foot of Gork dropped right on top of those 2 dwarf warriors. Pretty good value for sure. The pump wagon is going to be forced to retreat. So now the black orcs are in here. Flame cannons have finished off a lot of the greenskin archers. And honestly, Anticity is doing a really good job holding this. Warden The Paunch has been wrecked pretty hard by, I would imagine, some of the Trollhammer torpedoes, as well as the gyrocopters. Flash bomb has gotten him. Oh no, the Paunch is being hunted by the white dwarf. Foe Seeker, Grombrindle has no fear. Is the Paunch going to get away? He eats a shank of meat to try and escape. 8 leadership. Oh man, the Paunch is in trouble. And it looks like he's just barely going to get away. Man, that was close. Although he's taking a ton of damage here from the Brimstone guns. Masterful dwarf play for sure. So Grom the Paunch fleeing for the hill. The lucky banner has been popped. Now you can see the Goblin Archers are shooting into the Slayers. But honestly, the dwarves are winning this game. Grom the Paunch has been taken out. And the Flame Cannon is shrekking these goblins into another dimension. Yeah, look at that. Grom the Paunch is also being shot by the Flame Cannon as well. Man. So on the flank, the Pump Wagons are pushing in, taking out the Dwarf Warriors. Black Orcs, of course, can now pile in. And if the Flame Cannon is shut down here, that might give the Greenskins a way back into this game, despite the fact that the Paunch has been pushed off. And if the Paunch does rally on the edge of the map, that would be really bad for the Dwarves, because then he could hide in the trees and just heal and then come back in the late game. Because there's still a lot of game to be fought here, for sure. So some of the Black Orcs have pathed through and are now on top of the Flame Cannon. That is a very expensive piece to have shut down. Snotling Pump Wagon in the back being blasted by the Trollhammer Torpedoes. And now we see the Dragonback Slayers coming in. The Wa finally popped. He didn't have too many units in melee, so it didn't go off too quickly. The Black Orcs are still Black Orcs. Those guys are a menace. And oh no, the Paunch is back! The Goblin! Man, if he hides in the trees and just recovers, that's going to be really annoying for the Dwarves in the late game. I would hide him for sure, just to make sure that it's kind of out of sight, out of mind for Anticity, and he doesn't like notice that the Paunch is back, and he wastes all his ammo on other things. So Black Orcs here still doing their thing. Looks like a bombing run is going to be going down overhead. These 2 gyrocopters look to be in position for that, or they're just kind of shooting at whatever they can. Couple archers, couple greenskin artillery pieces, Orc Shaman hiding in the tree line, and Black Orcs still fighting here, and some are still fighting here as well. But yeah, I would imagine a bombing run is in line. And Grom the Paunch is hiding in the trees over there, at least near the trees. And this poor little goblin Big Boss here is just on foot. Yeah, he's running. A couple angry Slayers are chasing this bad boy down. Currently, Dwarves are ahead in this game. Pump Wagons, of course, coming back in and pumping on the face of some of the Dwarf Warriors here. So Greenskins will probably win that engagement. In the back, we do have Dwarf Warriors here. Flame Cannon crew has been pushed off. Maybe they'll come back. Hard to say. Trollhammer Torpedoes are being harassed by a couple Night Goblins. But Grombrindle flash bombing those Black Orcs, lowering their melee defense down to 2, should allow the Dwarf Warriors with Grombrindle's support to maybe win that engagement. Oh, but Grom the Paunch is back. He's coming in. And Balance of Power is evening out because the Paunch is now back in business and he's healing very, very quickly. Gyrocopters are also running low on ammo. So the Gyrocopters gave a very, very, very good early game advantage to the Dwarves. But as they do start to run out of ammo, and also the fact that the Greenskins still have their artillery pieces online is a bit of an issue for the Dowie here. We'll see if the Paunch can carry this. I think he might be able to, guys. Gromby's still here, a couple Dwarf Warriors, Black Orcs are being broken off, but the thing is the Paunch can just fall back. Although, oh man, the Gyrocopters I think see him now. I think right now Anticity is realizing, no, he's actually trying to Steam Cannon the Caster, which only has 30 armor, so the Steam Cannons are more effective against the Orc Shaman compared to the Paunch. The Grom is just lurking and regenerating, which is not good at all. Granted, the Dwarves do pretty much get a mass break of the Greenskins here. A couple Dwarf Warriors might actually be able to beat down those Morgub's Mangy Marauders. And both Black Orcs are broken. Now, at this point, taking the Gyrocopters maybe to go snipe down the artillery pieces could be quite good, but it looks like they're diving in, going after the Goblin Archers. And Grom the Paunch has fallen back, and it looks like a wild Rocklobber rock essentially took out that Gyrocopter with the Brimstone gun there. Man, this is such a good game. Masterful Dwarf player here, just fighting back the mighty Paunch and Pump Wagon play. Exciting stuff for sure. So here comes the Gyrocopters with the Brimstone guns. Now going to be going after the Paunch. He's going to have to start juking now, hardcore. He just needs to survive the ammo. And honestly, if he survives the Gyrocopter barrage, he might be able to do enough cycle charging. Although Grombrindle with smoke bombs is going to be really tough. He's got 20 leadership here, 1200 HP. Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming in. Rocklobber still shooting up in the sky, going after the Brimstone guns. Now the bounce power is coming back in the favor of the Dwarves. Something else to consider is that Anticity does also have the Iron Drakes with the Trollhammer Torpedoes, which are going to be a bit of a tough unit to bring down. So here comes the Pump Wagons making their rounds. Might be able to pump some heat here into the Gyrocopters. They do have good AP values, even if their melee attack's super low, but Gyrocopters only have 6 melee defense. So the Pump Wagons might actually be able to kill them in melee. But it looks like the Gyrocopter, the Royal Dowie Air Force, has been advancing. Grom the Paunch just kind of forced back because the Iron Drakes can really, really just wreck him incredibly hard. He's going to come over here, I would imagine, trying to take out some of the Gyrocopters, which are grounded at the moment, but it looks like they are going to be pulling back up in the sky. And the Dwarves are advancing, guys. They're pushing on. And if Anticity wins this, it will go to Game 3, which will certainly be quite a fun match between these two players. Grom the Paunch circling about, trying to stay away from the Trollhammer Torpedoes. The Dwarves are on the hunt. Trollhammer Torpedoes would certainly hammer him down. And we have a couple Goblin Archers coming back in, going to be dropping some shots. Probably just hit the infantry, who knows. Orc Shaman got to watch out as well. Trollhammer Torpedoes are almost in range. Oh no, Orc Shaman, you're in trouble, buddy. Oh god, and he jukes a couple of them at the last second. Flying Taco sees it coming and does dodge those. And it looks like one of the artillery pieces is still online, but not for long, because the dwarves are just kind of slow pushing everything here. Warden The Paunch is just going to have to go in balls deep now, guys. I don't think he has much of a choice. You can see the Hammer of Gort crews running for the hills. He has a Goblin Big Boss still as well. But those damn Trollhammer Torpedoes are just going to just wreck him so hard if they get their volleys off. He's got about 1100 HP right now. The Paunch is falling back on his artillery, trying to get the Goblin Rock Lobber stabilized, but it looks like it's out of ammo. Anyways, oh, but a Greenskin ambush. The Morgrim Spanging Marauders come from the back and are able to get on top of the Trollhammer Torpedoes. Trollhammer Torpedoes do have 125 armor. They're not slouches. Gyrocopters and Slayers are nearby to peel. Not going to be a disaster situation. And a couple of Black Orcs are coming in here for Flying Taco. So now comes Warden The Paunch once more, charging into the fray, waving his mighty axe. And this is certainly the time to strike, while the dwarves are mucked up and also a little bit blobbed here. Warden The Paunch will be able to probably take out a couple of the Iron Drakes. Yeah, this is his best chance here for sure. I think just sending everything in, including the Goblin crews to fight, is going to be his best bet. He has healed up to about 1200 HP. Oh, but a Grombrindle Flash Bomb puts him down to 23 speed. The White Dwarf is coming. Is the Paunch going to be able to get away? It's Jurassic Park. You can see Grombrindle running over his shoulder as Paunch cleaves some of these Slayers asunder. Oh man, this is not going to be good. You can see a huge blow right there. Warden The Paunch, oh man, pinned in by Gyrocopters. That's some MLG play for sure by Anticity. But it looks like Paunch does take a huge blow, but the Lucky Banner keeps him alive. It gives him the 40% ward save, but the Orc Shaman is going to be sacrificed for that for sure. The Orc Shaman is in here getting pinned down by all these different troops. Now Warden The Paunch with the Lucky Banner charging back in once again. I think army losses is upon the Greenskins here as the Trollhammer Torpedoes are going to start ripping some huge shots into the Paunch. And that is going to be a Dwarven victory against the new Greenskins. Man, great play by Anticity. That was a masterclass for sure. Taco played well also, but man, the Gyrocopters were just punishing. What a game. What a game indeed. The pumps really got shut down. All right, so that's going to be a 1-1 here in this series, guys. Let's get the screen blocker back and jump into the lobby. Taco says, GG, well played. And now they go to game 3. That was crazy, man. I can't believe the dwarves won that. The Paunch got dragged down. So the game will be out on the 21st. Yeah, so a couple days. Oh, I guess almost a week. Hey, Mr. Pig, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well, Jason. Anticity with some solid play. Satisfy the grudge! Copters versus Pump Wagons, man. That was a really cool game. The Jawi are strongest when wronged by the meta. Yeah, that was amazing. Professor Pone in chat saying, when I lost to Jawi with Greenskins, people said I was terrible. Oh, man. That's pretty funny, Major Moolah. I love that. Man, that was an awesome match. So now Anticity is going to be doing his picks here and bans, and I'll be right back. Just going to grab a little something from the kitchen. All right, we're back. Players are doing their picks. I think Anticity accidentally said he was going to play dwarves again. The flame cannon was awesome, man. That roasted all those little goblins off. And now Anticity is going Dark Elves. So Anticity's picking 3 factions now. Greenskins, Norska, and Dark Elves. And now Flying Taco picks one and bans one of those 3. I would imagine Taco might go for like Beastmen or something. Beastmen versus Greenskins would be really interesting to see now. I'd be curious. Anticity says Force of Habit. That's pretty funny. That was such a great game. How many rogue idols can you bring in multiplayer? I think we just have it limited to one right now, but like bringing more than one would not be good. You could bring like a rogue idol plus a Arachnaut queen, and you know you're good. You guys want a dwarf rematch? Dwarfs with greenskins round 2. That was some really good play for sure. The map, it's in Discord. Yeah, I think it's Prague is the map. The Ancestor Gods are pleased. That's probably the... I mean, if Anticity passes on, we'll probably see dwarves again if he passes on to the finals. But if Taco advances, I don't think we'll see too many more dwarves. Because on the bottom side of the bracket, we have... we have Xiphos and Hadries, which are mostly elf players. So Anticity, for those of you guys who are dwarf fans, is your last champion. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Tomb Kings. Now, how would new greenskins do against Tomb Kings? Probably pretty good. Like rampaging their constructs into bad situations. Pump Wagon's probably not super useful. Stone Troll's probably pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. A very dissatisfied dwarf. I'm sure dwarves will get a DLC at some point. I bet you they will. They need to, I think. So Anticity, oh man. It's greenskins versus Tomb Kings. So we're going to see new greenskins against Tomb Kings here. This is going to be really fun. Have a... what is a cinnamon challenge? Oh no, I haven't completed it. I do like cinnamon though. And yes, my friends, we have 2,500 people watching. Let's see if we can pump those jams up to 1,000 likes. Would help me out. And again, it gets more people into the stream, which is always good. Grows our community. Pump it up. Let's get that 1K, boys. The Flappas are pretty good, for sure. I think Flappas are better against elves. I don't think you need more than the basic pump wagon. Oh, man, guys. Anticity's build is awesome. It's awesome. I love it. Oh, man. It's so good. Guys, you're in for a real treat. This build is quite magical from Anticity. You'll see it soon. Yeah, we have some, man, we had some really good players playing today. It was quite some fierce competition. One sec, guys. All right, everything looks good. Oh man. Settings are all fine. Scoreboard looks good. And the dreaded screen blocker will fall in due time. Watching for 3 hours, I forgot to... Oh, please, no worries, man. Yeah, Anticity, some people in chat want Grimgor. I actually think Grimgor could be good here, Hunter of Champions. He basically has Hunter of Champions. Slows, lowers their stats. I would still probably go with Skarsnik. Granted, I don't know, maybe Grimgor is the way here. Who knows? Brainbust is always super good too for clearing out skeleton hordes. But I'm more so curious about the rest of his army. Like, I wonder if he'll bother with any of the trolls. Or maybe he'll just go super wide and transform. Hard to say. You guys want Grimgor? Pump with those likes for the Dawi. I know, after that game, Jesus. That was a masterclass for sure. Anticity also, a couple months ago, he was in the fresh recruit circuit. Like, he was in the fresh recruit tournaments. Like, he was newer. Like, I mean, he's been obviously playing for months now, but, like, man, he's just gotten so good so fast. Although, when I do see him on Discord, I see him playing StarCraft 2, which is I'm like, oh, okay, that explains it. Because if he's a StarCraft 2 player and comes from an RTS background, like, he'll pick it up quick, and a lot of the same principles do apply. But yeah, I'm really impressed with his performance. He won the faction war last time with Vampire Coast, and has been a really consistent contender, too. Yeah. Ruben, thank you so much. Like it real good. I'm glad you do, Ruben, and thank you so much for your support, man. Honest Abram says, I'm so tired, but I need to finish my paper. Dude, bro, we got you, man. Slay that paper. You need to pump all over the face of that paper. Yeah, the River Troll Hag, I think, is a good choice here, too. Although, she's weak to fire. Tomb Kings could use Cetra's Blade. It's still worth it. I think Mither is really good. Honestly, for like 800 gold, I just think it's so cost-effective. Like, if you just bring her with her slow and, like, use her as an armor-piercing meat sack club thing, she's pretty good. I wouldn't bring wagons here, because, like, Nahakar Horsemen, Skeleton Horsemen will just shut them down. Tomb Kings have a fair amount of mass. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Stone Trolls I would bring. But aside from that, it'd probably be more of an old-school build using some of the, like, new lords to really accentuate things. You know, I don't know if Taco's going to meme with Tomb Kings. The memeiest thing he probably would bring would be like a Titan, like an Arrow Titan. But aside from that, I don't think we'll see too many memes. Like, Tomb Kings, like, don't have too many meme units. Like, they're mostly good across the board. There is a giant River Troll Hag, yeah. She's the new Deathcaster for the Greenskins. And she's super good. She regenerates, has good AP values, and also has Death Magic, and has a really good slow ability called Mither. Yeah. So we'll see. Looks like Flying Taco is ready. Anticity making his final tweaks. After this, we move to the bottom side of the bracket for games between Hadries and Zyphos, who are, I'm sure, watching and scouting their future opponents here. Bug-Eyed Creep, we got that 1K for you, boss. The boys, the lads, you guys have done it. Thank you so much. And Bug-Eyed Creep, man, I love the name. I'm always fond of buggy-eyed creatures, including my dog Wookie. I know, it does sound wrong, but just roll with it. Screaming Meme Catapults, yeah, but they're not, like, terrible, actually. They got some changes. And, like, the really nice thing for Greenskins, though, is DJ Kotep doesn't just shut down your WA anymore. So no matter what, you can't use, like, Lich Staff to keep Greenskins from getting WA now, which is really nice. Yeah, I think the new WA mechanic as an army ability is, like, super solid. I love playing Greenskins, man. I've been having so much fun with them. So now for the armies of Army Blocker. Don't worry, guys, I got it. We have Grimgor Ironhide. Oh, baby. He's coming in. Hunter of Champions. Bloodforged Armor. All of the new abilities. Grimgor is going to be going in balls deep, boys. We do also have an Orc Shaman with Brain Busted, a Crowd Clear, a Goblin Big Boss. Front line is going to be Savage Orc Biggins. So a huge Savage Orc Horde. Secondary line of a Orc Daka line. And Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins. Whoa, this is a wild build. So Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins. This is very exciting. And it looks like a couple of Goblins and Fanatics for support. Pretty cool Greenskin army. Grimgor certainly looking for blood. And now for the forces. A Flying Taco, the XMT champion. He's got Tomb Guard, Skeleton Warriors, a Boner Giant. He's got a big old Bone Giant. A couple of Ushapti, Setra the Imperishable and the Sphinx, Skeletons, and a massive core of a Nehekar Horseman with a Tomb Scorpion. And it looks like a Necrotect as well. So yeah, Tomb Scorpion's always very strong, but we'll see what kind of work Grimgor can do. I'm a little bit concerned for Grimgor. With Setra plus a Tomb Scorpion on him, could be a little bit tough. But we'll see. Man, so clearly, I mean, Anticity's been playing pretty serious builds all day. And bringing Grimgor, you know, clearly he's done some practice games here and thinks Grimgor is very solid here. I'm quite curious. I also want to see the performance here of the Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins. Now, this is a build that actually is going to generate the WA very quickly because it will have a lot of guys in combat. Yeah. This is wild. Debatist is in the house. I know. I think this is the first time we've actually seen Grimgor today. The first. There's no Flappas, unfortunately. It would have been nice to have one Flappa just to send a message, but all jokes aside, Pump Wagons would not be good versus army. Nehekar Horsemen, Tomb Scorpions, all these different troops are like so good at, you know, obstructing units like that. And now the battle is about to be underway. Flying Taco is ready. Anticity ready as well. Yeah, there's no green spores, no pumps, but Grimgor certainly will be spreading the love. Hunter of Champions on Grimgor is going to be pretty interesting. See how he performs against like Setra, and of course against like a Tomb Scorpion, he can chop them down very, very quickly. Unfortunately, his ability can only be used on Lords and Heroes, so either the Necrotect or Setra are pretty much his only two targets there. Yeah. The Ethereal Nehekar Warriors are a campaign-only unit, so they are not allowed in traditional tournaments because they're designed for campaign and balanced for campaign. But in our autogen tournaments and different things like that, they are something that we can't see. Debatist and Debestus. So here we go. The Greenskins have surged forward. Morgub's Magi Marauders is going to be unleashing a salvo of annoying armor-piercing fire into the Skeleton Warriors. And the Bone Giant, ooh, a nice shot right there. The Bone Giant just rips a shot into that Orc Shaman. And the Orc Shaman is forced to the ground, but he gets back up mighty and triumphant indeed. So now we have the 8-peak Loonies. 8-peak Loonies are going to be running forward, looking to get their Fanatic Balls, I would imagine. Clearly that's what Anticity is kind of itching for here. I know. I really want to see Grimgor in action here. I'm very excited. This is going to be a pretty brutal rush, though. Savage Orc Biggins will tear apart Skeleton Warriors and Ushapti and Nehekar Horsemen. So some of the Gobos here are going to be taking a charge. I wonder if they'll use their Fanatics. They're actually going to box up and just absorb it like champs. That was an interesting brace right there by Anticity. Oh, and the Fanatics are used, and look at it. They're clubbing through these Horsemen. Man, look at that Fanatic play right there. That was super solid. Granted, it does save some of the Skeleton Warriors, but yeah, that was a really good use of the Fanatics, man. Solid stuff there from Anticity. So now the frontline engagement is about to be underway. Savage Orc Biggins will be piling into these very beleaguered skeletons. Now that Kara Horseman over here, crumped by the Fanatics. And now we have the Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins coming in. And they have great AP values. Oh, shit. They have bonus versus large. The Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins have bonus versus large now? Okay. They didn't have that before. Am I just crazy? Anyways, Savage Orc Biggins engaging in the front. Skeleton Warriors do not have charge defense, so they're going to be taking a huge hammering from those guys. And now we have Cetra the Imperishable coming in to fight. Bloodforged armor popped. All the buffs popped, and your next is popped. Cetra currently being forced by Daka, and Grimgor gets a huge blow on Cetra. Cetra is getting crumped by Grimgor and running for the hills. They need stabbing. Your next, 35 speed. Grimgor is just going balls deep right here, guys. And man, he got a ton of damage with that Daka fire, and a really, really good start for the Greenskins. So Cetra is forced back now. We have a fight on the flanks between the Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins and some of the Nekakar Warriors. And Grimgor able to just go ham. But now the Tomb Scorpion has come in, but I think Grimgor is certainly going to be able to settle some issues here with the Tomb Scorpion. You can see the Scorpion getting worked down pretty hard. Bone Giant, in the meantime, still trying to snipe out the Orc Caster, which is certainly a smart play. He's probably going to try and cast something before he breaks here. And some of the Savage Orc Biggins in the front line do waver and actually break, but Grimgor and the Goblin Big Boss are getting some huge damage here against the Tomb Scorpion. And on this flank here, you can see the Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins should be able to dispatch the Nekakar Horsemen as long as they get their charge. If they get charged, they might not be quite as strong there. And the Savage Orcs in the front line are, of course, doing a very, very good job. But nonetheless, guys, Grimgor is doing some work, chopping down that Tomb Scorpion pretty well. And the Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins are charging back in to try and force back the Nekakar Horsemen. And the Wa is active now, so the entire Greenskin front line is going to be just super powerful. Savage Orcs, 72, 57 on their combat stats. Skeleton Warriors and Ushopti are crumbling. Another big issue for the Tomb Kings is the fact that the Archer line is online. However, Flying Taco with a great snipe. He gets the Bone Giant and he takes out the Orc Shaman. Orc Shaman at negative 33 right here. Probably is not going to be a factor for the rest of the game. So honestly, it's a pretty close match. I think this one could go either way. You can see here in the back, the Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins have been forced back. So unfortunately, Anticity does lose a relatively healthy group of pigs there that could have done some heavy lifting. However, on this side, it's looking pretty good. Goblins dispatching skeletons. Savage Orcs crumping Tomb Guard here. And Grimgor. Oh, Grimgor could definitely go after this Necrotect right here. Yeah, the Necrotect here. 50 armor. Grimgor and the Goblin are going to be turning their sights elsewhere, it looks like. Going after the Ushopti, maybe. We'll see. So some of the piggies are broken. They might actually come back. 3 leadership may stabilize on the edge of the map, but now the Bone Giant is shooting at Grimgor. And Grimgor is in a bit of a dangerous situation, a little bit isolated in the open. Needs to get some of these infantry engaged versus Blob here. Try and buffer up Grimgor a little bit. Yeah, Grimgor needs to start moving. It looks like a bit of a lapse here as the Bone Giant continues to shoot in. And the Orc Air Boys are, just kind of teeing off here. The Ushopti summon will disappear as well, which will help normalize the balance of power. Currently, it's a little bit Tomb King favored, but I think that's mostly because of that. And I don't know if Anticity, he kind of dropped his micro a little bit on Grimgor, but now I think he's gotten it back in business. Savage Orcs and Goblins and other troops are now re-engaging, which is going to be good. And yeah, killing the Necrotect here would be good. It might actually get rid of a heal. Grimgor knocked over by the Bone Giant, and the second Wa is active. So now the entire Greenskin army is going to be quite pissed once again. And the Savage Orc Boarboy Biggins are just chopping in here and working down the remnants here of the Tomb King's forces. In the back, we have the Bone Giant occupied by Goblins and Savage Orcs. And Grimgor just chopping down this Necrotech. Your next has been popped. He is so squishy right now. 1,000 HP. Grimgor getting him down very, very quickly. Might be enough to crumble him, but Cetra is coming in as well. Can Grimgor survive Cetra and the Necrotech and the Tomb Scorpion? I don't know if he has enough support here. And it looks like the Tomb Kings are pulling ahead a little bit in this game. But nonetheless, it's been a very, very good game for both sides. So Grimgor is currently hunting Cetra. They need Stabbin has been activated. Cetra going in, trying to peel off and free up the Bone Giant. But yeah, I think the Savage Orc Boarboys going on that flank was pretty disastrous for sure. But Grimgor coming in, and 2,000 HP, and down to 2,100 on Cetra. That's quite nice. Tomb Scorpion coming in as well. Might be able to get Grimgor, but it looks like Grimgor does kind of dodge that engagement here. Goblins just kind of grinding it out against these Ushopti. And these Rusty Arrows here on the far side. Still in line somehow, but the Nekakar Horsemen should be able to shut them down. Really, really close game for sure, but I think that Flying Taco, the champion of XMT, might be able to pull this out. I don't think Grimgor can solo all of this stuff. He's certainly trying his best, but there's a lot. I mean, but Grimgor's done work this game. Cetra has been taken out. This Necrotect has been beaten down. I mean, so many things have gone very well. Grimgor with the Bloodforged armor, putting him up to 150 armor. But yeah, there's a lot of scary AP coming in. Grimgore's going to have to carry hard. Like, he's going to have to, like, really drag down some of these big boys if he can. Tomb Scorpion here taking some damage from the Savage Orcs. More Savage Orcs are piling in every direction. And on the edge of the map, Flying Taco did a really good job using his Nehekar horsemen to chase down those war boys to make sure they don't come back. Grimgore pretty much here with his goblins. A couple Savage Orcs coming in from the back here. I don't know if Grimgore's going to be able to do it all. Man, he's been doing great work this game, though. Despite, the Greenskins losing this, I think that was a really good showcase of what new Grimgore can do. Just the rest of the game, Taco sniping out the Shaman was super clutch, and also getting the boar boys into suboptimal engagements was really big. I mean, look how beat up like all this Tomb King stuff is. Yeah. Well played. Well played indeed. An Arachnarok Spider would have been good as well. Maybe a couple like trolls to like roadblock. Yeah, Grimgore just couldn't do it all on his own. Oh, that's what it was. Anticity says, half my screen broke halfway through the fight. Oh, that's why he was just kind of standing there with Grimgore. What a weird thing to have happen. Yeah, because he did kind of have a lapse of micro and let a couple things get caught there, but if he says his screen was giving him issues, it's funny because Dodd Plays had that as well. Well played, though. Well, nonetheless, we'll see Anticity back in future tournaments. Don't you worry, he played like an absolute champ today, and Grimgore put on a clinic. Grimgore did great. So Willamos, Greenskins have won a fair amount of games. High Elves haven't won as many, but they've both done well. That was a close game, honestly. It was really good. I think Anticity saying he had some screen problems, and one of his monitor gave him issues and cut out. And I think that's why his Savage Orc Boar Bacons got caught on the flank, and that's probably what lost him the game, to be honest. Yeah. All right, so that is going to be an advance there for the Flying Taco. All right, one sec, guys, and I'll be right back. All right, guys, back. Sorry about that. There's some weird sound coming from the other room there. So now let us go ahead and update the bracket and go ahead and advance the Flying Taco. And now we have Xiphos versus Hadries in our last semifinal game of the day. Here we go, moving into the next game here. Getting it all set up. Cetra put a curse on the monitor. All right, guys, 1 second. Almost ready. We have Xiphos versus Hadries. Very good. So now we're going to cut back to the game. Get the battle scorecards all set up. See who is on what side. Hadries is on the left. Need to get the screen blocker up. So Hadries is on the left side. And then we have Xiphos here as well. Aha! Do your magic! Oh, look at that. So nice. I love this new software. Yeah, it's a tricky situation with like the monitor. I don't know. If they both wanted to, we could do that. But honestly, it was a pretty good game nonetheless. And he said half of it was still working or something. I don't know. So in this match, we have Hadries versus Xiphos in a best-of-3 showdown. It's going to be Greenskins against High Elves. And yeah, so you guys are getting another DLC showdown. Hadries certainly has some treats for you guys as far as what I can see in his build. And Xiphos is going to his beloved High Elves to see if the High Elves can start to pull back some W's in the win column here. Yeah, Grimgore did great. Man, I was really impressed with Grimgore that game. He like chopped down the Tomb Scorpion, chopped down Cetra. I actually thought that Taco might lose Cetra very early to Grimgore in like that Daka fire. That was really nasty. I know, the screen blocker is really good. It's really, really good. I love it. All right, everything looks good. And we got a donation from Ziggy Williamson. Thank you so much. He says, great casting, new to Warhammer, so I'm learning a lot. Hey, it's a pleasure, man. Glad you enjoyed the game. That was a really good one, for sure. Grimgore chopped the Necker. Yeah, Grimgore chopped his screen in half. Yeah, it was really good. Do you and Italian play tabletop together? We played a couple times. He's usually pretty busy, so I wasn't able to get too many games with him back in the day. But we played. Italian Spartacus and I played about 3 games in tabletop with my Death Guard versus Blood Angels. Yeah, that was a ways back though. Man, the Lions were awesome though. Well played to those 2 gents. That was a really good series. So today it's basically Ever Chosen. We have 8 players, best of 3s, best of 5 finals. It's a pretty serious stream. We haven't seen too much vampire counts today. Not too many players here are vampire count players, so not surprised with that. And Hadri's is ready, it looks like. Zyphos making some final tweaks to his army. And this is the second semifinal. The winner will go to the grand finals to face the Flying Taco, the Lion Master of Crace. It needs more trolls? Well, I don't think you'll be disappointed, although I can't see, he's still working on his build, so I'm not sure what his final product is going to be. Screen blocker currently up, holding it down. Grimgore got bored fighting in a video game, now he's coming for us. Oh god. Yeah, some pretty serious games today, so if we cut and show you guys the bracket here real quick, so let's go ahead and do that. Plus 30 bracket. So yeah, so basically we had Anticity versus Aerocrastic. In the first round, we have Flying Taco versus Soothsayer. And then we had Zyphos versus Vicious Satsuma and Hadri's against Falcon in the earlier rounds. So you can see which players have advanced. And now we have Zyphos and Hadri's in this best of 3 showdown. The winner will be facing Flying Taco in a best of 5 final. So best of 5. Best of 5 series are always fun. We've been streaming for about 3 hours and 50 minutes. So, making pretty good time, to be honest. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. Zyphos trying to decide how he's going to play. We, of course, saw Zyphos use the High Alpha Rush with the Dragonhorn earlier. But I think he's going to kind of switch up his play. You know who I really like in this matchup are Silver and Guard. They're pretty solid here. Their armor really blocks like Goblins, Fanatics, Savage Orcs, Biggins. And they hold for like your missiles to really wreck shop. There's not really guilds, there's clans. But the clans, it's pretty loose. Yeah, Zyphos is in like clan ODM. And Hadri's is a QSA, I think. And yeah, so there's clans for sure. It's mainly just like little Discord communities that people like hang out in. Yeah. Grimgore. Grimgore was a monster that last game. It was really fun seeing him in action. All right. Yeah, and Wikid will give you all the details regarding Discord. You can always join my multiplayer Discord where we host tournaments. And also, next week, so on the 22nd or 23rd, I'm not sure what day yet, we're going to be starting our new ECL season. So the ECL is my competitive league I host, and it's completely open. Anyone can join. So they're like usually 50, 60-man tournaments, and there's prize pools and qualifiers. It's a really fun system. So, yeah. So we will see. Silver and Guard are 800 gold, I think, or 7 something, 7 or 800. They've been a good frontline choice. I like using Silver and Guard as like the frontline hold, and then use Rangers to kind of sweep the flanks, and then War Lions to stop the wagons, and yeah, and then like a Sister of Avalorn to bring down big threats, and then Tyrion I also love in this matchup. Yeah, Tyrion's really good. Pone says he's not in a clan, but he's in a couple cults. All right, guys, so let's see what Zyphos has done to adapt his build. And now we see, does he have anything new? He's got a couple Silver and Guard, actually, which is nice. So Zyphos with 2 Silver and Guard. He does have Swordmasters of Hoeth, Rangers, a couple Lothern Sea Guard as well. Fireborn in the back, Flamespire Phoenix. Oh, he's got Imric on horseback. So it seems like earlier Zyphos really did enjoy using Imric. Got the Dragonhorn as well. Certainly going to make his Spears and Swordmasters do a bit more work. He does also have an Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower, a Mage of Life to heal up his single entities, and a couple Illyrian Reavers for battlefield control. It's a nice build from Zyphos. We'll see if the High Elves can claim victory over the mighty Greenskins this day. And now, here we are with the Greenskin build. So Hammer of Gork, front line's going to be Orc Boys, 8 Peak Loonies, a couple Orc Biggins, and Stone Trolls. You guys wanted more Trolls? Here they are. The Stone Trolls, of course, probably the better choice. River Trolls aren't that great. And Stone Trolls are, yeah, Missile Resist, Magic Resist, many things that are quite good against High Elves for sure. And you know, Phoenixes, for example, do magic damage if you look. So having the Magic Resist does counterbalance the fire weakness on the Stone Trolls. In the back, he's got a couple Orc Biggins, and there's one tree waiting in the trees. The Rogue Idol. Oh, baby. Hadri's coming in with a big old manifestation of Gork or Mork. So the Rogue Idol is here as well, and this is going to be very exciting. Oh, yeah, Rogue Idol. Give us that sweet, sweet business. For his lord, he's got Skarsnik. He does also have a Night Goblin Shaman and Goblin Big Boss. That's it. So no River Troll Hag. And that is it, my friends. Yeah, you guys got the Rogue Idol. I know, I'm surprised there's no lions. I would expect one, but it doesn't really matter because Hadri's did not go with Pump Wagons anyways. Pump Wagons would be pretty good here. They would wreck the Swordmasters, really give a lot of penetration. But yeah, Hadri's doing something a little bit different, of course, going with the Mighty Rogue Idol and Stone Trolls. Seems to be his style of play. Yeah. It's time. The Mighty Rogue Idol is here. It's not the big un. But it's close. He's pretty big himself. 150 armor. Mighty Rogue Idol. Very good at smashing infantry. Like, if it gets on those Swordmasters, man, that's going to be KO for those guys. Also got to watch out. You know, the bird could get rampaged and dragged to its doom here. 400 range. The High Elves will probably be the ones that have to advance because of the Rock Lobber. The Bolt Thrower isn't going to have as much, like, impact. So I think just, you know, Hadri sitting back and using the Hammer of Gork to hammer the Swordmasters or even the Silver and Guard is going to be a cost-effective play for him. Would be my 2 cents. It's a normal un. Normal un. Yeah, it's here. Rogue Idol. Stupid Jesus hair keeps falling in my face. Let me go ahead and get a hat. One sec, guys. I look like I'm straight out of the Old Testament right now. Just like turning water into wine. Alright, guys. So here we are. The battle is underway. The Hammer of Gork is going to be shooting at Silver and Guard. Xiphos is probably going to be the one advancing. Now, Imric is actually a pretty cool choice here because he is anti-large, and Imric certainly can put some serious hurt on the Rogue Idol. However, Imric is going to have to beware of Skarsnik. Skarsnik is anti-large and also is small himself. So Imric would not trade probably super effectively with Skarsnik, especially considering the poison. So now we have the Bolt Thrower from Xiphos. The Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower is shooting at the Rogue Idol. And the Hammer of Gork is shooting back at the Bolt Thrower. So, bit of a haggard exchange from these two factions here. Seems like the Bolt Thrower is getting the upper hand so far, shooting at the bigger target. Rogue Idol. No. Is it actually trying to snipe the artillery? No, actually it's not shooting the Rogue Idol. Oh, but the bombardment here. Xiphos dropping some pigeon droppings on the Orc boys. Oh man, Xiphos just Tokyo drifting here. Look at his drops. Nice bombardments. Man, Xiphos with such good Flamespire Phoenix play. That was so solid. He wrecks the AP Gloonies a little bit. He gets the Orc boys. And now this Goblin Shaman is isolated and alone in open field. Man, Xiphos with a really good opening here in this game. Vindictive Glare being used on the Bolt Thrower to actually take out one of the models here. But now Skarsnik is waddling forward, and this poor little Goblin Shaman is running for the hills. And it looks like he was able to avoid most of that damage there. Yeah, crazy stuff. But that bombardment was really good from Flamespire Phoenix. Great stuff right there. Great showcase. So the Rogue Idol waddles forth. Looks like the Bolt Thrower is still trying to snipe the Rock Lobber. Doesn't seem to be winning that duel. The Hammer of Gork has 3 models. This one only has 2 left, probably because of some Greenskin Witchcraft. So here comes another shot from the Night Goblin Shaman. Going to be shooting in, and is it going to get another one? Yes, it does. Man, the Goblin Shaman MVP. And this is going to kind of have to force Xiphos to change his game plans. Looks like the Phoenix coming in for more bombardments. Probably going to go back here and try and get the crew. And there's not really anything. There's no missiles, so the Phoenix can pretty much do as it pleases. Oh, it's dropping its fat load here on the Hammer of Gork. And you can see Hadri's does pull back to dodge that. Now, he can't rampage the Phoenix because it hasn't taken enough damage. Phoenix fanning charges. Xiphos, ever the troll here, harassing and using this Phoenix to just maximum effectiveness. Hammer of Gork shooting again. It looks like the Bolt Thrower is about to be out of steam because the Night Goblin Shaman is going to be using another Vindictive Glare to take that Bolt Thrower out. So both players probably honestly going to lose their artillery. I don't think either of these guys want to advance. Yeah, I don't think they do. And the Phoenix just sitting overhead, just waiting to drop. It might be out of bombs, actually. I think the Phoenix has used at least like 6 or 7. Yeah, it's going for the... oh man, these goblins just getting shreked by the Phoenix bombs. Down to 73 from 120. Huge damage, coming in for a freebie as well. Gotta watch out though. Hadri's grabs everything and just beelines for it. Now, this could actually be really bad for Xiphos if he leaves the Phoenix too long here and lets it get rampaged. You see, this is what I'm telling you guys. The fermented fungi isn't guaranteed. The Phoenix hasn't taken enough damage yet. So basically, if Xiphos escapes here without taking too much damage, he'll have baited out a very powerful ability and also done huge damage. So it's getting close though. The Goblin Big Boss might be able to rampage him. Gorkle Fix It has been used as well to slow him down, but Xiphos nonetheless able to get away. Imric coming in, but oh, the Rogue Idol's going for Imric! And it does slam him a little bit. Imric takes some damage going in for the Goblin Shaman. And he does get the Rampage on the Phoenix, finally. Using, he had to use a lot, though. And honestly, I think the Phoenix with a little bit of Silver and Guard support will probably be fine here, as long as it doesn't do stupid attack animations. Some poor little Goblin being launched into the Shadow Realm. Yeah, honestly, the Phoenix is fine. That was a really good control by Xiphos, and as long as he has Earthbloods and can pull back the bird now, should be fine. So Silver and Guard have engaged. Fanatics have been... Oh man, the Fanatics have been leashed in the front line going through the Silver and Guard, but oh no, the Fanatics are going into the Orc units! Oh no! They're unpredictable indeed. They go through and smash some of the Biggins, it looks like. Another Vindictive Glare used here on the Mage of Life. And it looks like this is where the engagement's going to be. So Orc Biggins being charged downhill by Reavers. And also Skarsnik with Tricksy Traps giving a bit of a speed buff, but the big old Rogue Idol's going to be coming in to clap some cheeks, and clap them he does. But Imric doing a great job. Imric, I would imagine the Dragonhorn has not been popped quite yet. He's probably waiting for his Swordmasters to get in combat. Imric really giving the business here to this Goblin Big Boss. Been healing very, very solid here in this situation. Now Xiphos has been able to get his Lothern Seaguard in range. Dragonhorn has been sounded, so the entire High Elf army very juiced up now. You can see the Rangers cutting through these Orc boys with expedient prowess. 54 melee attack against 25 melee defense, bonus for infantry. Orc boys do not stand a chance. In the back, Fireborn are circling about, and this is going to be nasty. Anti-large fire damage, those Stone Trolls are going to get wrecked by the Fireborn. And honestly, I think the High Elves are really taking command of this game. The Greenskins seem to be getting picked apart. Over here we do, of course, have the Lothern Seaguard. Now shooting into the Stone Trolls, of course, they do have Missile Resist. Swordmasters cutting through Goblins. And the Rogue Idol, though, is still a threat. Skarsnik's Rampage might be coming off cooldown soon-ish. But the Flamespire Phoenix able to get away with Imric. Lothern Seaguard forced into combat with Biggins, which is pretty bad for them. High Elves basically, I think, have to concede this position. The Greenskins are going to win it, and just kite the Rogue Idol. Avoid it at all costs, and prosper elsewhere. Here comes Rogue Idol, dropping the base once again on the Silver and Guard, up to 39 kills, 40 kills, 41. Looks like took out a couple guys as it got up there. But the Fireborn here, just getting value. I mean, the Stone Trolls cost 1,100. They're not cheap, so like being able to crump them that quickly and then chase them off the battlefield is just a huge, huge value train. Also, Imric is still very healthy, and it's just really showing, I think of the players we've had in the tournament today, Xiphos has had really put on the best showcases against the new Greenskins. He's avoided the snares, and he's been able to beat them consistently with the Dark Elves, and I think he had another victory with another faction. But the Flamespire Phoenix certainly could go hunt that Goblin Big Boss, but I think Xiphos is going to play it safe now, knowing that Rampage is probably off cooldown for Skarsnik, so he doesn't want to get Imric rampaged into the Rogue Idol and Skarsnik. So yeah, probably just concede this flank, to be honest. The bird can't be rampaged again unless it gets to a lower HP threshold, if I'm not mistaken. So he should be relatively safe to use the Flamespire Phoenix. Maybe going to go try and poke the Rogue Idol a little bit. This is good. Greenskin Army is much slower, so go in and go for the kill. But again, Skarsnik Rampage on Imric could be really devastating. So we'll see if Xiphos slips up here and gets himself caught. So Rampage is used on, looks like Imric. He hasn't taken enough damage for it to proc, so as long as Imric runs away and doesn't take damage here. Man, Xiphos is just having such good play. You know, a lot of things that, you know, people were discussing when we were like testing this out is like, yeah, like those slowing mechanics and the rampage mechanics, but it just goes to show there is counterplay if you're really paying attention, which is good. So here comes the Flamespire Phoenix, going to be flying overhead. Xiphos pulling back and basically just, you know, making the fermented fungi useless. Skarsnik is now kind of reduced to being a slow foot character, and the Fireborn were able to chase off the Trolls. The Rogue Idol is still going to be an issue. Goblin Big Boss on the high ground should be cleared off by Reavers, no problem, so he's pretty much a non-factor now. And the Rampage is off cooldown. Granted, Spite of the Bad Moon might be active soon to give bonus for Slarge to these nearby troops. But yeah, we have Swordmasters coming in, we have Rangers. I mean, there's some pretty good infantry, and if the Fireborn can break the Trolls and chase them off, then the Rogue Idol will simply be dragged down and probably slain by Imric. Flamespire Phoenix needs to get away, though. That's one of the few ways that I think Hadrius could maybe pull this game back, is if he gets the Flamespire Phoenix. Like, having this thing in the late game to cause terror is like a huge win condition for sure. So Fireborn need to make sure they go after the Trolls. You don't want to focus the Rogue Idol, you want to save it for last and then just drag it down with Imric. The Fireborn get a good charge nonetheless. Spite of the Bad Moon has not been popped. Lord of Dragons actually activated on the Rogue Idol to make it much squishier, but still it has huge armor. Trolls are being surrounded. The Dragonhorn has not been sounded again. I don't know what the cooldown is on the Dragonhorn, but the Fireborn really just doing solid work. Yeah, really, really solid work. The Stone Trolls are broken. Greenskins are falling behind on the bounce of power. Imric, the Dragon Tamer, is taming this Rogue Idol pretty hard. Its armor threshold has dropped. Its melee defense is currently 0. So pretty much every attack you see with Imric will be bringing down the Rogue Idol. And the Fireborn are going to be pulling back right now and should be able to crump some of these Stone Trolls pretty darn hard. So Xiphos turning around, going after the Stone Trolls. I think, nope, just going to be opting to crash this position. Although I think chasing off the trolls with Reavers would probably be fine. Yeah, and you can see Zyphos grab some Reavers, looks like, and goes after the trolls. Man, really good control here. Just solid masterclass stuff. And Imric is going in. He's going to be doing battle here with the Rogue Idol. Get back here, activated, and you can see the Mage of Life pushing in as well. The Rogue Idol's very low in leadership, probably going to break. And the High Elves with a very good showcase, using the new Rangers and using Imric pretty effectively. And yeah, just performing. So the Rogue Idol is broken down, Skarsnik has fallen, and that is going to be a victory for the High Elves, showing that they certainly do have some teeth. Yeah, very well played there. That was a very solid game. Playing around the fermented fungi and the rampage mechanics was really, really clutch. And now, let us go ahead and update the scoreboard. Zyphos goes up 1-0 here in this game. Let's update that. Yes, the High Elves have done it. The High Elves have done it. So let's go ahead and get the screen blocker up. GG, well played by both players. Fireborn play was really good. A lot of things were incredibly solid. All right, there we go. Screen blocker's up. Let's hang out and chat. High Elves making the comeback. Yes, they are. And without Alariel, yeah. The Dragon Princes with Imric was really cool. Imric was solid. Yeah, the Rogue Idol tried. He tried its hardest. How to defeat the Stone Mountain. You just have to tell it you're the Lord of Dragons and then use a lance against it. Yeah. Yeah, Imric's really solid for sure. Zypho says, I didn't expect the Rogue Idol. Still not sure that thing is good. Yeah, I think the Rogue Idol is not that good. Some people have different opinions, but Hadri's likes it, so. It's just the High Elves can really just kite around it, though. That's the problem. It's so slow. I think the Rogue Idol's better against like factions that have to come to you. Like if you're facing like vampires or beastmen or like people who you know you're going to be in melee with, but otherwise it's like so slow, so cumbersome. So we're on the Desert's Bounty for our next map. They're going to do their picks and bans, and we're just going to hang out and chat with you guys. Yeah, Air Boys would have been good. The way I like to play new Greenskins is using a ton of archers and like with the snares and stuff. It seems really strong. Yeah, Imric is definitely better than Eltharion in multiplayer. Yeah. Eltharion in multiplayer is overcosted. And Imric is like a huge game changer. His horn is super good. He has anti-large. He's mobile. He has a really good debuff. Yeah. So that's just my 2 cents. The Rogue Idol is very easy to avoid. It's only good in matchups. I think using the Big Gun, the Cygor Rogue Idol, is good against like Wood Elves. The other Rogue Idols, again, Beastmen against other aggressive factions, against Chaos probably, for like horde clearing infantry. I really like the new DLC. The campaigns are really fun, and the multiplayer stuff's great as well. We're not in the finals. No, this is the second semifinal. Yeah. So Hadri's is picking Skaven, bans on Vampire Coast and Dark Elves, and Zyphos is probably going to go Wood Elves here. That's his comfort pick. So he could go Wood Elves. He could go with could go Greenskins himself. Try and Crump. Bring out the Donald Crump for my campaign. I don't know. I wonder what the new Greenskin stuff. You probably want to use Pump Wagons against the against Skaven. Probably none of the trolls would be worth it. Warden The Paunch might not be bad. He's really good at killing like foot characters like assassins and Skrulk and things like that. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Zyphos picks. He's still on his pick right now. So yeah, Imric's campaign I heard is pretty cool. I know a lot of people streamed it today. Is anyone streaming it right now? We've been streaming for 4 hours. The biggest Paunch tourney still going strong. Oh, I see Italian Spartacus is streaming it. That's cool. The Big Un. The Big Un is really cool. Yeah, it's a fun unit. Oh man, Zyphos going with the French Bretonnia. So we got Bretonnia versus Skaven. Oh man, I was really not expecting Bretonnia today. I actually like Bretonnia against Skaven. I think it's fun. Probably Skaven favorite still, but man. It's still a fun matchup. Looks like Hadri's had a build all juiced and ready to go. It's the same build he used against my Bretonnia a couple weeks back. Looks like. Yep. Could you please give a noob-friendly explanation how to kite Rampage from Skarsnik? So, the Rampage mechanic doesn't instantly Rampage a unit. Units can only be Rampaged if they drop below certain HP thresholds. So, for example, if a unit is above 80% HP, it cannot be Rampaged. When it drops below 80%, it can be Rampaged. So once it is then Rampaged at its 80% threshold, like below the 80%, it cannot then be rampaged again unless I believe it drops below 50 or 40%. So there's a couple of tiers at which point it can only be rampaged each time. Yeah. So it's going to be Bretonnia versus Skaven. It'll be fun. On the Desert's bouncy, pretty open field, pretty good for Skaven, but Bretonnia, of course, going to be pushing in aggressively. Yeah, normal Rogue Idol's pretty good against Vampire Counts. Yeah, I think so. I would probably give it a try. Like Black Orcs, Rogue Idol, Skarsnik, a couple like Rampager characters. The River Troll Hag for like the slows. Yeah. The peasants are coming for Bretonnia. It's an older faction, sir, but it checks out. I know. That's so accurate. Willamos is like, I get that reference. It is a good Star Wars reference. The new scoreboard app seems to be working all right. So if Xiphos wins this, he advances to the grand finals to face Flying Taco. It's going to be quite a scrap. Hadri's actually reworking his build. He had a build, and now he's gone about to change it up a little bit. I'm just going to stand back and do some stretching here real quick, guys, and just chat with you guys. So apologies for the creaky floor. It is what it is. I'm 4 hours too late. Oh, I know, Lappin. Yes. It's been a good stream so far. We've been having an absolute blast. I actually saw Vampire Counts defeat some really good Greenskin builds, V-Claw, in some of our testing. The double Banshee is still really strong against Greenskins. How much would you have Eltharian's cost reduced by? Probably like 100. Yeah. I don't know. I would reduce the cost of his mount. I would give him better AP on his non-mount option. I would make his bombardment a little bit better because it's just very lackluster. There's a couple. Eltharian is very kind of underwhelming. I live in like an old house. It's very creaky. There's a lot of the noise. Like I have to stand perfectly still when I record or else the floor creaks. It takes much focus, much discipline. Unwashed masses of peasants versus unwashed rats. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're getting here. Kenny Jensen, we're in the second semifinal. Today is basically an ever-chosen style tournament. So it's a pretty good one. We've been going for about 4.5 hours. And we're continuing to go strong. Thank you guys for sticking around. The grand finals will be coming up soon. It's still somewhat early in the day, I suppose. 1 o'clock here. Probably like 9 or 10, 11 in Europe, depending where you are. We're on the last semifinal. And then after this, we have the grand finals, which is best of 5. Yeah, Eltharian is cool. High Elf Karl Franz, but he's no Franz, that's for sure. Franz is, have we seen any Empire today? Man, Taco with the lion build was so cool too. The white lion build, the Krace build. That was incredibly awesome to see. All right, so it looks like Xiphos is ready. Hadri's making the final tweaks to his build. Looks like a good build for sure. It's somewhat similar to something we saw earlier, I suppose. Yes, that's the mighty rats they call. You know, one thing that, well, I guess I probably shouldn't touch upon it while people are still watching and stuff, but until they start the game. But there's something about Skaven I've found to be pretty important when you're playing against Bretonnia. But I don't know. I wonder how Xiphos will play. All right, so now that they're loading in, when I play against Skaven, I like to spam like 1 million peasant archers, like just a ton of them. They're super good against rat ogres and hell pits, and if they don't bring blade claw catapults or mortars, like they don't really have too many good options against them. So we'll see. We'll see what Hadri's brings. We're on an open field map too, so the catapults would be pretty strong here. All right, so we're loading in. He looks like Karl Franz's brother. Like they could be related. If you didn't have the pointy ears, of course. Doing some shoulder stretches. I need to do some serious stretching. We're loading in. This is a cool map. I always like the Tomb Kings maps. Like the old world just has so much potential for like cool games. I'm glad Creative Assembly's done like a good job with it, you know? Because there's so many Warhammer games that are just so bad. Oh my god. It's gotten a little bit better, I suppose, but Turin, Empire, Norska, and Beastmen have all been missed so far, yeah. Taco does play Beastmen. That's one of his main factions, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Beastmen in the best of 5 finals. I know. Yeah. Summons and, yeah, slaves can run them down for sure, but I really like archer lines with battle pilgrims. Yeah, and that's exactly what he brought. Yeah, looks like peasant bowmen with archers, but he only brought 3 archers. He didn't go 2 balls deep on them. Battle pilgrims are a great pick. High DPS, shielded, immune to psychology while their frenzy is active, so they don't get routed off by like doom wheels and hell pits and shit. And sorry, I'm just super paranoid about the screen blocker. That's why I keep minimizing. Okay, it's gone. So we got peasant archers, we got battle pilgrims into the sunset, peasant mobs, men at arms, and for his knights, we actually have grail knights. Interesting. So he's got grail knights, defenders of fleur de lis, more grail knights on the far side. Now he does have Gotrek as well. Gotrek is always a solid addition to any Bretonnian army, especially with the Fey Enchantress. He's got Fey and a paladin here for anti-large. It's a solid army. I really like Xiphos' force. It's just going to come down to control for the most part. And 1 mounted yeoman is always an annoying backline tool to keep the Skaven honest. Now for the Skaven, 2 warp lightning cannons, going to be really, really good against those grail knights. So if I were Xiphos, I'd probably keep the Grail Knights back until my main army crunches into them, and then I would bring the Grail Knights. And then, that forces Hadri's to shoot at something else, and then eventually switch, and it's more micro-intensive. Got a Grey Seer of Ruin, a Grey Seer of Plague, an Assassin, and a bunch of Skaven Slaves, and a couple Rat Ogres, Help It, and a Warp Grinder. Pretty standard stuff. Rat Ogres to block up with Mass, Help It to kill the Knights, Council Guard to sit in the back and defend the artillery pieces. It's a good army. It definitely is a good army. I think either player can win this. But I really like the Gotrek pick as well. Gotrek is really annoying. He just constantly chases down your bells and is really sticky and tough to get rid of. Good old Gotrek, the Slayer. I love the book so much. They're so solid. Yeah, Game 3. Game 3 is going to be pretty magical when that comes out. Like Chaos Dwarves, Ogre Kingdoms, Kislev. And you can pretty much bank on the fact that anything that Games Workshop puts up on their old world, like, hey, because Games Workshop is bringing back Warhammer Fantasy, right? And they work, like, very closely with Creative Assembly on these games, if I'm not mistaken. And, like, anything they put in their old world, like the Kislev Bear Calf that they revealed the other day on the old world, on the Warhammer community page, like, you're going to see that in Total War Warhammer at some point. So it's really exciting. If Bretonnia, if the Skaven blob up with like infantry and council guard, you have Fey Enchantress and Chalice of Potions, and the archers can wear down ogres and Hell Pit, and battle pilgrims are pretty damn effective too. They don't break quick. As far as character killing, that might be a little bit tricky, but the assassin Gotrek should be able to handle him. And yeah, the Grey Seers, a little bit tricky, but yeah, you just kind of kill everything else and Mortis engine them down. And Hadri's position a little bit tight. That's one thing. It's like if the front line collapses, they'll be on the artillery really very, very quickly. Yeah, I've taken a bit of a break from reading. The pre-release has just really occupied most of my attention with like getting videos out, and then obviously streams, tournaments, things like that. But yeah, I haven't really pushed past Vampire Slayer yet in the Gotrek and Felix books. Yeah, so the old world might be like Horus Heresy, but I wouldn't even care. I would still play the hell out of it. Like I actually have an Empire army in tabletop. I have like 90 swordsmen. I have Karl Franz. I have Volkmar the Grim. I have two wizards. I have some Empire knights, cannons, handgunners. Like I have a more or less full Empire army that is assembled, just not painted yet because my stupid hands don't work. But yeah, I'll be playing Empire in Old World. That's going to be the faction I play. So Gotrek is charging forth. Warp Lightning Cannons are going after him, which he's probably fine with. Gotrek is a pretty small target. It's like just the Gotrek plot armor saves him not only in the books, but also here against the Skaven, as every Warp Lightning shot just goes around him. Yeah. So Gotrek does take one of the Warp Lightning shots there. He does have magic resist too, so he's like not a great target for the Warp Lightning Cannons. But I guess the Grail Guardians are kind of hidden off the beaten path. Yeah. Xiphos knows this. He has his Grail Guardians like back behind the hill. There's no point to engage until you don't want to push them up until your Battle Pilgrims and everything else is upon the Skaven lines. And then you bring up the Grail Guardians, force them into the hard blob. Because right now he's forcing, Hadri's to shoot suboptimal targets, like Peasant Archers. Warp Lightning Cannons are like a beam projectile. They're not good at like splashing down hordes. And Gotrek, of course, is a small magic-resistant target who is unbreakable and can also be healed with regrowth. Warhammer Fantasy is coming back. Yeah, Games Workshop announced the Old World. And it's coming back in probably like the next couple of years. And nobody knows any details yet, whether or not it's going to be, the same scale size, if it's going to be like smaller scale, if it's going to be like Horus Heresy. It probably will be more like Horus Heresy for Warhammer Fantasy, which is, I'm fine with that. Like, I'll play it. As long as I can find a couple dudes in my area to play. Hell yeah. So Gotrek taking some work. Warp Lightning Cannon's getting some fire in there. Ammunition is not too much of an issue yet. And now he's shooting at the Paladin and the Fey Enchantress. But Xiphos with some really good micro. He's just juking back and forth on all his characters. And that's a really good Skaven summon by Hadri's. And Hadri's, as a matter of fact, did actually win one of the faction wars with Skaven. Had some amazing success. So clearly he's very proficient with the Skaven. One thing that's really nice for Bretonnia, however, is the fact that the Grail Knights are relatively unimpeded. They've gotten up, they haven't taken too much damage. I think the Warp Lightning Cannons should be switched onto the Grail Guardians, or Grail Knights, because if they're not, those Grail Knights are just going to go balls deep into the Skaven formation. And now the Peasant Archers can start shooting at the Warp Lightning Cannon. Warp Lightning Cannon, 30 armor, will have a lot of problems here. Also, Chalice of Potion, if he brought it on Fey Enchantress, is really good at nuking Skaven artillery pieces. I don't think he brought it, though. And Gottrek's going in. He's got to be careful, though. Gottrek isn't indestructible. Sending him in against the Assassin plus the 2 bells could be a bit of a death sentence. But yeah, the Peasant Archers are... I'm telling you guys, don't sleep on the Peasant Archers. Spam them against Skaven. They're so incredibly solid, especially if you have Battle Pilgrim screening. And yeah, this is looking pretty bad for the Skaven. I mean, both Warp Lightning Cannons just getting shreked by a couple of crappy Peasant Archers. And the Grail Knights are now pushing in. They're like full health, more or less. There's Knights in the back. And look at this. This is like a perfect engagement. Grail Knights getting a full charge into the Grey Seer and also into the Ogres. Now, Council Guard are nearby, so he's not going to want to stay here. It's too bad the Battle Pilgrims were a little bit closer, but yeah, the Grey Seer is really taking a ton of damage. So now Battle Pilgrims are pushing in. Both Warp Lightning Cannons completely shreked. I mean, man, the power of the Peasant Archer. Solid stuff. So the Mounted Yeomen are now going to be able to chase off both crews, and now you can see the bounce of power is already heavily in the favor here of Bretonnia. All the Warp Lightning Cannon crews are going to get chased down by the defenders of Fleur-de-Lis. Xiphos conjuring his inner French spirit. And certainly doing some great work here with the Bretonnians. Battle Pilgrims have engaged in the front. Unholy Clamor will give the Skaven a little bit of a holding power across the battle lines. But the Fey Enchantress is all about that life. She's going to be able to drain here. Paladin plus Peasant Archer Crossfire, and Gotrek will easily be able to dispatch of that Hell Pit Abomination. And honestly, I feel like Hadri's, there's not going to be much he can do. He has gotten the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers onto these Peasant Archers. But, you know, Xiphos can simply send Peasant Mobs and then pull some Knights back here to clean them up if he wants to. And really prosper from there. Fey Enchantress and Paladin still scrapping in the pits. Warp Grinder able to lock down some Grail Knights, and a very, very good play there. Maybe if Hadri's can get some good picks on some characters with like the Hell Pit Abomination and really get some good Mortis Engine value, maybe so. Over here we do have a huge Bretonnian charge. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis coming into the back of the Rats here. It looks like they were given orders on the wrong target. That was a... what the hell was that? That was a really like janky looking charge. But nonetheless, Skaven Slaves will buckle here. Council Guard able to break up some of the Storm Vermin. And in the back, it looks like the Grail Knights are trying to clean up the Clan Vulcan Tail Slashers to free up the Peasant Archers. So now it looks like the Skaven able to kind of claw their way back into the game a little bit. A couple... I don't know if I would call them misplays, probably forced misplays, with the Peasant Archers being chased down by summons and different things like that. You know, like some of you guys were saying in chat, they can certainly be chased down by those units, but the summons will dissipate, and potentially they can be rallied. Gotrek is in the pits here. Looks like he's going after the Assassin, maybe? He should be able to win, especially with Fey Enchantress Regrowth. Some of the Bretonnian Knights are coming in as well. Battle Pilgrims also pushing in to give Gotrek some support. And you know what? If Xiphos loses Gotrek like this, like against this in this 3v1 isolate, that could actually be enough to get Hadri's back in this game here. So some of the Bretonnian Knights slam into this formation. Gotrek needs a Regrowth ASAP. And did he bring Regrowth? He did not. He only brought Earthblood. Okay. So what Xiphos is trying to do here, he's trying to get the Gotrek back here. Yeah, he's going to have to use an Earthblood or else Gotrek's going to fall here. 100%. The Assassin's going to take him out with the Rat Ogre support. 215 on Gotrek. He's trying to move. He needs an Earthblood. I think Xiphos is waiting to try and get his characters going. He does get the Earthblood off. Gotrek may live here with the Regrowth. Maybe. 475, 500. He's getting up there. Fey Enchantress charging in to help. Fey Enchantress could actually do some good work against that Skaven Assassin as well. Rat Ogre is completely surrounded by rear charging Grail Knights, who of course are pretty good at taking out those type of units. And Gotrek with Assassin's Trophy trying his best, but yeah, that was a big misplay, letting Gotrek kind of get surrounded there. Now, as far as what the Skaven have left, Hell Pit Abomination is now going to be much harder to take down. Some Peasant Archers are rallying in the distance and are now shooting at the Hell Pit Abomination, so that certainly changes the dynamic of this battle here, getting those missile pieces back. And Gotrek is still alive. Man, he needs to make sure to keep Gotrek going. Like, every Earthblood needs to be on Gotrek, like, for sure, because that guy's going to be super clutch in the late game. Even the Mounted Yeomen are being sent into combat. Hell Pit Abomination down to about 4,000 HP. Very, very close game here. This one could certainly go either way. If you look around the battlefield, some Skaven are rallying, which means Hadri's can grab those guys and really go after the Archers, but Hadri's has done a great job clawing his way back. After like a huge early deficit of having his Warp Lightning Cannons do barely anything, he's really done an outstanding job. So here, the Hell Pit Abomination is down to 2,400. If he doesn't finish off the Hell Pit, you know, if the Skaven are able to shut down the Archers once again, Xiphos really needs to make sure that some of his cab units are cleaning up the Skaven that are pressuring his archers. Because the archers are like his saving grace here. Granted, the Paladin's pretty good against Helpit as well. So the bells are also quite beat up. Balance of power is very, very even. And the Mortis Engine effect was able to drain down some of the Skaven support, including the Council Guard here, who are now quite damaged. And yeah, the Peasant Archers need to be saved. If they get taken off, I don't know what he's going to do against this onslaught here. I guess he probably has more Earthbloods to heal up his Paladin and Fae. Man, the Hellpit, oh, the Hellpit getting those OP heals. God, I hate that so much. It's such a painful thing when it happens. So now it looks like the character squad of Bretonnia is going after the Hellpit, just trying to burst it down with all of their might. This is like do or die here. If the Hellpit doesn't get broken off or at least taken out, that's probably going to be a Skaven victory. The last of the Peasant Archers shooting in. Hellpit Abomination down to about 1,000 HP, but the too horrible to die mechanic does actually save it. A couple battle pilgrims are surging in, as are some Bretonnian Knights. If the defenders get a full charge here on the Hellpit, maybe. And the Peasant Archer is still shooting, unleashing a big salvo on the Hellpit. And down it goes. The Hellpit Abomination has fallen, which gives Bretonnia a glimpse of hope. So I think what needs to happen is Fae Enchantress Paladin, they need to muster as many Bretonnian forces as they can around the battlefield and try and form a Mortis Engine Death Star. The Assassin is still here, though. That's going to be really tricky. Paladin and Knights are charging back in, and some of the Council Guard do get punted. There's only 14 of them left, but the Assassin needs to be put down. He's causing a lot of problems. Man, good comeback by Hadri's. Really, really good scrap, because it really looked like Bretonnia was going to win this game. I think if the Assassin gets taken out by the two characters, that definitely opens up some options here. Peasant Archers are falling back now. And oh man, how did this happen? One of the Warp Lightning Cannon crews is back! Oh, that's not good. Xiphos needs to see this with his Battle Pilgrims. If they start shooting it like Fae Enchantress or Paladin, yeah, it looks like Xiphos does see this. They're coming in to settle some grudges here. The Battle Pilgrims surging in. Man, that was a close call right there. So just kiting a little bit here for Bretonnia, I think, is the play. Kite out, wait out some of the summons. I would imagine some of these are summon units. Looks like they're all actual units here. Yeah, just kite. Let some of your knights come back if there are any. Yeah, on the far side we have some Grail Knights or Mounted Yeomen. Over here we have peasant mobs being chased down, and the Battle Pilgrims are able to take out the Warp Lightning Cannon, which is a pretty massive saving grace. Had that come back online, that could have been disastrous. So the Paladin pushes in, but it looks like he's going to break. Is that a Chalice of Potions or an Awakening of the Wood? It is an Awakening of the Wood there. But the Paladin is broken, which is pretty unfortunate for Bretonnia. And it looks like there's going to be a Scorch effect. The Bretonnians, more or less, are running for the hills. There's some peasant mobs wavering on the far side. We have two groups of Battle Pilgrims going on here. Both players saying just, yeah, good luck, have fun to one another. But, man, just a couple little things, a couple little misplays with Gotrek, I think, cost him the game. He had that one in the bag, I think. I think Xiphos really did. I don't know if he can come back now. Maybe peel off the Skaven Slaves. If Fae Enchantress and her Unicorn can, hammer down that guy. Xiphos, of course, is attacking over here by killing off the Warp Lightning Cannon crews. So he can, re-rally his forces, save some of these Peasant Archers. That might be the key. Assassin's Trophy is baited out here. Bretonnia has Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis. Any other Knights? Okay, the Peasant Archers are now back online. Awakening of the Wood being used once again. And if he can break the Skaven Slaves here, he can actually probably take out the Assassin with his two characters. What are the Peasant Archers going to shoot? Probably the Plague Priest, who is very, very low right now. Yeah, Skaven are pushing in. Looks like the Paladin might come back here. Xiphos ripping whatever shots he can. And the Paladin does rally, so that means that they're probably going to go after the Assassin. It looks like a Warp Lightning is going to be used here. Will the Peasants get their last volley off? 368 here. Oh, man, nice Warp Lightning by the Skaven. Oh, look at this. There's actually a full health group of Men-at-Arms, which, if the Plague Priest gets taken out, there's not going to be a Mortis Engine effect to really drain them down quickly. But killing the Assassin should be priority number one. That Assassin is going to be a huge pain in the butt against these characters. Balance of power pulling back a little bit. Now, what does Bretonnia have around the battlefield? Battle Pilgrims here. Battle Pilgrims and Battle Pilgrims. They still have a fair amount of stuff around the periphery. The Paladin's doing its thing. And yeah, now the Peasant Archers are pretty much Shrek'd here. So the Plague Priest has 329. Leadership's 22. I wouldn't be surprised if the Paladin went in, but with the Skaven Assassin here, the Bretonnians are buckling, but the Men-at-Arms are being given attack orders to come in here and fight. The Paladin really wants it, but Hadri's, with his one Council Guard giving Guardian, that one Council Guard is giving huge physical resist to all of these characters. Yeah, both players are basically just trying to get their bearings and get their characters back. Men-at-Arms here, Peasant Archers being chased off. Hadri's basically just has to stay in a Death Star position. This is a good opportunity here. If Xiphos can get a good charge, maybe come in. The Assassin going after Fae Enchantress here. Paladin, is he going to go for it? He should. The Assassin's a little bit out of position, but it looks like he really, really wants to get that Plague Priest, but Hadri's is protecting it with all of his might. Yep, he charges in, gets a nice attack here on the Grey Seer. Balance of power is in the favor of Bretonnia right now, believe it or not. The Assassin's Trophy seems to just always be off cooldown. And it looks like the Assassin is going to be able to get away. Enchantress kiting over this direction. And the Bretonnians are just moving in with all their infantry. You can see here the men-at-arms are moving in. And yeah, they're on their way over. We also have a conflict over here. A couple battle pilgrims fighting some Skaven slaves. And they're shaken. Enchantress continuing to just hammer over here. Is he going to get the Plague Priest? He might. Oh, man. Oh, no, and it hurt itself with an overcast. Oh, man. The unicorn. Here it comes. The Horn of the Unicorn. 126. Gracier does have magic resist, I think. Let's see how much he has. 25%. Yeah, so he's pretty decent there. In the meantime, the Paladin hammering. Over here, we have this engagement between men-at-arms and the Skaven slaves. So stuff is fighting, of course. And here comes the Enchantress, the Grey Seer, the foul Skaven horde. Will it fall to the might of the Enchantress's unicorn? And down goes the bell. The Grey Seer of Plague, the Plague Priest has fallen. Now the Paladin's going to make quick work. There's no way the Skaven can win now. And Xiphos will be advancing on, it would appear. Wow, what a series. That was a really, really good series. But, you know, you got to give big props to Hadri's, too, for, like, man, he got wrecked in the beginning, but he just came back and really, really did some serious work there. All right. Well played. Well played indeed. So Xiphos wins. Hadri says GG, and Xiphos says damn tough. You got to work for it, man. Xiphos with the 2-0 victory. So now Xiphos will go on to the grand finals. We have ODM versus XMT. And let's go ahead and pull up the bracket. Advance our boy Xiphos. So this is good. As far as like styles go, they have very different styles, right? Taco is going to be playing more like greenskins, beastmen, aggressive kind of stuff. And Xiphos will give us our fill of elves and high elves and all that kind of goodness here. So now we have a best of 5 final. All right, so go ahead and tell Flying Taco to host the lobby. And let's go ahead and get this party started. All right. So the players are going to get ready. Now I get to hang out with you guys and chat for a quick minute. And enjoy it. I know, this has been a good tournament today. Man, I can't believe it. The Haggard Peasants coming back. Yeah. Do you know all the new defeat traits for the new lords? I do not, actually. I do not. It was an amazing match indeed. All right, guys. Looks good to me. So Taco is going to be hosting the finals lobby. It'll be appearing in just a second in my lovely feed here. The Men-at-Arms Squires. Yeah, the Haggard Men-at-Arms Legions. Oh, man, my shoulders are stiff. No, guys, we have a best of 5 finals. We're just getting warmed up. Yeah, we're just getting warmed up. All right, let's go. Get that sweet, sweet lobby. The Taco and the Xiphos. Emmerich is definitely quite solid. So let us know, guys, in chat. Are you here for flapping Taco in his glorious paunch? Or are you here with Xiphos and his pointy-eared kin and Imric, the heir of Calidor? Let us know in chat. Who do you guys want to win? Taco? You can do hashtag flapping Taco or hashtag Xiphos here. Yeah. Yeah, the Battle Pilgrims and Skaven Slaves were attacking, so we are all good there. And if there was a rule break, our glorious admins in chat and in the tournament Discord would let me know. Don't worry, guys. All right. It's going to be fun. I am hyped for this. I wonder if we'll see another Greenskin versus High Elf. Yes. Am good. So let's head back to the scorecards. And now, for any of you guys who are hosting tournaments, I have some new software I found that just automatically updates your scoreboards for you through like a third-party like app thing. It's really, really nice, actually. You just like punch it in, hit update, and then it does it all for you. Sometimes you have to like adjust the nameplates and stuff. Oh, there we go. You guys want the flapping Taco to win? Guac says, I'm so conflicted. Xiphos played Bretonnia, but Taco is my food brother. Man, okay, this is like right down the middle, guys. There's like no decisive the first map, so we will do Altdorf. We're going to do Altdorf skirts for the first map. Very good. So now they do their picks and bans. Taco will start with the picks and bans, and it is best of 5. Yeah, we saw Zyphos with a really nice high off play too against the Greenskins earlier. Turin, which faction will be most OP when Game 3 comes out? Dude, Jabba, I have no idea, man. It's impossible to predict. Probably Chaos. With all the new shit they're going to get. Morpheus wants Skaven victories. Taco Life, man. It's okay. It's a good map. Oh, man. Stretching out the old shoulders. My old bones ache. You start like doing some yoga or some stretching or something. Single bands in best of 5. Unless banner has a specific way. All right, guys. So we got our bands going. Players are going to get their armies all set. Come on, Zyphos, bring it home for the High Elves. Hey, Kyle, though, your heart has been wounded, you say, as a High Elf main, but at least the High Elves have had some good victories on the tail end of the tournament. I think in the beginning, people kind of struggled with them, but then we saw some really good High Elf victories. We saw the Lion victory. We saw Zyphos with a really good Fireborn play into the Trolls. Yeah. I think Ogre Kingdom will work. They'll have like a ton of like slave type troops. They'll have like Noblars and like Goblins and Orcs. Like I think they'll get like basic kind of Haggard troops from a bunch of like Skaven. They'll have like a bunch of like support like Noblar type units to take the beating, while the Ogres, of course, will be big and weak to large, but they'll probably give them like some beasts and like some mounts that like have some sort of missile resist or something. I don't know. I'd love to work on that though. That'd be fun. I'm a little bit tired. Yeah, Karen Bloodhoof, my old bones ache. I love work. I used to love Warcraft 3. That was my jam. Yeah. Can do, gents. Also, up to you too. All right, so Taco, I think, is going to be starting with his picks and bans. Oh, yeah. Thank you guys for sticking around. It's been a long stream. This is very much the Ever-Chosen style. 4.5 hours. Turin, is High fire stacking good against armor targets? It's Darth Pendragon. It's okay. Yeah, High fire stacking can be okay at like sniping characters like Grom and Trolls. It's more of a gimmick, I think, than it is like a super solid, consistent tactic, but it can be fun. You can catch people off guard with it. Oh, sorry about that. So Flying Taco's sitting on Tomb Kings right now, trying to decide what he wants to do. Yeah, Zyphos' rush build was scale. Yeah, he almost won that one. It was a really good game. Yeah, Ogre Kingdom is really going to be quite an interesting one to see how it is developed. Thankfully, there's a couple of folks working at CA who obviously come from like a multiplayer background as well. So it's nice to have them on board and keeping an eye on that thing. I would, that would be something like, I obviously, one sec guys, hold on. It'd be fun to like work on that type of stuff though, like multiplayer bounce. I feel like I would enjoy that. Like collecting feedback from people and kind of implementing it and testing it on the back end. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah. So it looks like they're in chat together, so I believe they're talking about their picks and bans, but I think Flying Taco is going to play Tomb Kings and Zyphos is going to play Norska? What? He's not playing an elf faction? He's got Dark Elves, High Elves, all sorts of stuff like that. All right, well, it looks like we're going to have Norska. We haven't seen Norska yet today? I don't think so. Yeah. So it looks like it's going to be Norska versus Tomb Kings. Interesting. No crumping here in this first game of the finals. And this is best of 5, so they have cushion to experiment. It's not like a best of 3 where you kind of like are a little bit tighter on your experimentation. But yeah, it's going to be Flying Taco's Tomb Kings against Xiphos' Norska. Xiphos going to play Mass Norska Kite. Sirtha Xiphos with Mass Chariots and Marauder Horsemasters. That would be so funny. Oh my god. He just brings like 4 Horsemasters, 4 Throwing Axes. Just Chariots, Marauder Chieftain on a chariot. Oh, that'd be epic. Turin, what do you think CA could do to get more people to play multiplayer? I don't know. It's hard to say because Total War has always been more of a single player type game. But with Warhammer, you know, the multiplayer community has picked up quite a bit. I think there's probably things they're going to do, like adding an Avatar Conquest mode that like gives kind of an RPG / progression element to multiplayer. I think would be really good. For sure, it's like it's very the entry point is tricky, right? Because it's a very tough game to play in multiplayer. So it's like hard to lure in new players because it's like stressful. That's why the RTS genre in general these days isn't like as popular as it once was. Yeah. All right, so Flying Taco is ready. Xiphos on Norska. Here in this first match, I would imagine we're going to see Wolfric on a Mammoth. And then a Shadowcaster, Pendulum, Sea Fang combos. Really good at clearing out skeletons, and then you just crump with everything else. Norska is a pretty cool faction. I bet you Norska will get some cool stuff down the road. I can see them getting some like new units in Game 3. Who knows? Yeah, like a customization system, custom banners, Avatar Conquest. If you guys played Shogun 2, Avatar Conquest was something that like kept me coming back to multiplayer. Like even though the factions are pretty much they're all the same in Shogun more or less, but that kept me coming back. Like being able to customize and like the Avatar Conquest system was awesome in Shogun 2. Yeah. Better matchmaking too, so like new players don't come on and have to face like, you know, ever chosen players in like their first games, because that's really discouraging too. There's a lot of things, but all in due time. Oh. Yeah, a lot of people like to watch multiplayer but not play it, which is totally fair. I mean, I have a lot of friends who like to just play single player more. Because multiplayer is a different kind of stress for sure. Some people like it. Like I like the stress and rush of multiplayer. Some people don't. To each their own for sure, but it is very fun to watch. Seeing units used to their best abilities. Because the thing about AI is like you can always eventually, you know, figure it out. Like you can learn how to abuse it, and then like from there you'll more or less never lose if you're cautious and, you know. But in multiplayer, the foe is intelligent and the most dangerous game. You know, it's always fun. Turin, what books and novels would you recommend to... Yeah, if you want to get into fan... Dude, just read the Gotrek and Felix books, Gimli. 100%. Gotrek and Felix books are so good. They're so good. Yeah. I would definitely read the Gotrek and Felix novels. All right, so Taco's ready. Xiphos making some final adjustments to his army as we reach the twilight of this stream, the grand finale. Who has the biggest paunch? Xiphos or Flying Taco? We'll find out. Yeah, legendary difficulty is fun for sure. In campaign, it can be. My Sigvald campaign was... You definitely feel like a stress, like of constant pressure. But like once you kind of figure it out, you can really game the system. Like just spamming archers and single entities is like, it's cool and all, but in campaign I like to use melee units, but I know they're suboptimal in legendary difficulty, and I don't like to just spam archers and like run and waste ammo of enemy units. Like, I don't know, I'll do it sometimes, but... Eli. Yeah, the most dangerous game is like the analogy I always share with people pertaining to why I like multiplayer, you know? Because the AI eventually becomes repetitive, but humans are constantly evolving prey in multiplayer games. Yeah. I haven't read the Skarsnik book. Probably should. Hey, Gimli, you're very welcome, man. Yeah, Gotrek and Felix just... And they're really easy reads, too. It's very, like, simply written. So it's like, youngins can enjoy it as well. There are some dark motifs, though. I don't know how old your nephew is, but for the most part, it's not too bad. You're going to punch him in the face? No, that's pretty good. So I don't think the Norse controls got any changes. Maybe they did. I actually haven't looked. But Overwhelming Odor is a unique ability for river trolls because they're like in swamps and rivers and they're all mucked up and things like that. So I don't see why like Norse, because Norse controls have ice trolls already have frostbite as their unique mechanic, and like I don't think you need more than that. Frostbite's already really good. All right, so we're loading in. Altdorf Outskirts is the map. It is time. It is time. Yeah, this is one of my favorite maps. It's really rewarding for all styles of play. It's a classic one. We'll do some different maps. Unfortunately, the new maps from this DLC aren't really good in multiplayer. Eltharian's Quest Battle is kind of like, it has a choke point in it, which is really unfair for the person who starts up there. And then the other one is like a swamp. The one that Warden The Paunch fights in campaign is like a huge swamp. Like, it's just like ridiculous. So, like, infantry units would be heavily punished unless they had the aquatic strait. That would be a funny one for like river trolls versus like skinks. You know, something like that. Anyways, guys. For the forces of Flying Taco, he's got Skeleton Spearmen into the Sunset, Skeleton Warriors. It looks like it's going to be double Necrotect with Arkin the Black, of course, Spirit Leech Buna, being able to summon skeletons. Sepulchral Stalkers are a really good unit. I love these guys. I think they got some really good changes and can pound the base pretty good. Necropolis Knights and an anti-large Necro Sphinx. Solid army there for the Tomb Kings. Now, I've always felt like this is a matchup that's slightly favored for Norska. Now, for Xiphos, he's got Marauder Hunters with Javelins to bring down any of the big constructs, and even though they lack AP, they have pretty good arcs of fire. They're more direct than throwing axes, better range, and also do have bonus versus large. He's got Marauders into the Sunset. Oh, man, Throg Daddy! Got a big old Troll King up in this hoe. He's got Frostbite, big club, certainly good to go. Balefiend to fire, so Burning Head is really efficient. You want to use Burning Head to just go down like Tomb Guard, and it's really good at just clearing out those infantry. Berserkers, Condom Wolves, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, he's got a bunch of Skin Wolves, which are the premier condom brand of the old world. Imagine being like a merchant in Altdorf and like having a store that sells Skin Wolf condoms. Quite the phenomenon for sure. And that's going to be it. Nice little Norscan army. Anti-large Throg, Javelins to bring down big threats, Berserkers and Burning Head to clear out skeletons. It's good. Both players, I think, have some good tools. We will see if the Tomb Kings can hold. Arkin the Black, really good for buffering against charges with his summons. Necrotex certainly can do some work healing up the big boys as well. Oh, I also forgot to mention he does have a Bone Giant. The Bone Giant is certainly no joke. So we'll see what he's able to accomplish with this big boy. He's thick and he's proud. He's waiting. He's coming for blood. Oh man, that's some delicious water. I am going to be feasting after the stream. I don't know on what. Go get something out of the Paunch's Cauldron. All right, guys. Battle's going to be underway here in a second. Sorry about the long time. I know it's the grand final, so I don't mind giving players extra time to pick their armies. You know, I wouldn't want to rush them. Although I think at some point maybe we may add in some rule where there's like a 5-minute timer, but it's like a hard thing to enforce, right? What do they get, a warning or like, you know, I don't know. I don't want to like punish people for like being cautious, but that is one of the trickier things about Warhammer as a spectator sport is the time in between games. Whereas things like StarCraft, right? You just like reboot and go because obviously they built on the go and, you know, things like that. That's the one thing that I've always found to be a bit of an issue. That's why Faction Wars is a good format too, because it's so fast. Because players just like are waiting in the lobbies, picking their armies, like, and it's only one game. But yeah, it's always been a bit of a issue, but I don't really know what you can do. I guess just putting a turn timer on like how long it takes. So Xiphos looks like he has some Vanguard going on. He's got some Wolves, the Beast of Tachnar hiding in the trees, and he's opted to go very wide with his army, which is good. You know, more battlefield control, more width. Certainly put some pressure on your opponent. And even if like Nahakar Horsemen or something kind of run through the gaps, you can see how Xiphos left his Skin Wolves in reserve. So here, he's got some over here as well. So they're certainly ready to put some protection on the Marauder Hunters with Javelins in the back. Hopefully you guys don't mind those cringy references. Oh, I have a screen blocker on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Right when my phone dies. Got it. We're good. Oh my god. Oh my god, it almost happened again. Hey, you know what? At least you guys got to hear all the armies. Xiphos does also have Marauder Champions on the front line too, so it looks like a couple of champs mixed in will give him some elite armor. And I actually like Marauder Champions against skeletons and Tomb Guard and things like that. I just have all these messages. Yeah, so we're good to go. So basically, guys, just to recap, this army's a more defensive posture. Skeleton Warriors, we have the Bone Giant, we do have some Necropolis Knights. My phone just died, and that's how I was looking at chat right now, so I missed it. Yeah, the Bone Giant, quite cool indeed. And here's Xiphos advancing. He's got his Burning Head, he's got his Skin Wolves, his Condom Wolves in the back line. Marauder front line, going to be advancing as well, looking to put the pressure, the Berserker Rage. I always thought that was a really cool mechanic. So for those of you guys who are new to the game, if you look at the Berserkers here, they have a Rage mechanic. So the longer they fight, they get a bunch of additional stats. Kind of like similar to the Greenskin Wa in a way. Progressive strength throughout the course of the game. But so far, good juking. Xiphos' Familiar Balefiend has been getting shot by the Bone Giant, but Flying Taco still going to be consistent taking shots. If one of those giant shafts does hit the face here of the Familiar Balefiend with fire, that would be quite good indeed. So Spirit Leech going down as well. Certainly good. If you can nuke out this caster. Looks like a Fireball's going to be getting shot. I wonder if it's going to go after Ark in the Black. Oh, is he going to hide behind the house? No, the Fireball does hit Ark in the Black and knocks him over. So man, that was like a Matrix moment. And it looks like the Familiar Balefiend with fire able to dodge another shaft here. And Throg, it looks like Throg might be coming up on the flank to maybe throw up on some of these guys. But no, it does not look like he is. As a matter of fact, Throg Daddy is just kind of wading his way in. Bone Giant's got to be careful too. It doesn't want to hang too far forward. If it does get frostbitten or dragged down in melee combat, or dragged into melee combat, that would certainly not be very good. So the Balefiend taking a very aggressive approach. It's got to be careful though. Double Necrotech plus Ark in the Black with Spirit Leech could do a lot of damage to that Balefiend. And now in the front, we do have the Marauders slamming into the Skeleton Warrior lines. Now, what do the Tomb Kings have for crowd clear? That's my one concern for this Tomb King army. They don't have much to kill the champions or Berserkers. I believe there are a couple Berserkers. Yeah, there's some on the flanks, it looks like. So that's going to be a little bit tricky for them. Most of their monsters are anti-large, and it seems like Xiphos just went super wide. Oh, the Troll Toll's coming in! Throg, not to be outdone, the King of Trolls, wants to show that he is indeed the Alpha Troll. And this is what I'm talking about. The Bone Giant being stuck in combat here against all the Marauder Hunters with Javelins is a pretty unfortunate situation for sure. And you can see the Libra Mortis is going to be giving him some physical resist, but the Norskin Hordes are advancing very aggressively. Some good cab play here with the Necropolis Knights. They're actually the anti-infantry variant, so should be a little bit better against the champs, but nonetheless, the Skin Wolves plus some Marauder Hunters will make quick work. Oh, and here comes the Condom Wolves pushing in. Looks like they're going after the Snake Knights. Hard to say. And the Balefiend actually going down very quickly. That's a huge misplay from Xiphos. Something that could give Flying Taco a huge chance to kind of get in this game here, but he does get a Burning Head right before he goes, but unfortunately it was on Skeletons. And a Spirit Leech is also on top of the Balefiend, so he either will die from Spirit Leech or maybe even shatter. We'll see. So the Javelin's still getting some really good fire though, and the Skin Wolves have also gotten good engagements. Norska is relatively enveloped by champions and marauders and these other troops here. And, okay, I'm just going to minimize for a quick second. I'm all paranoid about the screen blocker. And yes, we're good. Okay. So Throg is moving back in. I was like, I have a hotkey on my keyboard that actually turns it off and on, so I'm like, did I accidentally press that again? But nonetheless, Javelin's throwing in, and the Skin Wolves in the back line really pressuring a lot of these large units. So even without a caster, I still think Xiphos is in a relatively good position. Balance of power is actually slightly Norskin favored. Norskin infantry are just so cost effective against Tomb King's infantry, and if you just go wide and yeah, there's not enough like anti-infantry, I don't think, in this Tomb King's army. I guess the Necrotechs maybe, and the Bone Giant hasn't done much this whole game. It's gotten a couple shots off, maybe did like 20% HP damage against the Balefiend, but it's still hard to say. So Marauder Hunters with Javelins, just bringing down this Bone Giant super hard, and now Throg is coming in. The Troll Toll must be paid by someone. The Beasts of Tashnar have also gotten in and surrounded Ark in the Black. Where is Throg going? Throg is just going to get his giant club and start beating on this Bone Giant, and this is going to be a hard counter here. Throg is just going to crump this guy so hard. And again, you know, not wanting to be shown up by all the other cool stone trolls and whatnot we've had on today's stream, the Bone Giant will be going down here to the Focused Javelin Fire. Now, as far as the rest of the fight goes, Champions working through Skeleton Archers here, and the back Marauder Infantry and pretty cost-effective engagements across the board. Some of them are breaking, and you know what actually could be pretty good here for the Flying Taco is the fact that he does have the Necrotechs. Necrotechs do pretty good DPS against infantry, and if they're stacked and kind of healing the big constructs and a bit of a Death Star, it's going to be very strong. Javelins are running low on ammo too, which means Xiphos is going to have to grind this out the old-fashioned way, which certainly won't be bad for Tomb Kings. Now, if we look here, let's go and see what tier of rage these are. And the Marauder Champions are pretty much raged out here. Hulk Smash. It's only a matter of time before the Skeleton Spears and the Skeleton Warriors here break down. And also, the Sepulchral Stalkers are now being the focal point of some of the Javelin pressure. Skin Wolves could definitely charge them, but yeah, man, look at the Sepulchral Stalker fire. Very nasty. Something else to consider also is that the Skin Wolves do regenerate. So as this battle does go on, even if some of them do break, let's see here. So 9 of 18 models, 12 of 18, and plenty of room for healing. These Skin Wolves probably could honestly charge in and maybe even take out this Necrotech. Yeah, looks like they're going to. Or Necrosphinx, excuse me. So it's taking some claws. Not quite yet, but it is wavering. -9 leadership, yep. Oh no, and Throg Daddy's coming in. The Necrosphinx should have stayed close to its Necrotechs here, and now it's going to get karate chopped by Throg. Oh, Throg's coming in. And down goes the big Sphinx, a couple javelins, and the Troll King. Bow, I don't know why he fell over there, but it looks like he's doing like some sort of a celebratory belly flop or something. Javelin's low on ammo. Now, what does the Flying Taco have left? He does have a pretty good core of Necropolis Knights, 15 of their 18 models. Throg is pretty healthy too, and nowhere near his healing cap, which means he can heal up. And the Norscan infantry are slowly just crumping their way through all of the Tomb King's infantry, which is quite good. You know what? I'm just not even going to use a screen blocker next game. I think it'll be fine. These players are they're literally chatting together right now. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm so paranoid now. Marauder Champion's getting in there. Such a durable, solid grinder unit in this matchup. 126 kills, more or less perfect health. Arkin the Black being taken to the Troll Club right now. Throg karate kicking him, as a matter of fact. Staff of Nagash. Oh no, but this could be a good counterpunch here from Taco. If Throg gets surrounded here by the Necropolis Knights, but no, nice escape. He uses his mass and pulls through the Marauder Champions. Now, do we have Skin Wolves coming back? We do have 9 Skin Wolves here. We have a couple here as well. Pretty much all the Tomb King's infantry is down for the count, and the Troll King is still somewhat healthy. If he gets any support, Berserkers, Troll King could easily take out these Necropolis Knights with a little bit of support. Yeah, Brutes of the Hound are great. I mean, they won't do much against armor, like a ton against armor, but yeah, they just give buffering for Throg and allow him to really start stomping the yard. Arkin the Black and everyone, it looks like they're mad pathing after Throg. I suppose that's one of the few ways the Tomb Kings could win this, for example, if they broke Throg and chase him off with maybe some of the Necropolis Knights here. But yeah, now that the Skin Wolves have charged back in, you can see the HP damage going down on these guys is really getting quite substantial. And the Norscan Enrage mechanic really paying off here in the late game. All these units getting physical resist, leadership, and melee attack. And Throg getting Spirit Leech, but again, he's nowhere near his healing cap, so he can basically just let his infantry grind this battle out, let the Skin Wolves grind it out, and from there he can just come in and clean up the scraps. Pushing back in, actually, attacking one of the Necrotechs here. A little bit of an awkward swing of the club. Yeah, Throg, the Troll King, he's like, man, there's trolls in this DLC, I gotta show my ugly mug, and Throg has been doing a great job. It's so weird seeing Zyphos play these type of, like, not playing an elf faction, but he's doing a great job at it. I've always felt, though, this is one that's somewhat favored for Norska. I've always had trouble winning it with Tomb Kings, but there wasn't much to clear the infantry hordes, and you can really see that showing now. Champions, all these other troops, just really grinding this one out. Arkin the Black just being crumped by Throg in this pit, and that is going to be all she wrote for the Tomb Kings as Throg kicks Arkin the Black in the face. Lore accurate, I guess. I don't know, I'm sure Throg would do stuff like that. And Arkin the Black does fall, and Norska will reign victorious. Zyphos claiming game 1 here at the breakdown, and update our scoreboard in just a moment. That was a really good game. Really solid. See, that was good work by the players, too, informing me about the screen blocker. Yeah. See, we're all a team here, guys. We are all a team. All right, we have a donation from Christian Bender. Why did Turin cross the road to remove the screen blocker? And Scripple, and then Ruben, Classic Turin, Adam, oh my god, and Carbon. Thank you guys for your support. Oh, man. I ordered a second screen, guys. I have it in the living room. But the problem with the second screen is the fact that the cable that it came with is broken. It doesn't work. So I have to order another cable. It's just like, the gods just want me to fail in the screen blocker department, I swear. But before my next big tournament, I'll have the cable replacement, hopefully. All right. Throg Daddy, man. GG, well played. That poor caster. I know, Zyphos' caster got nuked into the Shadow Realm. So next map we'll do, we will do the... We'll do Ingui. That'll be fun. All right. The Chaos Gods have, like, interfered with my attempt. We need a second screen blocker in case the first one is off. I'm not even going to bother now. Oh, God. I should, though. I should. All right, guys. Here it comes. Oh, God. I'm getting tired, too. So I'm like, my control is slipping here. Hey, Kyle Leonard. Unreal tourney today. Props to everyone involving it. Bring it home, Zyphon. Says, Kyle, we know where your allegiances lie. King, yeah, maybe so. Yeah, Throg did a lot of damage. Yeah, so it came with a HDMI cable that was broken, yeah. It just was a faulty one. I tested it on a couple computers. I ordered it, yeah. I don't know. It just sucks. So I ordered a replacement, but I don't know when it'll be here. Zyphos going Wood Elves. And he gets one ban here, so... We've seen Zyphos win big tournaments against Bretonnian players, so he clearly doesn't care that much about the heavy cav I think he's got like good mastery over how to deal with that. Wood Elves very much a tricky faction to play. Still, good job with one screen stream. I know, we're trying. Just read the chat as we launch. Hey, you know what? At least we didn't actually like go into the game with the blocker up. That's like the most important thing. That's my most dreaded worst fear. One sec, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, that's a nice read.
I'm still here.
Yeah, just give me the charger. Oh, it was the wind. I'm back, guys. Carlos Martellus, thank you so much. Do not worry, sir. You run a fine establishment. We try. We try. I'm just primitive with technology. Put something on your mouse hand to know the screen blocker is on. Yeah, you know, that's... Now we're getting real tactical here. 1 second, guys. I'll be back in just a sec. Oh, quite a day it's been. Quite a day, filled with humor and drama, tears and laughter. Oh, so we have dwarves versus wood elves. Zyphos going with wood elves, and Taco, of course, picks dwarves. And Zyphos says, damn, I guess he totally forgot. What did he ban, though? He banned Skaven, yeah. He banned Skaven with wood elves? That's interesting. I feel like dwarves is a harder matchup. Yeah, things are getting wild here. Throg versus Greens controls would be... Yeah, you know, I actually have a replay coming up in a couple days where Loremaster of Zotek and I had a battle where it's my Greens controls versus his Wintertooth trolls. It was really fun, actually. Yeah. So basically someone edited our faces onto one another. Like, it's like they gave me Sparty's, like, mustache and beard and, like, his bald head. And Sparty got my hair, basically. It's pretty disturbing, yeah. Go Power Rangers. So the dwarves coming in. Dwarves definitely have a good matchup here. I would say it's one of the better ones for Dowie. Carolus, thank you so much for your donation, by the way. I don't have a beard. That's not actually me in that picture. Yeah. It is not I. I'm trying my best here, guys. I'm running on fumes. I like casting from a standing desk is the thing. If I were sitting, it wouldn't be so rough, but standing for like 5 or 6 hours straight, that takes a bit of a toll. Ryan Upson says, as someone who's only ever seen the screen blocker, I actually have no idea what Turin or Italian Spartacus look like. I could actually probably show you guys. Hold on. We have time while they pick their armies, so hang tight for a sec, guys. I'll be right back. All right, you guys want to see the Jesus mullet? Hold on, let me see what I can do here. It's not quite a mullet yet, but we're getting there. All right, so it would be video capture device. Okay, so this is going to be like a jump scare. You guys ready? Oh, man, it's so bright. Yeah. Well, anyways, you can see the hair is like super long now. It's literally like full on biblical. If I like just like mop it all down, I can't even like see here. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, guys. Yeah, it's getting there. So basically, when I get the mullet, what's going to happen is the whole front part, like this whole like situation here, is going to get like trimmed down. This is all going to be like a crew cut, like really short, right? And then the back is going to be left like super long. So yeah, that'll be it. So now you guys know. There's my ugly mug. All right, so we're all set. My hair's like, I straight up look like Old Testament.
Like Prince Charming, I agree.
Anna says Prince Charming, but I disagree. Yeah, sorry, the lights. So it's a pretty funny situation, actually. The light was shining so hard behind me, but I couldn't go shut the window because I'm in my boxers. I'm just wearing a t-shirt and boxers, so if I go back there, it's like, oh man. Yeah. Well, the thing is, Eli, I have like wavy hair, so if you straighten my hair, which I will when I have the mullet, it like goes down super, super hard. Oh yeah. Luke Skywalker cosplay. Yeah, we'll see. So we're loading into the map. Okay. I'm making a mental note. Screen blocker. Screen blocker. Screen blocker. Yes. I'm not going to forget the screen blocker. I can't minimize right now because I'm loading in, but I'm not going to forget the screen blocker. I'm going to close the game for a second. We're going to get rid of the screen blocker, and all is good in the realm. I had a little bit more of a beard. Right now it's pretty tame. I shaved that a couple weeks ago because it was just too dirty looking. I look so bad with that. Oh man, guys. When I move, when Anna and I get a new setup and I get like a actual streaming setup that isn't in our bedroom, I will use like a face cam during the streams and stuff. Yeah. I used to do it, but it's just like the green screen. I have to like hang it over my bed and it's just like annoying and like, ugh. Yeah. I definitely have a bit of a Jesus look going on right now. But what I really want is to show dirt. So basically we're going to like get a short sporty cut on the front and leave the back super long. That's how you get a mullet. So, yeah, that'll be happening soon-ish, hopefully, whenever CA decides they want to do Ever Chosen. All right. And here we are. It is time. Grand Finals Game 2, a classic grudge match, which is going to be a long, grindy one for sure. We got Rune Lord, we got Miners with blasting charges, Dwarf Warriors, 4 Rangers, 3 Thunderers, and 2 Gyrocopters. Pretty good army for sure. You basically just waste all the Wood Elf ammo and endure. Zyphos with 2 Way Watchers, 2 Wild Riders with shields, Wardens of Sithril, whole front line of Eternal Guards with a couple War Dancers and actually Wildwood Rangers mixed in. And it looks like an Ancient Tree Man as well. Pretty cool build, actually. Not as much like Way Watcher play as I thought. Well, I guess you can only have a couple of them, or 2 or 3 or whatever, but yeah, this is cool. I am hyped for this indeed, my friends. Minimizing the check for the blocker. Brian L. Never seen this Mel Gibson movie before. Oh man, my mullet is going to be so haggard. I think there's going to be a mullet, plus I'm also going to be wearing like one of those like cut-off jean shirts. Just going full character here. It's going to be great. So yeah, Ancient Tree Man, a decent AP choice. He does do magic damage, which is too bad. But he can, heal and also give you some terror against like miners and things like that. Dwarves, of course, not terribly susceptible against terror routes. Taco does have a Rune Lord. A little bit rough for the Tree Man too, because the Dwarven Thunders are going to be able to just pound him down. The Gyrocopters are nice. Steam Cannon's pretty good for clearing out Eternal Guard and lightly armored troops, and even not bad against like Wild Riders and things like that. So yeah, I like both armies, honestly. I think, again, it's a matchup, in my opinion, that is slightly Dwarven favored, but Zyphos is like a Wood Elf main who's very practiced in this, so I think he should be able to do well for himself. The Dwarves, quite proud here. Blasting Charges make a great front line. They hold with their armor, and Blasting Charges wreck Dryads, Wardens of Sithril, all those type of units. Really do take some seriously heavy damage. The Rune Lord quite proud down here. Look at him go. Yes, the mighty, majestic Rune Lord. The reason you bring him is for the Rune of Wrath and Ruin, just to slow things down. Yeah, 72% slow is really, really good. Really, really good indeed. 200 meters, last 30 seconds. One of the best things the Dwarves have against like this type of play is by far the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Wait. We're good. They're telling me to, just in case. I'm pretty sure I got rid of it though. If I'm not, then I'm just going crazy. I think they were waiting for me. Alright, the battle's underway here. The mighty Rune Lord advances. God, now they got me all paranoid. Terrible. I'm being abused here, guys. Unless they tell me differently. Yes, Turin, do it, he says. So what are the Way Watchers going to shoot? I would imagine they'll try and pick off the Dragonback Slayers. Maybe the Dwarven Thunderers is like their 2 priority targets. Dragonback Slayers do actually have shields. They have 0 armor, but they do have bronze shields, which is kind of tricky to explain, but basically they twirl their axes in the air and cut some of the arrows out of the sky, which is pretty funny. Uncharacteristic here, Xiphos using a little bit of ammo against the Miners with blasting charges. Certainly not something I think he wants to focus fire. The Dwarves, of course, going to be taking a hard advance here. He could honestly use a Rune of Wrath and Ruin on one of these Way Watchers, but I don't know if Xiphos will let that happen. There are some Vanguards over here on the far side. It looks like there are some Miners with blasting charges deployed over here, which is interesting. I wonder why he did that. Maybe just to kind of see if Xiphos was going to creep back there with something. So some of these Miners are moving up, forcing some of the ammunition from the Way Watchers, which is clearly a very, very good idea. Oh, so Flying Taco says, ignore that miner I moved on accident when I hit play. So he's talking about the one in the corner of the map. That's really funny. Ignore it. And very good presence of mind from him. Way Watchers just guiding back. And this is a good situation for the Dawi. You know, even their Rangers are shielded. Like, it's really cost effective for Dwarves. And you can see the Rangers able to return fire and do some okay HP damage against the Way Watchers there. But you just got to watch out if you're playing Wood Elves for the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. So for example, if the Rune Lord gets up here, the Gyrocopters are in position. They can swoop in and really wreck the Way Watchers with some of their steam cannons. Now, that's one of the only things Xiphos has are the 2 Way Watchers that can shoot the Gyrocopters. Otherwise, they're going to have more or less free range. The Ancient Tree Man has perched up in the trees, but he currently is hidden, so the Ancient Tree Man is unknown to the Dawi. The Rangers basically just scooting and shooting. Both players playing a very cautious game. Obviously, this is pretty much how this matchup always goes. I think until Wood Elves get like a DLC that maybe adds some like new units, I don't know if they're going to have any other options. I've seen a couple builds work with Wood Elves actually using the Wildwood Rangers and like rushing. I've seen them work in tournaments, but typically it's very much a game of cat and mouse and just trying to get the good engagements here. So on the far side, Xiphos' Way Watchers are being forced back. There's plenty of trees for him to pick. He was probably quite happy when he saw this map. The Wood Elves have taken up refuge here in the tree line. The Eternal Guard do have good AP values themselves, so they're not slouches against like miners and things like that. But, you know, ammunition has been used. Xiphos down to about 70% ammo on these ones, and the other ones here are at about 80%, a little bit more ammo in that department. And the steam cannons are going to be exploring their options. Way Watchers coming over here to kind of meet them, but this isn't great for the Way Watchers because the tree line is going to be able to provide some very nice cover here for the Gyrocopters as they do flush the Wood Elves out of the forest. Now, do the steam cannons at this point go after the Way Watchers is the question. Does not look like it is. The Gyrocopter is going to continue flying about and probably will sit and take some pot shots here at the Eternal Guard. Yeah, going for it. The Dwarf main lines are not advancing terribly quickly, just mainly moving up the Rangers and trying to waste Xiphos' ammunition. Very much a slow push, which is good. Although I would like to see the Dwarves move up a little bit more aggressively, maybe up towards here and just like start pounding this Ancient Tree Man, but I guess he doesn't know it's there, so that doesn't really make sense. But yeah, if the Thunderers can move up and just start shooting here at the Ancient Tree Man, that would be very, very solid. It's not terribly quick. 35 speed with Rune of Wrath and Ruin, he could really slow that bad boy down. But what I'm seeing here is the Dwarves are kind of corralling the Wood Elves a little bit, pulling the Gyrocopters with the Brimstone guns and circling and just, yeah. Honestly, the 2 Gyrocopters might be able to overwhelm these Way Watchers. If he gets like both of them and just like double teams on the Way Watchers here, although these shots are going to hurt pretty bad, but nice jukes from Flying Taco. Able to mitigate that incoming fire.
Hey, I heard you were hungry.
Jankuya. Appreciate it, darling. Lady Turin coming into the rescue with some glorious feasting. Now the Way Watchers pulling back once again. Gyrocopters circling about, looking for opportunities. And in the front line, some of the miners have actually taken a bit of damage, but Way Watchers are kind of getting corralled here. I mean, they can run straight back this way. Every time I watch like Dwarves versus Wood Elves, I always feel like it's a bit of a deja vu, like I've seen it before. So shots going into Wild Riders. Xiphos is able to pull back. Why are these miners not pressing up on those Way Watchers? I guess he maybe is expecting like an ambush here. That could be the case. In the back, Flying Taco, the mighty Gyrocopter Air Force, still circling about. These Way Watchers, looks like they've taken a little bit of damage, but they did actually do some big work against the Gyrocopters here. So yeah, you got to juke those shots. Is he going to juke it? Yeah, he's actually using the steam cannons now. Are these steam cannons or brimstone? Oh, those are actually brimstone, and the other one is steam cannon. Okay. So yeah, he's actually focusing down the Way Watchers a little bit. Is he going to release it? He's going to shoot. He's going to juke the shots. Maybe go for a bombing run here. I think that's what he's kind of gearing up for. But like the thing is, if the Way Watchers run out of ammo, that's going to be pretty disastrous for sure. The rest of the Dwarf army will just push up, and yeah, I don't know what the Wood Elves will be able to do. Such a game of cat and mouse. This is one of the few games that maybe we could see our timer run out. You will draw if the time runs out. 60 minutes. Normally in the tournaments I always put it on unlimited, but you always think 60 minutes is enough, but is it really? What is the longest game I've ever had? I think the longest game I've ever had in Total War Warhammer was probably like 30 or 40 minutes, where someone was like draw kiting me, but eventually I caught them in the corner. That was like back in the Warhammer 1 days. You can see here, Weight Watcher's actually a little bit beat up. Ripping a nice volley right there. Solid contact into the brimstone guns. So Flying Taco definitely needs to protect those bad boys. And the dwarves just not in any rush. They're methodical people. They are not eager to be drawn into conflict. A bombing attempt there from Flying Taco in the back. Actually dropping some loads here on the Eternal Guard and juking out most of those Weight Watcher shots. And honestly, this is pretty rough for Xiphos. I feel his Weight Watchers haven't done too much. And they're both a little bit damaged and also, kind of in the danger zone as it pertains to their damage department. So the other gyrocopter is going to be moving and scouting in the forest. Should find the Ancient Tree Man here in a second. And it looks like the Wood Elves might be conceding this whole forest area and moving out into open field, which is what the dwarves want. The slow push is definitely a wise play in that respect. So the gyrocopter has found the Ancient Tree Man. He's been discovered. The Thunders is still very deep back in the lines, haven't moved up, nor is the Rune Lord. I'm surprised the Rune Lord isn't up here to be a little bit more accessible for the slows. And this gyrocopter just trolling in the back. Gyrocopter is giving the dwarves some much needed mobility. And now the steam cannons are shooting at the Wildwood Rangers, which is good. And the thing is, if Xiphos shoots them back with the Way Watchers here, it's going to be shooting into the trees. It's hard to tell when I'm zoomed in, but if you look out, there's a ton of tree obstruction here. You might rip the shots. Now Xiphos with a little bit of aggression, using his wild riders to charge into the miners here, who are certainly very beat up. They didn't even have time to get the blasting charges off, but the couple blasting charges do rip into those units. Yeah, not really doing too much damage. Now the steam cannons are just wrecking Xiphos' Wildwood Rangers here. Pretty good DPS and still tons of ammo. Now Xiphos does have an Ancient Tree Man with Regrowth and Earthblood, so he has some good healing options. And it looks like the Brimstone guns might be coming in for a bombing run or some sort of aggression. Hard to say, flying right over the head here of the Way Watchers. And dropping a load, it looks like it only takes out one model, but certainly got some style points for that. And it looks like one gyrocopter is broken. It may run off the battlefield since it's pretty close to the edge here. And the Way Watchers are going to happily unleash their volleys against this unit that is no longer under the player's control because it is indeed broken. On that same coin, though, you can see the Wildwood Rangers really just getting wrecked, yeah. Down to 70 models, but mostly HP damage. A regrowth here could be very welcome. Flying Taco wants to make sure he doesn't lose the gyrocopters. And now you can see the dwarves, very meticulous, as I said, moving up very, very slowly. War Dancers and Wild Riders kind of waiting on the wings. See what they're saying. Ignore that miner. And yeah, the Rangers are moving up the chute as well. This is quite the circus. Oh my god, guys. And the gyrocopters are pulling back now, and the dwarves are slowly moving up. Looks like in the front here we have a couple dwarf warriors and the miners and other units, just very much the game of positions. And those miners very much look like they're attacking to me, to answer Xiphos' question. And they're going to be fed on by the Ancient Tree Man and some of the Wild Riders here. Not going to be their shining moment. Now I wonder if the dwarves are going to push out this direction. Still the gyrocopter. The other gyrocopter, I think, ran off the battlefield. So is it gone? No, it actually came back. So I think hiding those Brimstone guns into the late game could actually be really strong. There's still two models, which some decent stopping power. How the dwarven missile pieces are shooting in, going after the Wild Riders. They're Wildwood Riders. They're basically chasing off the miners with blasting charges. And here comes the Thunderers. Going to be in range of that tree soon. Honestly, I would probably just shoot into that tree line and not care. It looks like the Wood Elves are preparing to envelop, but ammunition on the Way Watchers is very low. So they're not going to have a ton of stopping power. It's really going to be heavily dependent on the Wood Elf infantry. Wardens of Sithril, certainly going to be a big focus. If I were the dwarves, I would make sure to focus them down very quickly. If you guys haven't seen this unit, it's a ROR Archer. Wildwood Rangers. A weird squeaky sound behind me. These guys have really good AP values and also do have armor sundering, which is, useful against dwarves. Not the craziest thing on the planet. So here we do have the Rangers shooting into the Wild Riders, which are now falling back. And the Ancient Tree Man just kind of perched up in the forest. And again, I would move up the Thunders and start shooting at that Tree Man. Like, he's partially obstructed, but I think that would be pretty cost effective. What a game of cat and mouse. 10 minutes so far. Certainly not my favorite matchup to watch. But, beggars can't be choosers here. So the Way Watchers falling back, 29 models here. The Eternal Guard also lurking in the trees. And the dwarves are just claiming more and more ground, slowly but surely. And now Xiphos is going to be marching out with Ancient Tree Man. looking to take the aggression to the Dowie, but the Dwarven guns should be able to pound down that Ancient Tree Man really hard, especially with the Rune of Wrath and Rune support. He is not going to get away terribly efficiently, but aggression coming in from the Wood Elves from all directions, Awakening of the Wood being used in the back, not really sure why. Doesn't do much against the Thunder, it's kind of a waste of Winds of Magic if you ask me, but now the Ancient Tree going to be getting hammered pretty good, and yeah, he's falling back into the trees. Rune of Wrath and Rune could be used here. And the Wood Elves coming in, a massive flank overload from Zyphos. So here comes the Wild Riders, right into blasting charges though. But, you know, Miners aren't the most durable unit. You can definitely push through those guys and maybe get on top of the Dwarven Thunders. But the Gyrocopters are now in place. War Dancers are pushing in. And this is a really big play for the Dwarves, or for the Wood Elves. They need to overload this flank. And honestly, what's really good about this engagement for the Woodies is the fact that the Wardens of Sithril got an unimpeded engagement. So they engaged without taking any damage on the approach, and should be able to put some hurt. And also Zyphos does have the Way Watchers here to bring down the Gyrocopter, which is now sitting and shooting. So it's certainly a much more choice target, but the layers of Dwarven fire, you can see the Rangers are here, we have the two Thunder shooting. It's a really, really nice kind of overlaying fire, which is bringing down these units pretty hard. Awakening of the Wood popped once again. I guess he's just doing that to trigger the Earth Bloom. I figured he would save his Winds of Magic for other things. And here the Wildwood Rangers, of course, are beating the Miners in combat, but some of the crossfire from the Dwarves is helping. Now Zyphos might be able to get some of his cab back here and start to cause some problems. If he can like muck up like 2 or 3 missile units, I don't know if the Dwarven front line will be able to win all of their respective engagements. And that's a bit of a positioning mistake from Flying Taco. Having the Rangers on top of the Thunders here, it allows one unit of Wild Riders to essentially shut them down, at which point there's going to be really good follow-up coming in from these Wildwood Rangers who of course defeated the Miners in combat. Over here we do have the Riders as well, shutting down these Thunders, but it looks like there are some Slayers nearby who are certainly doing some good peeling, but Zyphos should be able to bounce back and forth. And it seems like Zyphos might be getting into this game. It looks like it was pretty good for the Dwarves now, but some of the blobbing here of these missile pieces in the back, in conjunction with the frontline engagements going pretty well for the Wood Elves, could lead to the demise of the Dwarven back line. And the Ancient Tree Man, you know, if that thing isn't brought down, it's still a monster with good AP. It's going to have to be dealt with in the fourth quarter. And now you can see the Wildwood Rangers chasing gear. These Wild Riders really need to bounce back and shut them down because these Wildwood Rangers aren't great at taking a lot of missile play. Awakening of the Wood going down once again on the Dwarven troops here. And the Wardens of Sithril have broken through the front line like it's nobody's business. And now they're seeking combat here with the Dragonback Slayers, who look to be peeling on over to the Ancient Tree Men. So Zyphos pulling ahead in this game for sure. The Dwarves are kind of methodically being picked apart, and I really thought this would be based on the armies. But yeah, I guess Zyphos was able to find his way into the back line with some Wild Riders and, you know, break through some of the weaker parts of the Dwarven formation and really compromise a lot of the missile pieces here in this army. Ancient Tree Men still moving. Wardens of Sithril are now in combat against Slayers, it would appear. They'll do well against Slayers. Their combat stats are quite strong. 59, 45, 33. Certainly enough to surpass the melee defense here of the Dragonback Slayers. More Wild Riders hammering into the back line, and Slayers doing their best to kind of intercept. A really good Rune of Wrath and Ruin will, of course, slow down these Wild Riders, allowing the Dragonback Slayers to catch those bad boys. But not before they're able to break off those Dwarven Thunders. And now the Wood Elves have actually won most of the frontline engagements. There's still a couple loose Longbeards fighting here and there who, of course, will win their respective fights against Eternal Guard, but there's still a lot pushing back here. There's even some Way Watchers back here. Wild Riders, Way Watchers getting good crossfire. And yeah, a lot of the Dwarven missile line here is just going to get crumped into another dimension. It's not going to be good for them. So Balance of Power pulling massively in the favor of Zyphos. And that would actually put him up 2-0 here in this best of 5 final. And that would put Flying Taco on the ropes. So Wildwood Rangers cutting through some of the Dragonback Slayers here. Way Watchers pushing in as well. Slayers are certainly going to be a little bit tricky to deal with, but Zyphos just with the aggressive play with his Wild Riders and able to find those weak spots in the army, the chinks in the armor. Literally and metaphorically speaking. And the Wardens of Sithril are going to be a tough cookie to crack. They have almost unbreakable leadership and really do have good AP values in armor sundering, putting the armor of Rangers down to 10 and the armor of the Rune Lord down to 90 when they do make contact. And yeah, the Wildwood Rangers are just sweeping up all of the Dwarven units in the back line. And the Dragonback Slayers, with an Ancient Tree Man still being super healthy, like, just not going to be enough. I really thought the Dwarves would have this based on the armies I saw. And Flying Taco says, I should stop playing Dawi, GG. Yeah, sometimes it's very tempting to like pick dwarves, like pick a faction that you know is a good counter against something, even if you're not good at it. But I found that to be something that's been my downfall in many tournaments. Like, you know, I'll pick an elf faction even though I suck at them because I know it's good against something my opponent's picking. But in this case, certainly didn't work out. And the dwarves, it's only a matter of time before they're overwhelmed. Dragonback Slayers will get the doom they've been seeking. I don't know. Brain, turn back on for quite some time. And here come the Wild Riders charging into the Longbeards, who are not braced, so they're going to be taking the full brunt of this charge. Granted, they might survive it because they're, you know, so heavily armored, but yeah, the Dwarf Lord is going to lose hardcore in combat to an Ancient Tree Man. It's a Mighty Tree Beast with Eternal Guard, who of course have good AP values. Anti-large, not terribly useful against dwarves, but nonetheless, it's cheap AP. Can't complain. Dragonback Slayers are in combat with Eternal Guard, who also have insane leadership. They will win this, but it's only a matter of time. And Zypho says, that was interesting. GG, good jukes on the gyrocopters. It was a GG. It was a GG indeed. A long, meticulous game. 16 minutes long of just raw battle, excluding the setup. And the dwarves are suffering army losses. It's just Dragonback Slayers now. And yeah, he should be getting hit with army losses after like 1 or 2 more blows. The gyrocopters, the brimstone guns coming back in the 4th quarter. The ones he had hidden on the edge of the map. And shooting into the Ancient Tree Men here. I'm surprised army losses hasn't hit yet. Yeah, looks like those guys are broken. Ancient Tree Men should be able to drop this guy. How much HP? I mean, yeah, like the Ancient Tree Man himself does magic damage, so the dwarves already get like a resistance against it, so it already makes it even more of a wet noodle contest, which is quite hilarious. But yeah, Dragonback Slayer is going to get collapsed on here, and they'll be one of the last ones to break. Wasn't enough though. Yeah, it was not enough indeed. Dragonback Slayers, 34 models. Wild Riders just kind of pushing in there, and that is going to be army losses. So well played. Zyphos going up 2-0 in the grand finals with some solid performances here. First with Norska, now with his beloved Wood Elves, but you know, he doesn't have the Wood Elves to play anymore. I'm curious if we'll see High Elves, because he is up 2-0, so maybe he'll play something he's a little bit less comfortable with, but we'll find out. And the Dragonback Slayers, it's only a matter of time. I guess they want to give us a ceremonial send-off. 24 models, yeah, they're just going to be dragged down by all these different units. War Dancers will be incredibly efficient here. And the Rune Lord's running for the hills. His ancestors and his clan will certainly shun him. And the fast forward is going down as well. Yep, couple Slayers left. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. GG indeed. Well played. Now we move on to potentially the last game. If Zyphos is able to win this, he will be winning the grand prize of today's, and apparently he'll prove to have the biggest paunch. Reset PC? Why do I need to reset my PC? That's a Grojin. Sot, yes, thank you. Zyphos goes up 2-0 in the grand finals. Zyphos is a High Elf main, so perhaps we could see them here. And then for the next map, we'll do MP Alpine Ridge. So we got the map set for the last game. We'll get the screen blocker up. I know, the closed captions are really funny. Like, some of the stuff it, like, thinks you're saying. Will Zyphos play his beloved High Elves? We will find out. All right, one sec here, guys. Gimli, you're going to go play Dwarves against Wood Elves in campaign now to settle some grudges? Yeah, the Wild Riders are really good. He was able to find all the seams. So we have Alpine Ridge for the next map. It's best of 5. Just want to remind the players so they don't leave. Sometimes it's easy. It's been quite a journey, guys. This was a long tournament. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out. Alternates. So yeah, Taco, Zyphos, Taco. Yeah, so Taco picks. I wonder if he'll go with greenskins. Hold on one sec, guys. I'm just going to eat some of the snacks I have here. Ah, that was good. My Sanoa Johnson asks, "How's Donald Crump?" Who's my war boss for my Warden The Paunch campaign. But we'll be getting back to the Warden The Paunch campaign this weekend. I'm not sure which day, but we will be doing it. The Hound, you know, the Hound is actually my favorite character in Game of Thrones, hands down. So Taco's going to pick Lizardmen, and he gets his ban. So he knows Zyphos can't play Wood Elves. What else did Zyphos play? Zyphos played Norska. So no Wood Elves, no Norska. Both of which are factions, I think, which do well against Lizardmen. So it's pretty good pick here for Flying Taco. Certainly going to be looking to get on the scoreboard here in this game. I'm turning into Grom slowly. I've been like having a beer at night, like, and watching like my favorite TV shows. It's just, so we have this like big recliner chair in the living room, And I just sit on it with Wookiee like there, and I just drink like a haggard beer, and I'm like, oh god, I'm turning into like a middle-aged Warden The Paunch. Yeah, life's good. Life is good indeed. Oh, Zyphos going high elves. New high elves against lizards. Here we go. Zyphos still, of course, has his dark elves. I'll be right back, guys. Gonna refill my water cup and hang tight. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Players are currently picking their armies, getting ready for Game 3 in the Grand Finals. Wheeze is just warming up. Yes, that is true. What new units would be good here? So, maybe the Rangers to clear skinks, because like Rangers will have very cost-effective trades with like red-crested skinks. I would probably bring some Rangers, a couple, to like fight the skinks. Probably not the Arcane Phoenix. I wouldn't bring that. Silver and Guard, maybe. But probably not. Probably just the Rangers and maybe Imric. I would probably use Imric on like horseback maybe. Or Alariel with like double healing. But yeah, as far as the new units go, I think the most cost effective in this situation would be probably the new Rangers. Just behind a couple spears to give you some crowd clearing against red crested skinks. Because most lizards will try and swarm you. We saw this matchup earlier too. I don't know, maybe Silver and Guard? Maybe. Slither and Guard, says Wicked D. Just getting all Harry Potter up in here. Yeah. So we'll find out. Man, it has been a day. It has been a day indeed. The Phoenix, I mean, I guess the Phoenix has okay AP values. And the Spire, the dive bomb ability could be okay against skinks. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I would probably just mix in Rangers, Sisters of Avalorn. Oh yeah, Warlines too. I'd bring Warlines for sure. As like a roadblock unit. Yeah. So Warlines and Rangers would probably be my 2 cents on this matchup. I wouldn't bring like a ton of them, but just maybe like 1 or 2 of those. Wicked D says Zyphos will go chat and bring the Rainbow Puke Phoenix. Teclis on a Phoenix could be interesting. Teclis on a Phoenix could be very interesting for sure. Teclis, a destroyer of worlds. Yeah, probably is. Teclis is certainly quite cool on his bird. I don't know, maybe. But against like dinos, Imric on horseback would be good because he has anti-large AP, really good buffs. He can debuff characters that like Krokar. Yeah. There's all kinds of stuff they could do. Wicked D predicting that we're going to see Teclis on bird. Maybe. Bird Teclis. How long have we been streaming, by the way? Oh my god, 5.5 hours? Goodness gracious. That is a balls deep stream. Also, guys, tomorrow, Dob Plays is going to be hosting a tournament. And I'm going to be playing in it. I'm playing in Dob's tournament tomorrow. I have to face Falcon in round 1. Which should be quite a bit of fun, but I don't know what time he's hosting it. I think it's like 9 or 10 in the morning. I'll try and put up an announcement when I'm playing in it. But Dov's tournament is an 8-man tournament as well, but instead of having best of 3 for every series, it's going to be best of 1 with a best of 3 final. So I'm actually able to play in it because it's on potentially 5 or 6 game stops. Yeah, so that'll be fun. Krokar is good in multiplayer. Yeah, we've actually seen Hyale Nale. Hyale Nale's done a pretty good job using Krokar on foot, a couple other variants of Krokar. So yeah. It's been good. It will be good indeed. But yeah, Imrik I think would be good. Dragonhorn is a really good item. I don't think Xiphos will go like a counter rush against them. It'd be really interesting to actually see like Imrik on horse with like 2 dragons. You have like a star dragon plus like a moon dragon or sun dragon. And then like a bunch of like rangers and like their own calves. So you like push back against a lizardman aggression with like your dragons and units with Dragonhorn active. That could be a really interesting. It's like a very different playstyle. Xiphos could also go Teclis on his bird. Nets of Amnichok on Teclis, obviously, with a ton of winds of magic. Net down target, Sisters of Avalorn. But, typically lizards, like I said, will swarm. So it's hard to protect missile pieces in the back. Oh, you think so, huh, Loppy? Well, tune in tomorrow and you will see. You think I'm going to lose, huh? You just wait. I've been playing more lately. I got some teeth now. This old dog still has teeth. I challenge you to appear tomorrow. And you will see. Footgar is awesome indeed. Footgar is really, really cool. Flying Taco is ready. Oh no, he's changing one thing. So we are on Alpine Ridge. So there's a huge line of sight blocker in the middle of the map. So like bolt throwers aren't going to be terribly great here unless he has a way to kind of force him in. I don't think Imrik's OP. No. I don't think so. This is best of 5, this final showdown. Yeah, and tomorrow's tournament is best of 1, the one I'm playing in. So thankfully I'm able to actually play it. Tomorrow I'm basically just going to be playing greenskins the whole time and trying to crump some gits. Yeah, I agree Altharian needs a couple little tweaks. He's a little bit weak. In multiplayer. In campaign, he's fine. In campaign, mostly everything is fine. I mean, there are units in campaign that suck, but you can like make, depending on the difficulty you're on, you can make almost everything work in campaign on various difficulties. Which is cool. It's good. You want to play like a massive lion army, go for it. That actually worked today. Flying Taco. Flapping Taco. The Lord of Lions. Taco actually played Slaxon Soothsayer in the first round of the tournament and was able to win. A 2-1 series, I think. It was really, really good. Super impressive games. Da Biggin. Da Biggin. Let me see when Dobbs' tournament is. I'll check for you guys. Hold on. I don't know if he told me what time it is. Hold on, let me check. What time does it start? 6 p.m. EST? What? Really? It's in the middle of the day? I'll have to check with him. Your screen block looks like a knockoff Turin and Italian Spartacus. It is, basically. And thank you for reminding me. And now I'll get rid of it as we do load into the match. And here we go, guys. Potentially the last game of today's glorious Paunch tournament. Xiphos on the High Elves, facing off against Flying Taco on the Lizard. Certainly on the ropes a little bit. And the High Elves had a very rough run earlier in the tournament. However, Xiphos in the later rounds of the tournament was able to pull off 2 very solid greenskin wins. One against Hadries and the Mighty Rogue Idol. And then also the other one, I forget the matchup. But nonetheless, some really good performances with the new High Elves towards the latter end of the stream. The beginning was a little bit rough, but players are kind of just learning these new units, so it's going to take some time. For sure. Turin's army would be Boss. Should we be appeared over there? Oh, yes. I'm the Paunch. I don't think we're going to see Nikai. I think Taco being down 2 games is probably... Although, honestly, his meme game earlier against Anticity was really solid with the Lions and very effective. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll see something similar. Who knows? Sorry, guys. I'm just munching here. Haven't eaten since like 7 in the morning. And we're getting kind of late in the day. And all I had was like a banana and a little bit of oatmeal. Alright, so. For the forces of the High Elves, who shall be led by Xiphos, he's got Teclis on a horseback, so he's not going to be on the Phoenix. He's got 1 group of Rangers for crowd clearing. Lothern Seaguard, 2 groups of the Sisters of Avalorn, Spearmen, and some Dragon Princes. Pretty cool army for sure. And yeah, that was kind of like we predicted. Sisters with net play is very good against like big dinos. And having the Rangers in the back for like crowd clearing for any skinks that get through into your archer line, I think is nice. Was actually expecting to maybe see 2 of these. So for his front line, he actually does have Silver and Guard as well. So 2 Silver and Guard, 3 Silver and Guard, and it looks like a 4th one here as well. Okay, so Xiphos' entire front line is actually Silver and Guard. Pretty cool stuff. Dragon Princes, of course, will probably be used as a sweeper unit just to kind of push back the dinos and go from there. Last but not least, he does also have the Rahagras Pride, the Arwar Lions. And yeah, very good. They have a slow, they have a leadership debuff. Certainly can't complain about that. Now here, for the Flying Taco, Red Crested Skinks into the Sunset, Cohort of Sotek. This is actually pretty much the exact same build we saw earlier, more or less. So basically you get Red Crested Skinks, you stack them on top of Feral Stegodons, because we saw Flying Taco beat Soothsayer's high elves with this build. Soothsayer brought a Phoenix Guard box, and the Feral Stegodons plus the Red Crested Skinks were able to just crump them. But yeah, Coldon Riders for flanking and, just kind of pressure. He does also have a Bastillodon with the Solar Engine, probably knowing Xiphos likes to play with some missiles. He's got Foot Gar, baby! Oh yeah, we got Foot Gar with Hand of the Gods. It's going to be gangster. Foot Gar is always awesome. Manticore Summoner, Sora Scarvet on his glorious mount here. And that is pretty much it. Let's get this party started. I'm going to check the screen blocker one last time. I am going to be continuing my Grom campaign this weekend. Yeah, I was actually really hoping Xiphos would cut 1 Lothern and bring the Arwar Archer to synergize with the Sisters, but I understand why you do Lothern Seaguard, because you put them on the flanks and they have charge defense and spears. So if you're expecting a swarm from like Coldon Riders or monsters, they're going to be much more efficient. Flying Taco says, this is for Yale Nale with the Foot Gar. Oh yeah, paying a tribute to his good pal there. And the battle will be underway here in just a moment. Yeah, let's go ahead and see. Laser Dino, I think, was changed. I don't think he had that against Soothsayer. I think against Sooth, he went all in on the aggression, not as much on the counter missile play. We'll see. Xiphos looked more or less set up. As far as spells on Teclis, he has got Regrowth, Enfeebling Foe for the monster fight, as well as Nets of Amatok, which is pretty common stuff, and Sword of Teclis, which is now an insanely good item. Very much in the vein of the Sword of Unholy Power, except you don't have to be in melee combat. You just pretty much activate it and get your Winds of Magic and prosper. So for Xiphos, obviously protecting the Sisters of Avalorn is going to be his win con. The Sisters, if left unimpeded and free to shoot, can easily drag down Stegodons and do a ton of damage, so that's really just all it's going to come down to. The Skinks should be held back, and honestly, I think Silver and Guard might be able to beat the Red Crested Skinks in combat, but of course if they're being hammered by a Stegodon as well, it's going to be changing the dynamic of that situation. Xiphos moving up a little bit, probably not a bad idea to move a little bit closer to the hill in case your opponent does decide to set up, some sort of a ranged piece up here, like Salamanders, or, well, not so much in this matchup, but more so the Laser Dino. So we got the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine moving up the hill. Teclis riding to meet them as well. Wonder if he's going to use like a wild fiery convocation up on the hill. It'd be really funny to use it like behind the army and like force them forward. Kind of like shooting, how they always do in the shows when they like shoot the fire arrows behind the enemy army and like light the field ablaze. Nonetheless, though, Silver and Guard should be braced. They're not going to want to charge. They do have the charge defense against all. And now the Sisters of Avalorn are shooting into the Red Crested Skinks, and he does get the brace, which is good. Now, the Cohort of Sotek probably going to try and work through here, but Xiphos does, of course, have the Rangers to intercept them. And now the Sisters are shooting quite happily up the hill at the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine. So here comes the Dragon Princes and the Rangers, and this is going to be a beating here on these Red Crested Skinks. Also, he does have the Rahagras Pride, so he's committing very heavily, and the Mighty Roar is going to be activated. Nice net of Amnichok coming in from Xiphos. He locks all these guys down. So he locks in the Feral Stegodon, the Coldon Riders, all these dudes. Man, that was a really, really solid play right there, preventing the countercharge from the dinos. Now, Teclis a little bit beat up from something, perhaps overcasting. Sword of Teclis is active. Both Sisters are shooting, but now it's going to get a little bit spicy as the Manticore comes back here. Teclis is being gooned here. I would imagine Potion of Koroi is going to have to be popped. And some of the Skinks have also gotten through. However, Xiphos does have a nice roadblock with the Rahagras Pride peeling over here to intercept. However, Flying Taco does use his Coldon Riders to intercept the lines, which is going to be a bit of a scrappy fight. So Teclis is actually being focused down by the Bastillodon with the Solar Engine, and the Silver and Guard are just holding like linebackers here. Look at this. So they're winning here against the Red Crested Skinks pretty easily. They're holding back the Coldon Riders. The Silver and Guard proving to be a really invaluable frontline choice here in this particular battle. The Sister's going to be turning around, engaging the Skinks in combat, and now this is where it gets a little bit scary, as the Feral Stegodon is back here, pushing into the Sisters of Avalorn, and there's not too much back here to peel. I suppose the Dragon Princes are finishing off these Coldon Riders, but Yeah, the Sisters are now forced into combat, and Teclis is kind of on the run. Rangers in the front still doing well. 32 kills. We're able to clean up a lot of the elite cohort of Sotek units. And that laser dino still just blasting into Teclis, which is certainly very punishing. But yeah, he's going to have to like net down and snipe out some of these characters. And the Manticore summon, the second one coming in this battle, really just going after Teclis, trying to goon him out. But he does have Dragon Prince support. Regrowth was overcasted here and used on the Dragon Princes. And Teclis is able to juke past the Manticore. Man, the jukes from Teclis, outstanding stuff. And he also does dodge that shot, not on purpose, but looks like he does avoid that. The Skinks are kind of being peeled. Silver and Guard are pulling back. Rahagra's Pride on the flank, able to chew down some of the red-crested Skinks. You can see here the Rahagra's Pride doing a great job. And the High Elves do stabilize this particular corner of the battlefield. So maybe if Teclis can just kind of kite and stabilize, endure the Manticore summons and the Lizard pressure, I don't know, maybe they'll be fine. It looks like he might be stabilizing here. So Rahagra's Pride, only 8 lions left, might be getting countercharged by the Coldren Riders here. Zyphos could drop this game if Teclis does get caught. So he has to make sure Teclis is safe and just running, because this Sara Scarvet can certainly defeat Teclis in combat. Just kite out the Manticore and prosper. Now over here we have 2 Feral Stegodons wrapped up by Dragon Princes, but Dragon Princes don't have the best AP values. So yeah, they're going to have trouble taking down these big armored beasts. You're really going to need your Sisters of Avalorn in the late game to defeat them. Balance is pretty even. Silver and Guard could prove to be the MVPs. Like if Teclis can survive the gooning attempts and the Silver and Guard just kind of hold and grind the game out, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Tricky to say. So Sisters back here being hunted by these Skinks. So this would be a great opportunity for the Dragon Princes to get in there. And as soon as I say it, Zyphos does a really good reaction for sure. And don't worry, guys, he's not listening to stream. There's a huge delay between what I say and the actions here in the game. So the cohort of Sotek pushing in. Yeah, nice right there. Able to break those guys off. Are they terrified? No, they're just broken. And now the Sisters are back in business. So they can start shooting and really starting to drag down some of the Feral Stegos. And back in this engagement here, Silver and Guard just kind of mucked up. And the Potion of Croy keeping Teclis alive, even after being perpetually hunted here by the Sara Scar veteran. But it looks like Taco's a little bit ahead in this game. The Feral Stegodons being this healthy in the 4th quarter of this match is super valuable. But I have to say, I'm very impressed with the Silver and Guard. They held all their frontline engagements. Look at that, 103 kills on those ones. The other Silver and Guard here have 30 kills, and these ones have 73. They've been able to really endure the wrath of the dinos. So now the Sisters are back. Is he going to be able to protect them and let them shoot? Oh man, Teclis getting blasted once again. He might break here. Ah, that's pretty rough with Teclis going. Okay, Teclis does stabilize. He's running into the trees, and it looks like he is casting a Flock of Doom over here. No, that was actually coming from the dinos. He does have Flock of Doom, though, too, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Flock of Doom from the dinos. And the Bastiladon with the Solar Engine is finally taken out by the Sisters, maybe? Yeah, looks like it is broken. Cold-Blooded is not going to keep that bad boy alive. And now the Scarvet from Flying Taco is hunting down Teclis. Man, what a close, solid game between these two players. Here comes the Scarvet. 68 speed. Teclis does have 78. He's a little bit faster on his steed. And the Silver and Guard are holding, just anchors. I mean, just not going quietly into the night. And a game in which I thought Taco might be able to pull this out is suddenly looking like Zyphos' High Elves might be able to win this, as the Spears are just mucking these guys down and not breaking for anything. Also, something that's really nice, Silver and Guard do have magic resist, so the Flock of Dooms won't do as much work. We have some Lothern Sea Guard coming back. The Bastiladon is actually shattered. Dragon Princes are now stable on the battlefield and can go pretty much clean up anything the Lizards can send. As a matter of fact, I would imagine the Dragon Princes might come up and over here and pin down the Sora Scarvet, keeping that guy from causing problems. We'll see. Yeah, and there you go, guys. You can see the Silver and Guard might be able to carry this game. Dinos still do have 2 Stegodons, and Foot Gar, of course, is going to be a constant menace. But the Sisters are shooting very happily and just wearing down these big dinos. There's no healing either. The dinos brought Manticore summons for the initial aggression, so there's not any Earthbloods or like a Life Slime to heal them up. And oh man, this little skink is going to get blasted right in the face. 5 leadership. Sisters will be able to probably defeat him in combat as well. They have 40, 52, 32 combat stats. Maybe get the Rahagra's Pride, get those lions over here to come feast on the little skink. And it looks like Zyphos is pulling ahead. It's funny because in the beginning of the stream, everybody kind of trolled on the High Elves, but certainly we're getting quite a clinic in what they can do with their new units here. The Lions being a really good sweeper unit, Silver and Guard a really good holding piece against aggressive builds. And yeah, I'm very impressed. So Regrowth going down to the Dragon Princes, who are going to be charging into the Scarvet, certainly holding him in place at the very least. In the back, the Lions, yes, the Rahagra's Pride, the mighty War Lions of Krace coming back here, and the mighty Roar taking out the Skink Priests of Beasts. And now we have the Feral Stegodon charging in, making its last samurai moment. Will it break before it gets there? Probably so. Negative 14, negative 12, and it is broken. And with that, guys, I think Zyphos is going to be winning in the grand finals with a 3-0 victory. A High Elf clinic being put on here. And really, I mean, don't sleep on the Silver and Guard. I think they're so good against rushes with their armor and their charge defense against all. They just do not break. So the Scarvet now going to be getting attacked by Teclis, and he just needs to break it, really. Also got to make sure you don't lose Teclis. Could give an inkling of hope here to the Lizards, and yeah, Teclis needs to pull back here just to play it safe. He's got plenty of ammo left, a couple Sisters still shooting. Footgar is something else to consider. Hand of the Gods. Oh, it must have been Hand of the Gods early in the battle that got Teclis so low. That's what it was. Scarvet's broken. Skink Priest is broken. And Krokar, it's only a matter of time before like he gets dragged down by the Silverin Guard. Awesome spear unit. Krokar is down for the count. So there you have it, guys. Today's grand champion. Apparently, Xiphos has the biggest paunch. He will be winning today's tournament, winning the glorious prize. So big congrats to him. Well played to Flying Taco as well. Flying Taco with a glorious run using the lion builds and using the Flappas early on. And yeah, it was a great series. But in the end, Xiphos, the French master of ODM, coming in with a glorious victory. And now let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown here. And yeah, you can see the Silverin Guard, 73, which is great kills across the board, great holding. Yeah. Man, that was solid. That was really solid. Silverin Guard or High Elf Longbeards? Yeah, sort of. Long hairs? Long hairs. Mole Spaghetti's like, wow, eat my words. I know. The High Elves can do it. They can do it, guys. That was a really, really good game. Man. So guys, congratulations to Xiphos. Let us go ahead and update our bracket. The ceremonial victory, Xiphos will move on, making ODM proud today. He'll be winning our cash prize for today's tournament. And if we look at the player list, special thanks to Flying Taco, Felcon, Vicious Satsuma, Anticity, Xiphos, Talaxlan, Toothsayer, Hadries, and Aerocrastic for setting aside time in their busy schedules to play in our event and put on a great show for you guys. So let's hear a big round of applause for our players, absolute aces. And also special thanks to our sponsor, Cody, for putting up a prize pool for today's tournament. There is going to be $300 in cash prizes. And yeah, there's also going to be a People's Champion vote. So the People's Champion vote will be on the video after the fact. So as soon as this finishes loading, well, you know what? Actually, we can just do it now. Hold on. So we're going to do a People's Champion vote. We'll just do it now. Because you guys all watched most of the stream. I think it'll be better. So People's Champ vote coming right now. Okay, one sec, guys. Just getting all the names ready in the straw poll. Obviously, the people in the top two are going to be immune to being voted on. So then we have... Okay, so I think I more or less have everyone. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. GG's indeed. Those are some crazy games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, missing one person here. Okay, so we got you, we got you. All right, so create poll. So share, copy link. All right, guys, go vote on the People's Champion. Here's the straw poll. The poll is going to be open for 3 minutes. We're going to have the poll. So go vote on the straw poll for the People's Champion. So these are, of course, people who did not get in the top two, but if you guys really like someone's performance, the builds they brought, please vote for them. They're going to be winning the third place prize. So we got to reward the fun stuff as well. We saw Felcon with the glorious High Elf, Satsuma with some great greenskin play early on. Just all kinds of good stuff across the board. We had a really good... I mean, all the early Soothsayer series was really solid as well. Anticity with some awesome Vampire Coast play. And you also... I mean, there was just so much good stuff. We got to see some Chaos early on as well. Aerocrastic had a great run. Everyone did. Hadries. It's amazing games. Almost bringing back those Skaven games. You can't vote for Taco because he's getting second place prize. Yeah. You have to vote for someone who isn't first or second. I know you guys want to vote for Taco the Lion King. Guys, Aerocrastic did bring an Aero Titan. That's true. Yeah. You can't vote for Taco because he's getting a prize for second place. This is for third. Everyone's like, where is Taco? Oh my god, you guys. You guys are out of control. All right, let's see what the results are. Okay, 1 more minute to vote. I'm refreshing. You did, Hadrius. You guys had a great run. You can't vote on Taco. He won, guys. He got... Taco's earning a prize already. I know, people are just messing around. I understand, though. Taco definitely deserves the People's Champion, but, you know, got to spread the love. All right, guys. The vote's going a little bit longer. Anticity and the Flame Cannons, I know. Anticity did, yeah, Anticity actually defeated the new Greenskins with the Dwarves. That was a pretty impressive run. But I think Taco is the Lion King. The Lion and Flapper King. Flappy Taco. Anticity with the broken screen. Oh my god. All right, guys. The vote has concluded. Anticity is our winner. He got 58 votes. The next closest was Hadrius with 33, Aerocrastic with 29, Falcon with 25, Satsuma with 17, and Soothsayer with 11. There you have it, guys. The People's Champion is Anticity. Great run for sure. He brought Grimgore, put on a great Grimgore showcase, and also did have a very good run against the Greenskins with Dwarves. Yes. Flying Taco, of course, gets second place, so he'll win the second place prize. And Zyphos will be winning first. So on that note, I want to just take a moment to sincerely thank you guys all for spending your Friday mornings and afternoons with me. I really appreciate having all of you guys around. It was an absolute blast. Thanks to Cody for sponsoring today's tournament. He's a really awesome guy and is getting into multiplayer. So Cody, thank you so much. Thank you to the mods for helping out. Always couldn't do it without you guys. It's streaming without mods is certainly very stressful. So appreciate you guys quite a bit. Thank you all for all the work you do. And also we had some super generous donations from Brian L., Carolus Martellus, Kyle Leonard, Christian Bender, Ruben, Sripple, Carbon199, Adam V, Ziggy Williamson, Bug-Eyed Creep, Ruben Bunskoke again, Alfie the Ninja, Andrew Cohen, Blade 6077, Limey Panda. Thank you guys all so much. And we also have a couple new members as well. So as far as new members on the channel, we have Wonkiness W. And then if we look up top, we had another one, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we have William Lange and Darkness Visible. Thank you guys so much. Do drop a like on the way out. If you guys aren't subscribed to the channel, do subscribe. Cody is indeed the hero of today's stream. You guys are awesome. We'll be back with more streams soon. This weekend, I'm going to be doing playing in Dov Plays tournament tomorrow, so make sure to check my community section for announcements pertaining to start time. And then on Sunday, maybe even Saturday, depending if I get eliminated quickly in the tournament, I'll just go stream. So Warden The Paunch will be this weekend as well. So yeah, it's going to be good. All right, guys. All hail the mighty Zyphos, the French king, with a glorious victory in today's tournament. And our runner-up, Flying Taco, the Lion King, the champion of grace. So good. Such good builds across the board. All right, my friends. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you guys on the other side.